Rising to the throne for a misunderstanding while eating monster meat. Volume 2. By Dakin. Translated by Gadgetized Panda Translation. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. The intense midday sun reflected off the luxurious white carriage, making it sparkle. Delicate patterns were carved into the corners of the carriage, adorned with jewels. The roof was arched, with intricate designs etched into it as well. The carriage was pulled by magnificent horses with sleek, shiny coats. Inside, the floor and seats were covered with rich crimson carpets, separated by expensive silk curtains. Soft cushions with gold embroidery adorned the seats. The decoration was clearly excessive. Even royalty wouldn't ride in such an opulent carriage. The extravagance might alienate the public, and it was too flashy to go unnoticed. Yet, the woman inside the carriage lounged comfortably, unconcerned about appearances. Even if they were traveling through a crowded city, her demeanor wouldn't change. Her long, wavy purple hair and deep, clear emerald eyes were striking. The white dress revealed glimpses of her sensuous, pale skin. She was undeniably beautiful, but something about her unsettled those who saw her. A maid sitting beside her gently fanned her with a feather fan. "So boring," the woman said, making the maid tremble. She didn't know how to respond. One wrong word, and she could incur her mistress's wrath with unpredictable consequences. "Maybe I should have come alone," the woman continued without waiting for a reply. If only she had, how much better it would have been. The maid thought bitterly. Upon returning to her mansion from the castle, the woman had abruptly announced, "I'm going to Falloon." Naturally, the maid and the servants were unprepared. Nevertheless, the woman did not care about them and refused to listen to them, insisted on departing immediately. It was utter chaos. But if they didn't comply, they knew they'd suffer her wrath. The servants hastily gathered what they could and loaded the 2 carriages following behind with various items, clothes, cosmetics, jewelry, most of which were unnecessary for travel. But leaving anything behind would surely anger the woman. Her anger was the most terrifying thing of all. Carmela, one of the 5 heavenly kings of the Dorson kingdom, was renowned for her power. Rumored to decapitate with just a flick of her finger. The maid knew the rumors were true, having witnessed Carmela casually demonstrating her power by slicing through objects in the mansion. Although she'd never seen Carmela behead anyone, she knew better than to doubt her mistress's capability. Despite being her mistress, the maid wished to avoid getting too involved with Carmela. "Hey, do you know what Falloon is like?" Carmela, bored, asked the maid. "Rumor has it that King Zeros seized the throne by force," the maid replied cautiously. "Isn't it natural for the strong to take the throne?" Carmela said with a sly smile. The maid understood that her mistress was asserting her own strength and right to power. "Indeed. What else? They say Falloon has powerful warriors called the 100. They usually fight in the arena, but when war breaks out, they become berserkers. It's said they played a significant role in defeating our army at Bricks." "That's just the loser's excuse," Carmela said coldly, making the maid flinch. "How could a bunch of outlaws who fight in an arena be that strong? Anyone can see that's nonsense." "I agree, but since our army was soundly defeated at Bricks, that's the talk of the town. Even 2 of the 5 heavenly kings, Lord Mateus and Lord Dante, were killed. They were just pretenders who got exposed." Carmela sneered at the deaths of her colleagues. "They only held their positions because there was no one better. They tried to act grand, and that's why they died, right?" "Yes, exactly as you say," the maid replied, though inwardly she mourned Mateus and Dante. Both were true knights and popular with the people. Mateus, in particular, was known for his handsome, refined appearance and impeccable conduct, making him the envy of women throughout the kingdom. Compared to him, Carmela had no popularity. Though she possessed extraordinary beauty, her infamous bad temper kept men away. Her strength, known for its tyranny, made her more of a monster than a person. Most likely, the people wished Carmela had fought at Bricks instead of Mateus. Not because they wanted her dead, but because they believed she could have won the battle. There's also a rumor that the king of Falloon gains his power by consuming monster meat, and the 100 might have similar demonic strength. The maid didn't believe the rumor much but wanted to defend Mateus somehow. How ridiculous. Carmela scoffed. If eating monster meat could make you strong, no one would struggle for power. Listen, true power comes from the right bloodline. Commoners eating monster meat would only get food poisoning. They're probably just going berserk from the poison. Such reckless warriors might be troublesome, but they're no match for me. Carmela looked down on the 100 as country bumpkins. Of course, no one can match you, Lady Carmela, the maid said, trusting her mistress's strength, especially in violence. Carmela, pleased by the flattery, peered out at the scenery through the curtains. In the distance, a massive structure came into view. It must be Falloon's arena, as rumored. What a vulgar building, Carmela said, narrowing her eyes. The carriage continued down the road to Falloon. Chapter 1. Yamato. In the 100, there is a man named Yamato. He is older than Ogma and almost 30 years old, making him one of the oldest in the 100. With black hair tied back and a gentle face, he doesn't stand out much. He used to run a dojo teaching swordsmanship in a small town in Falloon. But after hearing rumors about the 100, he became intrigued and came to the capital. After joining the 100, it took him some time to get used to eating monster meat, probably due to his age. However, through extraordinary effort, he overcame it and gradually climbed up the rankings within the 100. Currently, he ranks 4th in the 100. As expected from someone who used to teach swordsmanship, he is deeply knowledgeable about sword techniques and is recognized as a swordsmanship enthusiast. He has a good nature and will teach swordsmanship to anyone who asks, earning him the affectionate nickname Sensei among his comrades. Though Yamato's physical abilities aren't particularly high, he possesses a certain kind of genius. He can master any sword technique he sees. This ability became evident after Mars demonstrated the sonic blade in a ranking match. Sometime later, Yamato replicated the sonic blade in his own ranking match. The sonic blade is a highly difficult sword technique, often referred to as the Sword Saint's technique. His ability to replicate it astonished those around him. Moreover, he is good at teaching others, and he managed to pass on the sonic blade to others. However, because it requires a high level of skill, only a few in the upper ranks of the 100 can use it. Even so, it is an incredible talent, earning him high praise from Mars. After the political upheaval, Yamato was officially appointed as Falloon's swordsmanship instructor. Yamato was summoned by Mars. The location was not the throne room but the training ground within the castle. Section. Have you mastered the 5 Heavenly King's sword techniques? I asked Yamato, who was standing respectfully in front of me. We were in the training facility inside the castle. Neither of us wore armor, just simple, easy-to-move-in clothes. Yes, Your Majesty. The techniques they used were Mirage Sword and Earthbreak. Yamato answered with a slight bow. As always, he was humble and polite. Among the rowdy crowd, he was one of the few likable individuals. As someone who taught swordsmanship, Yamato is well versed in sword techniques. I had also given him access to the castle's swordsmanship archives, greatly expanding his knowledge. Mirage Sword and Earthbreak? What kind of techniques are they? Yes. Mirage Sword enhances one's heartbeat, allowing the sword to be swung at incredible speeds temporarily. However, while the speed increases, the strength does not. Without a lightweight sword or immense strength, it won't be effective. I see. So that's why Mateus used a slender sword. And Earthbreak? That technique combines physical strength and magic. The literature says it has the power to split the earth, hence the name Earthbreak. It's a technique where visualization is crucial. By amplifying one's strength with magic, it can unleash a shockwave from the sword. The shockwave's range is short, so it can't be used like the sonic blade. But at close range, it is a powerful technique. A technique where visualization is important. So that's why Dante used a great sword. Then, let's see you use them. Attack me. I drew my long sword to receive the techniques. Understood. Yamato also drew his sword, a long sword wielded with both hands. Here I go. He took a stance with his sword, then activated Mirage Sword. The sword's trajectory left after images, making it seem like multiple slashes were delivered in an instant. Oh, it's exactly the same technique. I was amazed but defended against all the slashes. Defense requires less movement than offense, so with a difference in strength, it wasn't impossible to block. Excellent, Your Majesty. As expected. Yamato praised me after showcasing Mirage Sword. I felt a bit bad for blocking his hard-earned technique, but he didn't seem to mind at all. Next, I will use Earthbreak. Yamato swung his sword over his shoulder, putting all his strength into it. Ha! With a spirited shout, the sword was enveloped in magic, transforming the slash into a shockwave. I jumped back to avoid it. With a dull thud, the ground of the training area rumbled and dented. While not as powerful as Dante's, it was a good replication. It seems to require a lot of magic. The impact seemed more influenced by magic compared to when Dante used it. Indeed. If one has great strength, the magic only needs to support it, so not much is needed. However, since I do not have Dante's strength, it consumes a considerable amount of magic. So, if you have strength, you don't need much magic, but if you have magic, you can use it without as much strength. A certain level of strength and skill is necessary. At the very least, it's not a technique that a mere magician could easily use. Imagining a magician trying to use Earthbreak with a staff. Yeah, it seems weak. I see. Well then, teach it to me. I'll give you a reward later. When I said that, Yamato humbly bowed. No, Your Majesty. It's an honor just to have the opportunity to learn such legendary techniques. Without the power you granted me, I wouldn't be able to use these amazing techniques. What Yamato refers to as the power granted by His Majesty is the effect of monster meat. Back when he was running a swordsmanship dojo, Yamato realized that mastering a certain level of sword skills required a corresponding amount of strength and magical power, and he came to understand that he lacked the talent. However, upon hearing rumors that eating monster meat could increase his strength, he joined the 100 in an effort to break his own limits. Yamato's obsession with sword skills was immense. He consumed a large amount of that disgusting monster meat, repeatedly breaking his body but persevering through it. Through rigorous training, he eventually mastered high-level sword techniques. When he first managed to replicate the sonic blade, he supposedly cried tears of joy. And because I gave him the opportunity to change himself, he is very grateful to me. To be specific, after he demonstrated the sonic blade in the ranking battle, he prostrated himself before me and pledged his lifelong loyalty. He was in tears when I appointed him as a swordsmanship instructor, and he was deeply moved when I gave him the books on sword techniques in the castle. No, I only gave him the books because I found researching sword techniques myself to be a hassle. I appointed him as an instructor because it was too much trouble to learn the techniques myself. Yamato may have a low self-evaluation, but memorizing sword techniques just by watching them is an incredible skill. It's surprising that such talent was hidden away in the wilderness. He could probably be welcomed with better treatment in another country, but he seems satisfied with his current situation. So, really? Then if there's another opportunity to learn a new sword technique, I'll be counting on you. In the recent war, I assigned Yamato the task of observing the battle between the 5 heavenly kings and instructed him to learn their sword techniques. Yamato seemed to love the task, and after the battle concluded, he passionately explained to me just how technically brilliant the fight had been, to the point where I was taken aback. Leave it to me, Your Majesty. My life exists for that purpose. Yamato answered with shining eyes. For that purpose. Could you please use your life more carefully? Section. Sword techniques are a combination of swordsmanship and magical power. In the past, even though I had knowledge and skill with the sword, I lacked the physical strength and magical power to use sword techniques. No, it was precisely because I had some skill that I couldn't let go of my longing for sword techniques. It's not widely known, but physical ability and magical power are talents, strongly influenced by genetics. There is a limit to the power one can gain through effort, and I hit that limit early in my youth. With my sword skills, I could defeat anyone. That thought smoldered inside me, but I couldn't do anything about it, so I made a living teaching swordsmanship in a remote part of Falloon. But one day, I heard a rumor that if I joined an organization called the 100, where they hunted monsters and fought each other, I could gain strength beyond my limits. Holding on to a sliver of hope, I decided to join the 100. After joining the 100, I went out to hunt powerful monsters and nearly died, consumed their poisonous meat and nearly died, and fought seriously with my comrades and nearly died. If there is a hell in this world, the 100 might be the closest thing to it. However, by surviving that hell, I was able to be dramatically reborn. Yes, to surpass the limits, I just had to subject myself to training that surpassed those limits. How wonderful! The king who devised this inhumane system, King Zeros, is like a god to me. Now, the sword techniques I once couldn't use even if I wanted to are now easily accessible. Particularly when I mastered the sonic blade, I was so happy I nearly went mad. There were countless times during the days of the 100 when I faced death, but such hardships don't count for anything. If you don't gain strength, what is the point of life? Today, I had the honor of teaching His Majesty the Mirage Sword and Earthbreak. His Majesty mastered both with just a hint, and they became more powerful techniques than those of the original 2-5 Heavenly King's users. In fact, with the Mirage Sword, his body itself left an afterimage, and with the Earthbreak, the ground actually split. If you were hit by that Earthbreak, you'd be crushed along with your sword and armor. Probably, this is what the true sword technique is. The techniques we use are nothing but child's play. Only someone with true talent like His Majesty can unleash their real power. The joy of witnessing His Majesty's true sword techniques up close. What greater pleasure could there be? His Majesty holds my talent in high regard, but my skills are merely superficial. They can't compare to true sword techniques. Only His Majesty can embody true sword techniques. The position of swordsmanship instructor is truly my calling. My dream is for His Majesty to master every sword technique and become the greatest swordsman in the world. However, to master all sword techniques, we need to learn the techniques of other countries. Sword techniques are as good as national secrets. How can we learn them? Yes, Falloon must conquer all other nations. Fortunately, His Majesty has the ambition to unify the continent of ours. Wonderful. I hope His Majesty conquers the world as soon as possible and masters all sword techniques. Chapter 2. Carmela. Click, click, her high heels echoed on the cobblestones as the woman walked gracefully. Dressed in a lavish white gown, she fanned herself, humming as she strolled. In the recent days of Falloon's royal capital, a woman of such apparent high status was a rare sight. Since King Zeros' political upheaval, nobles had become a rarity in the city, and well-dressed women even more so. Even before the upheaval, it was uncommon for high-ranking women to walk the streets. Therefore, the residents of the capital watched the woman with curious eyes. Her face was elegant, her well-proportioned body almost bewitching, but the prevailing thought was, why is someone like her walking here? Unbothered by the stares, the woman made her way towards the castle. The guards at the castle entrance were from the Blue Knights. Unlike the Black Knights and Red Knights, who had distinguished themselves in the recent war against the Dorson Kingdom, the Blue Knights primarily protected the capital and were less renowned. However, most of them were also part of the 100, making their skills comparable to other knight orders. The two knights on duty felt an uneasy sense of foreboding as the woman in the white dress approached. "Hey, do you think that woman plans to enter the castle?" one knight asked his partner. As guards, they recognized most of the people who entered the castle, and they knew this woman wasn't one of them. No doubt about it, given her determined stride. "Have you seen her before?" "Of course not. Even when nobles were around, I never saw a woman in a dress walking to the castle. Nobles, especially noble women, despised walking. They used carriages whenever possible due to the impracticality of their dresses and shoes. Could she be a brothel worker dressed as a noble? I've heard some men are into that sort of thing. Maybe. So, she's here to settle some lover's quarrel? Possibly. If so, it's probably with Lord Crom or Lord Warren. The heads of the Black and Red Knights were known as playboys in their youth. Though still unmarried and frequently seen in the pleasure districts, they never caused such disturbances that would bring someone to the castle. Well, it's certainly not our commander. Absolutely not. Brett, the commander of the Blue Knights, was a model of propriety and a paragon of knightly virtue. He had sided with Mars during the upheaval, motivated by concerns over the kingdom's corruption. Despite this, he was fundamentally a straightforward and earnest individual. As the two guards bantered, the woman in the white dress finally reached the gate. "Excuse me, who might you be? And what is your business at the castle?" one of the Blue Knights asked politely. She seemed suspicious, but there was always a chance she was connected to someone in the castle. Additionally, she didn't appear to be forcing her way in, so the knight opted for a courteous approach. "Oh dear, I thought I was quite famous, but perhaps not here. How unfortunate," the woman said, covering her mouth with her fan as she laughed. "Famous, you say?" "Yes, very famous. In my homeland, there's no one who would dare to stop me." The guards exchanged puzzled looks. Was she a noble from another country? Yet, they had received no notice of such a visitor. "May I ask whom you intend to meet?" "We can check for you. I have no appointment. I simply wish to see King Zeros. I wonder if there's been a misunderstanding. If he thinks defeating 2 weaklings means he can look down on the 5 heavenly kings, it's a sad day for me and a disgrace for Dorson. As one of the 5 heavenly kings, I felt I must personally address this for the sake of my country. So, I came here, secretly and without informing His Majesty. Walking all the way here has been quite tiring. May I come in?" The Blue Knights were taken aback. "One of Dorson's 5 heavenly kings? Dressed like that? My name is Carmela. But please, don't compare me to Mateus or Dante. They're merely for show among the 5 heavenly kings." Carmela smiled seductively, fanning herself. She looked more like a high-class courtesan than a formidable warrior, making her claim seem implausible. "Let's ask her to leave, shall we? Regardless of her claims, we can't allow someone from Dorson into the castle." "You're quite inflexible," Carmela said, fanning herself at the 2 knights. The gentle breeze from her fan turned into a powerful force, blowing the knights off their feet and slamming them against the gate, which opened with a loud crash. "Oh, how convenient." The gate opened. Carmela said, stepping over the incapacitated knights and into the castle. Hearing the commotion, other Blue Knights quickly arrived. Carmela continued walking, her heels clicking on the floor. "Hey, woman, who are you?" Several knights blocked Carmilla's path. Carmela waved her fan at them, and the gust transformed into a shockwave, sending the knights flying. Some of the fallen knights coughed up blood from the impact. What was that? Magic. Surround and capture her. Don't let her pass. More knights moved to encircle Carmela. Seeing this, Carmela snapped her fingers with her right hand, the one not holding the fan. With the sound, a blade of wind emanated from her fingertip, slicing through a knight's body and armor. Sonic Blade. The knights were shaken. Sonic Blade was a sword technique, not magic. Carmela hadn't chanted any spells. If she wasn't a sorceress, then who was this woman? Carmela continued snapping her fingers. Each snap sent a knight, now blooded, collapsing to the ground. Some knights tried to attack her from her blind spots, but their strikes couldn't reach her. It wasn't that she dodged, their swords simply couldn't touch her. Those who missed their attacks were quickly taken down by Carmilla's counterstrikes. Thus, the royal castle of Falloon was soaked in blood. Section. With no more obstacles in her way, Carmela walked through the castle corridor, her footsteps echoing. Most of the castle's clerks and maids, startled by the commotion, had fled. Carmela didn't bother with them and made her way toward the throne room. Halt! A man stood in her way, holding a sword and shield. He wore blue armor, signifying the Blue Knight Order. "I am Brett, captain of the Blue Knights. You've dealt with my subordinates. Who are you?" Brett, with his short, slightly curly brown hair and brown eyes, had a serious and stern expression as he raised his shield. "Since you've introduced yourself, I suppose I must do the same. I am Carmela, the 3rd seat of the 5 heavenly king positions of the Dorson Kingdom." Carmela sighed, answering with a hint of annoyance. "Cease this futile resistance and step aside. My business is with King Zeros. The 3rd seat, right? I am the 10th rank of the 100. Don't think you can defeat me easily. A minor rank in a backwater knight order dares to boast. Carmela snapped her fingers. A sharp sound echoed as Brett's shield blocked the wind blade. Sonic blade. And from that motion, Brett was astonished by Carmela's attack, but he cautiously kept his guard. Oh, to block my attack. Is that shield made of mithril? Carmela looked surprised that her attack was blocked. This shield was bestowed upon me by His Majesty. Your attacks won't get through. Brett's shield, though small and round, was made of mithril and magically enhanced. Found by Mars in the Forest of Beasts, it was given to Brett as few among the 100 used shields, focusing instead on offense. Brett, skilled in shield combat. Mars gave it to Brett only because he did not need it, but Brett was very pleased with it and has kept it as a family heirloom ever since. Carmela waved her fan, sending another shockwave towards Brett, but he blocked it with his shield. What an annoying shield. Brett, closing the distance, swung his sword, but Carmela danced backward, snapping her fingers repeatedly to send multiple wind blades. Brett defended each one skillfully. His solid defense was his hallmark. Even in the arena, he is not flashy, but he is a solid fighter and is highly valued by discerning spectators in the arena. You can't win by just defending, you know? Mixing wind blades from her fingers with shockwaves from her fan, Carmela's attacks were relentless. While defending, Brett crouched, gathering strength in his legs, then leaped at Carmela with his shield. Defense isn't my only skill. His technique, Shield Bash, was a powerful attack that merged defense and offense, turning a simple charge into a magical, full-body strike. However, his attack missed Carmela, who seemed to slip past him. Still more. Using his momentum, Brett launched another Shield Bash upon landing. This sequence of attacks is his signature move that had felled many in the arena. He bounced off walls, floors, and even the ceiling, repeatedly trying to hit Carmela, but she eluded every strike. Why can't I hit her? How shy of you. Are you afraid of touching a woman? Seeing Brett's confusion, Carmela laughed. But I've grown bored. Though you're diligent, your attacks lack substance. Why you? Brett, recalling similar critiques from his personal life, momentarily faltered and stopped. Carmela's image shimmered like a mirage. You're lacking in experience. Her voice came from behind him. Using afterimages for high-speed movement, Carmela had moved quickly. As Brett turned, trying to regain his stance, a sharp sound marked the moment her wind blade cut through him. Chapter 3. Princess of Madness. Brett managed to endure being slashed by the sonic blade, putting distance between himself and Carmela. However, the damage he took was severe, leaving him covered in blood. He was barely standing, using his sword as a crutch. To survive that, you must be quite resilient, Carmela said, looking exasperated. No one in the 100 would die from an attack like that. On my way here, I killed many of your subordinates. In the hall at the castle's entrance, the bodies of the Blue Knights she had defeated should have been scattered all over. They aren't dead. They aren't trained so poorly that they would die from that. If they were, they wouldn't last a day in the 100. Despite his labored breathing, Brett managed a faint smile. The meat of various monsters that the 100 members consumed daily had the common effect of enhancing their vitality. The life force of these monsters, far surpassing that of humans, was also imbued into their bodies. Thanks to this, the 100 could survive near-death combat regularly, and the members of the Blue Knights were no exception. My, you certainly talk big. Both you and your subordinates have wasted your lives on a futile battle. Just as Carmela raised her hand to snap her fingers, a man appeared behind Brett. Oh no, it wasn't futile at all. Thanks to the Blue Knight's buying time, I made it here in time. Who are you? The man had his black hair tied back, wearing a unique outfit with a single piece of clothing fastened at the waist with a belt. He had a gentle, unimpressive face and held a long sword in its sheath in his left hand, with a bracelet on his wrist. I am Yamato, ranked 4th in the 100 and the swordsmanship instructor for the kingdom of Falloon. Yamato bowed slightly, but his eyes never left Carmela. Sensei, Brett said, looking relieved. A swordsmanship instructor? You don't look very strong. I am. Oh, I know who you are. Carmela, right? The Mad Princess of Dorson? What? Carmela's expression froze. Ah, my apologies. You were demoted to the 3rd seat of the 5 Heavenly King after your brother became the current king, correct? In Falloon, we don't get much information from other countries, so others might not know you, but I used to run a dojo, and I heard many such stories. Who is strong and so on. I've heard much about you, Carmela. I've always wanted to meet you. You're quite famous, you know. The youngest princess of the former king of Dorson, with strong royal blood, excelling both as a knight and a sorceress. You were expected to be a pillar of the Dorson royal family, but your arrogance led to your nickname, the Mad Princess. Your reputation was so bad that no other royal family or vassal would marry you, and your brother had no choice but to place you among the 5 Heavenly King. You hated both sorcery and knight training, so despite having magical power, you didn't use it, and despite having talent, you didn't master swordsmanship. You call yourself a magical swordsman, but you're just mediocre in both. Yet, you're strong, and that's what makes you so troublesome. I'm excited to see what kind of techniques you'll use. Carmela trembled as she looked down. What's wrong? Are you cold? Sensei, I think she's angry, Brett said awkwardly, stepping back from the tense atmosphere. Die. Carmela let out a surge of magic, snapping her fingers violently. Much larger than the previous sonic blade, visible wind blades imbued with magic power rushed at Yamato. Yamato unsheathed his long sword in an instant, cutting down all the wind blades with incredible speed. Oh, this is amazing. A heavily magic-infused sonic blade. So the source is the sound wave from snapping your fingers, amplified with magic. Impressive. But I think casting a spell would be more efficient for power. You're wasting a lot of magic. Though I suppose the small prep time and lack of need for chanting are advantages. It's like the ultimate lazy genius technique. Yamato tilted his head, lost in thought. I will kill you. Absolutely kill you. The elegance she had displayed when fighting the Blue Knights and Brett was gone. She was enraged. Waving her fan, she unleashed powerful shockwaves in multiple layers. Yamato avoided the attack by jumping continuously, while the stone walls and pillars behind him were shattered by the impact. Brett, standing in the background, desperately blocked the residual shockwaves with his shield. This technique is similar to Earthbreak, coating the wind created by the fan with magic to turn it into a shockwave. I see. If the Blue Knights took a hit like this, no wonder they were beaten. No, Sensei, it wasn't this bad. Brett corrected, noting that the attacks they faced were much lighter. Damn you. You're the first to insult me this much. And what's with Mad Princess? I've never been called that before. With her right hand, she continued to unleash sonic blades, while her left hand wielded the fan to send shockwaves. Yamato deflected the sonic blades with his slashes and evaded the shockwaves with agile movements. I didn't come up with it. It's the public's opinion. That makes it worse. Seeing no end to the fight, Carmela folded her fan, gripping it tightly. Light extended from the fan's tip, forming a blade-length glow. That's it. The legendary magic sword. Creating a blade with magic power, using the fan as a catalyst. So the inscriptions on the fan act like a wizard's staff. Yamato couldn't hide his excitement at seeing the magic sword for the first time. However, Carmela didn't just show her magic sword. Her blue eyes changed to a crimson red. My body feels heavy. Brett, who was watching the fight from behind, noticed something wrong with his body. No way, this is a magic eye. Naturally, Yamato also noticed the change and figured out that the cause was Carmela's eyes. I commend you for making me go this far. Those who see my magic eyes and live are only those at the top of the 5 Heavenly King. Well, you're about to die now, though. Isn't that just bad luck for me? Thought Brett. Is this gravity? It seems the effect is about twice as strong, said Yamato, who had collapsed to his knees under the weight, sounding impressed. That's right. The magic eye isn't much, but for a swordsman, it's fatal, isn't it? You can't move as you normally would. It certainly is quite tough. Yamato agreed, while removing a bracelet from his wrist. It was the prisoner bracelet. Now die. Carmela raised her magic sword, her body shimmering like a heat haze. In the next moment, she appeared at Yamato's side and swung her sword at his neck. Yamato blocked it with his sword, sidestepped, and used the rebound to spin his sword around, slashing at Carmela. But his sword passed through her body, cutting only air. It didn't hit. Why can you still move? Surprised by the counterattack, Carmela shimmered again and put some distance between herself and Yamato. No, that's amazing, Lady Carmela. That was a technique combining illusion magic and a movement skill, making it look like you teleported. That's excellent. I thought you were more of a mage, but that was a very swordsman-like move. I'm not happy to be praised by you. More importantly, why aren't you slowed down after seeing my magic eye? Answer me. Carmela's question was delivered with aristocratic arrogance, but Yamato answered without concern. Oh, I took off the bracelet. The bracelet? That. Carmela glanced at the bracelet on the ground beside Yamato. Yes, this. It's a prisoner's bracelet. When worn, it doubles the gravity on the body. Earlier, with the effect of the magic eye, it made the gravity 4 times as strong, which was tough, but once I took off the bracelet, it was fine. A prisoner's bracelet? Yes. It's a training method used by King Zeros. Most of the top members of the 100 wear them. His Majesty even uses ones with a stronger effect, showing how great he is. Yamato wore an enraptured expression, displaying a fanatical loyalty to his master. You all live your daily lives wearing prisoner bracelets. Yes, isn't it wonderful to train your body in everyday life? Are you crazy? That's insane. At this point, Carmela realized the abnormality of these men. Bodies that don't die even after a direct hit from Sonic Blade, living daily life with prisoner bracelets. This is far removed from the common sense of dorson, no, of the world. We live for the sword, so we might be insane. But this way of life is what we seek. Strength is everything. At the top of that is King Zeros. Unfortunately, you're no match for him. By the way, he's not here. Not here. Yes. Along with the top members of the 100, he's at the arena. Lady Carmela, you're lucky. If His Majesty or Master Ogma were here, you might have been dead. They're not as gentle as I am. Then why did these guys block my way? Carmela pointed at Brett. As someone in charge during their absence, as a knight, allowing an intruder is a disgrace. It's only natural. Brett glared at Carmela. This is ridiculous. I feel like going home. Hearing this, Carmela lost much of her motivation. No, I can't let you go home. Yamato readied his sword again. What? I've been instructed by Prime Minister Gamaras to capture you. Prime Minister Gamaras also knows about you, Lady Carmela, and quickly realized that the intruder was you. So, he instructed me to capture you alive since killing a member of the royal family would be problematic. Capture me alive? Me? Don't underestimate me. I don't have a single scratch on me. Carmela smiled defiantly, but inwardly she was breaking into a cold sweat. The 100, and the man Yamato before her, were unfathomable. Yes, I was also surprised when I attacked earlier. The blow I thought I landed passed through. That was strange. So, Yamato readied his sword again. I've decided I can't let you go home either. Chapter 4. Unexpected Fate. From the moment she was born, Carmela was destined for greatness. Though the youngest princess, she was a royal, gifted in both magic and swordsmanship, and possessed a magic eye. She had immense power, even as a child, making her dismissive of others' words. As she grew, she realized she was stronger than her parents and elder siblings. This made her even more arrogant, believing she alone was fit to be the ruler of Dorson. Her exceptional talents led to an early debut in battle, where she accumulated numerous accolades. She could single-handedly annihilate an enemy force of 100, earning fear and respect from both allies and foes. However, she never listened to her commanders, often acting independently and massacring enemy soldiers. This earned her the nickname the Mad Princess, though no one dared call her that to her face. In times of unrest, her strength might have been an asset, but in the relatively stable present, political acumen was more important for a ruler. Carmela, strong but difficult and uncooperative, was unfit for succession. The eldest brother smoothly took the throne. As king, her brother stripped Carmela of her royal status, giving her instead the position of the third seat among the 5 heavenly king positions. This was both a punishment for threatening their father and brother for the throne and a pragmatic move to utilize her strength. Carmela was dissatisfied with this outcome but had no followers due to her lack of popularity. Though she had exceptional combat skills, her disregard for strategy and tactics made her unpopular among the military. Then came the Battle of Briggs. Dorson clashed with Falloon, which was rising in power, and suffered an unprecedented defeat. Carmela was delighted. General Kimblai, who had never appreciated her, was killed, along with her weaker colleagues, Matthias and Dante, who held the same rank as her. Rumor had it that Falloon was governed by a group called the 100, where strength determined rank, and King Zeros sat at the top. Carmela figured that if she defeated Zeros, she could become the head of the 100 and the ruler of Falloon. A queen, that was the title she deserved. If she could take over Falloon, which had defeated Dorson, the people of Dorson would surely recognize her greatness. She dreamed of ruling both Dorson and Falloon, becoming the queen of 3 nations, Dorson, Falloon, and Cadonia. With her boundless drive, Carmela acted on her dreams. Ignoring all warnings, she went to Falloon and stormed the royal castle. And now she was here, facing a man named Yamato. Carmela's attacks were all blocked. This formidable opponent revealed her moves with each strike, putting her in a dire situation. Despite her arrogant and defiant nature, Carmela trusted her instincts, which had always helped her survive truly dangerous situations. Her instincts now told her, this man is dangerous. This man is impervious to my attacks. What should I do? Facing Yamato, Carmela felt a rare sense of panic. She hadn't felt this way since fighting for the top seat of the 5 heavenly king positions. Here I come. He advanced with his sword. Carmela stepped back, the sound of her heels clicking, and raised her magic sword. In an instant, Yamato closed the distance, slashing from her shoulder to her armpit. It was an unavoidable lethal strike. Yet, it didn't hit. Carmela slipped past the attack and swung her magic blade in retaliation. Yamato parried her attack effortlessly and immediately countered with a flurry of strikes. The sword's line leaving after images, a technique known as mirage sword. Every strike targeted Carmela, but none connected. As if she was dodging by instinct alone. Her heels clacked on the stone floor, making a high-pitched sound. She finally managed to create some distance by swinging her magic blade and sending a shockwave. I see, I understand now. Carmela's face clouded at his words. That white dress, I thought it unsuitable for a battlefield. It disrupts visual perception, doesn't it? I recall old texts mentioning dresses that deflect assassins. It creates a barrier that distorts vision. But that alone wouldn't be enough to completely nullify attacks. Yamato had figured it out. Carmela swallowed hard. The sound of your high heels. I felt a strange discomfort from it. The shoes are magic tools, aren't they? The sound affects hearing and distorts the sense of balance, making it hard to gauge distance correctly. The combination of the dress and shoes creates an invisible defense. He had seen through everything. Additionally, Carmela used the dress and heels to lull opponents into underestimating her. How unrefined of Falloon to reveal a lady's secrets. Carmela maintained her composure. But knowing this, you still can't counter it. Can you fight without using your eyes and ears? A knight who only wields a sword stands no chance against me. Oh, but you can fight without eyes and ears. Yamato replied calmly. What? There's a technique called sensing ki. It's a skill that King Zeros mastered. By facing death repeatedly, one's instincts sharpen, allowing them to sense their opponent's presence. Conversely, it means you can attack by sensing your opponent's presence. The downside is the need to face death multiple times, but it's a small price to pay to master this skill. Excuse me? Mastering a skill to avoid dying by repeatedly almost dying? Doesn't that sound logically flawed? It's not about logic. It's all about the single-minded pursuit of strength. For that, we are even willing to risk death. That's the essence of who we are. Carmela felt a chill of terror. These people were insane. Something crucial to being human was missing in them. The 100 was a group of madmen. Getting involved with a country like Falloon had been a mistake. Coming here had been a mistake. If this continued, she would be killed. Wait. Are you planning to kill me? I'm royalty from Dorson. A mere commoner like you laying a hand on me is unthinkable. As I mentioned before, I have no intention of killing you. The Prime Minister Gamaras has ordered that you be captured alive. However, Yamato replied without losing his gentle expression. I've never wielded a half-hearted sword meant to capture someone alive. If I end up killing you by mistake, I apologize. An apology isn't going to cut it. Ignoring Carmela's scream, Yamato gently closed his eyes, sensing her presence, and swung his sword quietly. Section. When I returned to the castle from the arena, I found the walls, floors, and pillars heavily damaged. In the throne room, a woman bound and gagged was lying on the floor. For some reason, she was barefoot. Upon closer inspection, she was quite beautiful. Who is this? I asked Gamaras and Yamato, who were both smiling. Brett, standing next to them, had his eyes downcast. A guest. She came to see you, Your Majesty. Gamaras answered cheerfully. Was this meeting scheduled? As far as I knew, the only thing on today's schedule was the arena match. I mean, I rarely have visitors. I'm afraid not. This lady decided to visit on her own. And who is she? Princess Carmela of Dorson, formerly known as the Mad Princess. Currently ranked 3rd among the 5 Heavenly King. Oh, I've heard of her. The infamous Mad Princess. She was once considered a hero candidate along with the Thunder Emperor Frau, but her terrible personality left her with no suitors, earning her the nickname Dorson's Bad Debt. What does she want? In short, she intended to defeat you, take the top position of the 100, and become the king of Falloon. That sounds more like an assailant than a guest. And, at the request of Prime Minister Gamaras, I dealt with her. Yamato answered with a slight bow. Dealt with her? Did he mean tying her up and leaving her on the floor? Well, since she came with such ill intentions, I suppose it's fine. Carmela was making muffled noises through her gag, glaring at me. She seemed to have a strong will, just as the rumors said. What do you plan to do with her? Dealing with royalty from another country is tricky. Sending her back to Dorson quickly would avoid complications, but maybe Gamaras intends to use her as a hostage. I plan to train her. Yamato answered with a broad smile. What? Princess Carmela has neglected her training, relying solely on her natural talents. This is a waste and a loss to the world. With proper training in the 100, she will undoubtedly become much stronger. Fortunately, since she challenged you to take the top spot in the 100, it's as if she has already joined. I intend to train her thoroughly. No, that's definitely not the same thing. Carmela, still on the floor, was shaking her head vehemently. I plan to start by getting her used to monster meat. Once that's done, I'll leave her in the depths of the beast forest and wait for her to survive and return. Isn't that more torture than training? The depths of the beast forest are a perilous place where only the elite of the 100 can survive. Carmela rolled her eyes at the mention of this almost exile-like training. Brett looked at her pityingly. But she's royalty from an enemy country. What if she becomes a threat after becoming stronger? Your Majesty, all members of the 100 are unconditionally loyal to you. Once she joins, she will naturally come to appreciate your greatness and become devoted to you. This will be the same for Princess Carmela. There is nothing to worry about. That's definitely not true. Is the 100 conducting brainwashing or something? Yamato's unwavering gaze was starting to scare me. Gamaras, what do you think? I decided to ask Gamaras, who was not part of the 100, for his opinion. Well, regardless of Yamato's reasoning, keeping Princess Carmela in Falloon isn't a bad idea. Why? Dorson is currently an enemy nation. If we send Princess Carmela back, she will strengthen Dorson's forces. However, killing someone related to the Dorson royal family would also cause issues. Keeping her here strengthens our forces and serves as a deterrent against Dorson. That makes sense, I suppose. It was certainly a more reasonable opinion than Yamato's. Carmela was writhing on the floor like a worm in heat, probably protesting the decisions being made without her input. I can understand how she feels. These people don't listen to anyone. You say to keep her here, but what exactly do you plan to do with her? Make her a hostage? No, Your Majesty. I suggest you marry her. What? Chapter 5. The Queen's Battle. Marry? Me? With Dorson's liability, Carmela and I exchanged glances, both with uneasy expressions. We probably looked quite similar in that moment. But, I'm already married. As the king, you can have as many wives as you want. I figured that's what they would say. However, Frau is a vassal's daughter, while Carmela is a royal princess. It wouldn't be fitting to keep Frau as the queen. But I have no intention of demoting Frau to the second wife. Frau has contributed greatly before and after I ascended to the throne. I cannot disregard her. Although she has her issues, personally, I cannot accept removing her from the queen's position. Many people misunderstand me, but Frau is the only one who truly understands me and stays by my side. Well, she is constantly monitoring me with magic, so she can't help but understand me. That will be fine. Gamara's declared confidently. Dorson has had trouble dealing with Lady Carmela, and since we won the last battle, they should be willing to make some concessions. In fact, they should be grateful we're taking their liability. Carmilla's eyes literally changed color as she glared at Gamara's. Noticing her gaze, Gamara's fell forward, writhing on the ground in pain. What? Was her gaze that intense? Oh, I forgot about her mystic eyes. Yamato pulled out a long piece of cloth and wrapped it around Carmilla's head, covering her eyes. With that, Gamara's slowly got back up, panting heavily. What was that? Lady Carmela has mystic eyes that can put anyone who looks at them into a gravity state. What? I have to marry such a dangerous woman? Isn't it risky to take a woman with mystic eyes who barges into the castle as a wife? It'll be fine, Yamato assured. After all, the current queen is Lady Frau, who disregards humanity for the sake of magic. Compared to her, this is nothing. Yes, I suppose so. My earlier comment was a mistake. Lady Carmela, I deeply apologize for my rudeness. Gamara's, dusting off his clothes, apologized to Carmela, who was still lying on the floor. Could you also apologize to Frau? She's still the queen of this country, you know? Ignoring my protesting gaze, Gamara's continued. There are other benefits. Currently, Dorson and we are adversaries, but this situation is undesirable for both sides. After losing their forces in the recent battle, Dorson lacks the resources to redirect troops southward, and for us, it's unwise to escalate things while Cadonia is stabilizing. According to my information, the King of Dorson is inclined towards reconciliation with us. However, paying reparations would damage their pride as a great nation, making domestic adjustments difficult. If Your Majesty marries Lady Carmela, the dowry could be considered a form of compensation, making it easier for them to pay. Additionally, as your brother-in-law, the Dorson king would have a reason to ease tensions between our nations. I see. That certainly sounds beneficial. I don't desire war, and since Dorson is our only neighboring country, a friendly relationship would ensure peace. Furthermore, if Your Majesty and Lady Carmela were to have a child, that child could inherit Dorson's throne. This would be a significant advantage for our future. Carmela reacted to these words, possibly intrigued by the idea of her child becoming Dorson's ruler. Personally, it didn't matter much to me. However, it's clear that this marriage would greatly benefit Falloon. Now, it's a matter of whether Dorson will agree, but first, I need to address something. I want to discuss this marriage with Frau first. While it might not be strictly necessary, I feel uncomfortable adding another wife without her knowing. Suddenly, the space in front of me glowed, and Frau appeared. Carmela, still on the floor, looked shocked. People who can teleport so easily with magic are rare. I heard everything. As usual, Frau remained calm. Using our contract mark, she must have been eavesdropping. In hindsight, there was no need to consider the privacy of someone who invades mine so blatantly. I have no objections. Frau readily agreed to my marriage with Carmela. Somehow, that felt a bit disappointing. I wished she showed a bit more jealousy. Now, it's up to Carmela. I need to confirm Carmela's own intentions. Release her restraints. Political marriages are common for royals, but I dislike the idea of forcing someone into one. I wanted to know how she felt about it. Understood. Yamato drew his sheathed sword and in an instant, cut the ropes and gag restraining Carmela, as well as the blindfold, and then sheathed his sword with a snap. Impressive, but isn't that dangerous? Couldn't you have untied her by hand? Freed from her restraints, Carmela rubbed the rope marks on her wrists before turning to face me. Seeing her up close again, her long, wavy purple hair, pale skin, and slightly drooping eyes revealed her beauty. She had a great figure, too. You heard the conversation, right? What do you think? If the king of Dorson permits, as a vassal, I shall comply. She answered humbly, which was unexpected. But I have one condition. What is it? I cannot serve under someone weaker than myself. Interesting. Does she want to challenge me? Therefore, I wish to compete with Lady Frau for the position of the main queen. Carmela glared at Frau. What? Why does a fight for the position of the main queen have to happen? What does she think of falloon? Our nation is a peaceful, lawful country. We don't determine positions through combat. Wait, Carmela. Do you understand what you're saying? In our country, such things are. Everything is determined by strength, isn't it? Excuse me. I've heard that falloon values strength above all. That's not true. Is she mocking us because we're from the countryside? I looked at Gamara's. He devoted his life to legal reforms, making falloon a leading nation in the central region's law enforcement. He would surely correct Carmela's misunderstanding. Gamara's, do you have anything to say? Indeed, Lady Carmela is correct. What? Gamara's easily accepted Carmela's statement. Falloon was founded on Your Majesty's valor. While I strive for governance through law, it is backed by Your Majesty's strength. Without power, no one would obey the law. Moreover, Your Majesty is not immortal. One day, you will pass away. Therefore, the next ruler must also possess strength. Naturally, it's desirable for the queen to be strong as well. But you just said Frau is fine as the queen. Yes. I apologize for misunderstanding Your Majesty's true intentions earlier. You meant that you wouldn't demote Frau because of her status, but rather, positions should be determined by strength. How did he come to that conclusion? Don't twist my words. Desperately, I looked to Yamato and Brett for help. They're the more sensible ones among the muscleheads in the 100. They'll say something reasonable. Yamato, Brett, what do you think? With all due respect, Your Majesty. Yamato spoke respectfully. While Lady Frau is indeed a powerful mage, she is not a warrior. On the other hand, Lady Carmela appears to possess great strength both as a warrior and a mage. It's possible that a child born from Lady Carmela might be a superior warrior. Perhaps, we should consider giving her a chance. Does he think of children as horse breeds or something? And why is he looking so serious about it? Your Majesty. Brett kneeled. Strength is everything. That is the core belief of the 100, and I understand it well. I won't argue against it now. We all know that whatever you decide is right. Please, do as you see fit. Ah, this is bad. He's so earnest that he's accepted the 100's twisted ideology without question. Can't anyone here speak some common sense? Finally, I looked at Frau. I'll do my best. Yeah, I figured you'd say that. Even though her expression was as blank as always, I could tell she was happy. She's more of a 100 than the 100 themselves in some ways. Section. And so, everyone but me agreed, and somehow, it was decided that the queen would be chosen through combat. Completely against my wishes as the king. However, Frau added a condition. If Carmela lost, she would have to call Frau big sister and respect her. What? That condition is so strange. Apparently, Frau, being an only child, had always wanted a sister. She saw this as an opportunity to make Carmela her little sister. I guess even Frau has a surprisingly human side. Although the situation had become quite bizarre, Gamara's quickly summarized everything and then moved on to negotiations with the Kingdom of Dorson. He seemed to have contacted Dorson in advance using magical communication, and as expected, they weren't entirely opposed to the idea. It sounds like they're almost relieved to have someone take Carmela off their hands. However, explaining that Frau and Carmela would be fighting for the queen's position was a bit difficult. Eventually, they received a polite response along the lines of, "We don't quite understand, but do as you wish." Following that, the marriage, which was essentially a peace treaty, was officially accepted through diplomatic channels. Gamaras then suggested holding the battle in the arena, branding it as the ultimate battle for the queen's throne, the Thunder Emperor versus the Mad Princess. I wasn't so sure about that, but Gamaras persuaded me by saying, "It'll fill the national treasury." I'm weak when it comes to money. Carmela, on her part, contacted her home and brought in various weapons and equipment. Likely, some of it was specifically designed for fighting mages. Carmela seemed very confident in her victory. Now, she's occupying a large room in the castle with her maids, rearranging it to her liking and making herself comfortable. She's quite bold. Personally, I prefer more gentle women. Section. Is this really okay? The night before the match, I asked Frau when we were alone in our bedroom. I'm excited. Though her expression didn't change, her cheeks were slightly flushed, so she was probably genuinely looking forward to it. I couldn't quite understand that feeling. Just remember, don't kill her, okay? I wasn't worried about Frau's safety. I was concerned about Carmela's life. From what Yamato told me, she was quite skilled. If Frau accidentally killed her, it would be a disaster. Another war with Dorson would start. As a pacifist, I wanted to avoid that at all costs. Don't worry. I'll just make her my sister. That doesn't mean you're going to brainwash her with magic, right? Well, as long as she's alive. The day of the duel arrived. The arena was packed to capacity. Since this was part of the marriage ceremony, we had invited the King of Dorson to watch the match with me from the VIP seats. The King of Dorson, like Carmela, had purple hair and slightly drooping eyes. They looked quite similar, though he was about 10 years older than us and had a dignified face with a beard. He looked very much like a king. It dawned on me that he was technically my brother-in-law now. The King of Dorson brought with him the leader of the 5 Heavenly King, Simund. He was a middle-aged man with a large scar on his face and a huge sword on his back. Known as the Dragon Slayer, he was an S-rank former adventurer. Simund looked at me and the other members of the 100 as if he was trying to estimate their value. Upon meeting me, the King of Dorson said, "The culture of falloon is beyond our understanding." I'm sure he was referring to today's duel. I couldn't exactly say, I agree in front of my subjects. The duel was Carmela's idea, but we were the ones who decided to hold it in the arena and make it a betting event. So, I smiled and shook his hand to smooth things over. The amount of money bet on this event was the highest in the arena's history. The odds favored Frau, but the organizers had rigged it so they wouldn't lose money no matter what. Gamaras was delighted. Ever the opportunist, Gamaras had scheduled several preliminary matches before the main event. For some reason, I was expected to participate. Isn't this a bit odd? Why do I have to fight in front of my new brother-in-law? As a warm-up for my wife's and Carmela's duel? Won't this make falloon seem like a nation that solves everything through brute force? To maintain the appearance that falloon is a reasonable country, I should probably cancel my match. But Gamaras was too busy for me to approach him. As someone who usually does nothing, it was hard to interrupt. While I was hesitating, the first match began. In the center of the arena, facing off were Wanfu and Juza. Wanfu was a veteran member of the 100, consistently ranked around 20th. He was a massive bald man wielding a special mace called the Bloody Rod. Juza was a rising star who had quickly climbed the ranks. He had an orthodox style, using a sword with either one or both hands, and fought with agility and flexibility. The match saw Juza delivering quick, precise strikes, while Wanfu absorbed the hits and aimed for a decisive blow. That young warrior is quite skilled, the King of Dorson said to Simund. Indeed. His speed is impressive. He's well matched against that giant. Juza seemed to earn Simund's approval. But Wanfu wasn't a fool. He had faced this type of opponent many times. Despite taking some hits, he began to parry Juza's strikes with his bloody rod. Though his appearance suggested otherwise, Wanfu wasn't a sluggish fighter. While he was heavily reliant on strength, he was also quite agile and skilled with his weapon. He was conserving his energy by not moving much. Moreover, the bloody rod could absorb blood and heal wounds. So, even if Wanfu appeared injured, he was actually in good shape. In a way, Wanfu didn't seem entirely human, considering his appearance and all. "How strong would those two be in our country?" asked King Dorson, watching the fight with interest. "They might be candidates for the top 5. They could make it into our top 10. Lord Mars." King Dorson turned to me. "How strong would they be in falloon?" "Around 20th or 30th place." I replied. Rankings were rankings, after all. "Come on, Mars. Aren't they the top 2 in falloon?" King Dorson shook his head, incredulous. What is he talking about? As the fight went on, Juza's movements started to slow. He'd been moving constantly, and it seemed his stamina was reaching its limit. On top of that, attacking Wanfu without inflicting any visible damage was surely getting to him mentally. Initially, he probably thought he had a chance, which only made the fatigue more noticeable. It's common when fighting strong monsters. Wanfu had seen through Juza's fatigue. He hadn't fought in the 100 for so long for nothing. He was steadily wearing down his opponent, both mentally and physically. Then, Wanfu's bloody rod began to hit Juza. Those heavy attacks were difficult to block or dodge, steadily wearing down his stamina. Juza staggered under the onslaught, unable to defend himself. Wanfu seized the opportunity, striking with his bloody rod. Juza's sword was knocked away, and his body arced through the air, landing with a painful thud. "Is he dead?" King Dorson was horrified. "Most likely." Simund, though calmer, was still on edge, watching Juza's crumpled form. "Don't worry, he's alive." I reassured them, though they looked at me like I was crazy. Sad. Sure, Juza's body was twisted and he was coughing up blood, but this kind of thing was common in the arena. After Wanfu's victory was declared, the healer Ruedar rushed over, casting recovery spells. Only Ruedar could perform divine miracles so routinely. Juza's deformed body was bathed in healing light and quickly returned to normal. He even managed to stand, pulling out a gold coin to hand to Ruedar. The crowd erupted in cheers. Ruedar's healing magic was a spectacle in itself. Being a beautiful woman, she had many fans, who showered her with gifts from the stands, mostly valuable items. King Dorson and Simund watched in stunned silence. "Lord Mars." King Dorson finally spoke. "Is that healer a saint?" "There's no such greedy saint." "No, she's a priest who used to belong to an A-rank adventurer party. She was hired by Gamaras to assassinate me, but I defeated her and now she's working here. A lucky find, you could say." King Dorson's eyes widened in disbelief. "Simund, can adventurer priests use such powerful recovery magic?" When asked by the king, Simund shook his head. "No, even an S-rank priest couldn't perform such miracles. She must be a truly formidable spellcaster. Indeed, her healing magic is at the saint level." "Really? I don't think she's that great. They call her boss lady, after all." "I see. Mars, you have quite a sense of humor. So, she's falloon's secret weapon." King Dorson concluded, satisfied with his own interpretation. "No, I'm not joking. It's all true. Secret weapon? She's just a lucky find. Sure, she's handy to have around." Section. The second match was between Ogma and Yamato. Both had been waiting in the VIP seats but now stood in the center of the arena. With Ogma ranked first and Yamato fourth, their appearance elicited ecstatic cheers from the audience. "Those two seem quite popular. Are they really that skilled?" King Dorson asked, surveying the buzzing arena. "Yes, they're among the top 5 in our country." "Interesting. They must be much stronger than the previous fighters. I'm eager to see their skills." King Dorson's tone turned serious. Ogma was a well-balanced warrior. Though he wielded a greatsword, implying power, he excelled in strength, speed, stamina, and skill. He wasn't the top fighter in the 100 for nothing. However, he's a musclehead, so he's not very smart. Yamato, on the other hand, specialized in technique. Though not exceptionally strong or resilient, he compensated with refined swordsmanship. Initially, he lacked physical ability and enhanced himself by consuming monster meat. However, his swordsmanship is beyond the reach of others. He is talented and has devoted himself to it, and it would be difficult for others to become more skilled than Yamato. Now, they faced each other. Ogma rested his great sword on his shoulder. Yamato held his long sword in a relaxed stance. Both had removed their prisoner wristbands, indicating their intent to fight at full strength. A tense atmosphere filled the arena. Begin. Yamato's figure vanished as he moved. No, it just looked like that. In an instant, he was behind Ogma and slashed his back. Whoa! Ogma blocked the attack without turning, spinning and delivering a powerful horizontal slash. Yamato avoided it with a high leap. Ogma's strike, too strong to be called a sonic blade, hit the arena wall, causing it to crack and making nearby spectators scream. What was that? King Dorson exclaimed at the swift exchange. Monsters! Why does Falloon have such fighters? He was as stunned as Simund, who watched wide-eyed. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. Yamato, mid-air, kicked off an invisible platform created with magic to propel himself back at Ogma. This technique allowed him to create barriers as footholds. Ogma parried with his sword, but Yamato, landing, swung low, aiming for Ogma's legs. It was a hard move to dodge. Tch. Ogma clicked his tongue, stepping back, but Yamato pursued relentlessly. Combining sword techniques fluidly, Yamato's attacks were unrelenting, giving Ogma no time to breathe. From all directions, Yamato's strikes nicked Ogma, inflicting small but accumulating injuries. The audience cheered at Yamato's display of skill. So this is the level of the 100's top fighters. Simund murmured, having underestimated Yamato. But Yamato was an anomaly in the 100. The 100 wasn't about refined techniques. It was about raw power, embodied by Ogma. For now, Yamato had closed the distance, preventing Ogma from effectively using his long-reach greatsword, leaving Ogma seemingly on the defensive. Oh, Yamato's strike with the Kasegake, diagonal slash, landed on Ogma at the same time Ogma's kick connected with Yamato's stomach. Despite having his shoulder deeply cut, Ogma managed to counter with a fierce blow. Yamato's body was lifted slightly by the kick. Ooah! A dull sound escaped Yamato's mouth as if his stomach was about to come out. Take this. Ogma, having let go of his greatsword, landed a right hook on Yamato's face, followed by a left hook, despite his shoulder being slashed, and continued to pummel Yamato with bare fists. Yamato was beaten badly. The audience was in a frenzy. What are we witnessing? Isn't this supposed to be a sword fight? King Dorson gasped. This was a fighting style I learned from my master. Anything goes as long as you win. Ogma and his friends picked up this style from me. Winner, Ogma. The announcement declared Ogma's victory. Yamato, who had taken multiple hits while in the air, was in terrible shape, but Ogma was also badly injured, bleeding heavily from his left shoulder. Rueda quickly healed Ogma. With that priestess around, human life seems trivial. Simund sighed. Those kinds of injuries will heal with time, even without intervention. It's just a matter of sooner or later, I said, causing King Dorson and Simund to look at me with displeasure. Did I say something strange? When I was training with my master, I got hurt worse than that, but I eventually healed. Isn't that pretty normal? King Dorson could hardly believe what was happening before his eyes. Indeed, he had suffered a great defeat in the Battle of Bricks and knew that Falloon had powerful warriors. But witnessing it firsthand, their strength was beyond belief. 100's strength felt more biological than that of a knight or warrior. It was hard to believe they were the same humans. Even if all the knights of Dorson combined their strength, they wouldn't stand a chance. Now, it made sense that Kimblai was defeated. The audience in the arena was roaring in excitement watching 100's fight. If he weren't a king, he might have enjoyed it irresponsibly. But he wasn't. The fate of the kingdom of Dorson rested in his hands. These are formidable opponents. If they had to fight, a frontal attack would be foolish. They had to use cunning strategies. For example, using gravity magic to restrict Falloon's army or poisoning their water supply. As King Dorson pondered strategies against Falloon, the arena erupted in cheers. In the center of the arena, Mars, clad in black armor, had appeared without anyone noticing. Mars raised his hand, acknowledging the audience's cheers. Then, he removed the bracelet and ring he was wearing and placed them on a tray held by an attendant. "What is he doing?" King Dorson asked Gamaras, who was hosting in place of Mars. "He is removing the poison ring and gravity bracelet to show he is serious." Gamaras answered cheerfully. "Poison ring? Gravity bracelet? What are those? Do they grant resistance to poison and gravity magic?" "Quite the opposite. The poison ring constantly subjects the wearer to deadly poison, and the gravity bracelet constantly subjects the wearer to gravity magic. Is this some kind of ruse? A show for the citizens? Surely, they don't actually have such effects." King Dorson couldn't believe it. He didn't want to believe it. That wasn't something a king, or even a human, would do. It was suicide. "No, it's true. In fact, I have tried to poison the king many times, but I always failed. I also tried to immobilize him with gravity magic and kill him, but it was utterly useless. I have tried every method to assassinate him, but they all failed," Gamaras said cheerfully, recounting his attempts to kill his current master. If that were true, then poison and magic were ineffective against Mars. "Why were you forgiven?" King Dorson was puzzled that Mars would forgive someone who had tried so hard to kill him. "Isn't it obvious? Because our king is great." Gamaras spread his arms wide as if to express Mars's greatness, his eyes moist with admiration. He looked like a fanatic of a cult. "This prime minister is crazy too." King Dorson exchanged glances with Simund, and they both shook their heads. "Oh, by the way, the top rankers of 100 all wear gravity bracelets. They also eat monster meat regularly, so they are resistant to poison," Gamaras said, his tone returning to normal. "If I were you, I would never want to make them my enemies," he added ominously, making King Dorson feel increasingly despondent. There was no way to win against such monsters. Section. Warriors to face Mars began entering the arena. There were not just 1 but 10 of them. "Isn't he facing them one-on-one?" King Dorson asked Simund, no longer wanting to speak to Gamaras. "I've heard rumors that the king of Falloon fights against multiple opponents in the arena. I didn't take it seriously, but are those warriors weak? They aren't as strong as Ogma or Yamato, but they seem to be on par with the ones who fought in the first match." They were strong enough. King Dorson thought they might be arranging a lopsided match to showcase the king's authority. No, he hoped that was the case. Before the battle, Mars donned a black helmet. Once his face, which looked like that of an ordinary young noble, was hidden, a sinister aura emanated from him. For some reason, mages appeared on top of the arena walls and began chanting spells. What are they doing? It appears to be a physical barrier spell. Physical barrier? For what purpose? Who knows? I can't guess their intent. Ignoring King Dorson and Simund's confusion, the third match was about to begin. The 10 rankers of 100, armed with swords, spears, and axes, surrounded Mars. They didn't attack immediately but carefully measured the distance. They knew that if they didn't coordinate their attack, they would be killed instantly. Meanwhile, Mars casually held a long sword with a black blade in his right hand, not even bothering to take a stance. Time passed slowly, and the air grew tense. The rankers gradually closed the distance, getting within striking range. Someone let out a deep breath. No, it wasn't actually that loud, but in the taut atmosphere, it sounded particularly noticeable. At that moment, the rankers lunged at Mars simultaneously. Or at least, they tried to, but the man with a sword in front of Mars was blown away. Mars had moved like the wind and slashed him with his sword. The man barely managed to block the attack, but the force of the blow, visibly powerful, sent him flying into the barrier set up around the audience. What was that? King Dorson stood up from his seat, trembling. Everything was on a different level. Mars's strength far exceeded that of Ogma or Yamato, whom he had thought were the strongest warriors moments ago. Even Simund, standing by his side, was stunned, his mouth agape. Mars's onslaught, shrouded in black aura, was like an unavoidable natural disaster, and the rankers of 100 were defeated in an instant. Some managed to block Mars's attacks, but even that drew cheers from the audience. "Hey, that guy's improved," some spectators commented, smugly evaluating the 100 warriors. For them, Mars's victory was a given, and they were only interested in seeing how long the rankers could withstand him. The battle didn't last long. Mars quickly knocked away the rankers one after another, claiming victory in no time. The audience was excited, chanting, "Zeros, Zeros, Zeros," over and over again. There was a glimpse of a strong sense of unity, where they saw themselves, their country, and their king as one and the same. King Dorson slumped into the luxurious chair in the VIP section. "I'm glad I saw it with my own eyes." He felt fortunate to be there. If he had only heard reports, he probably wouldn't have taken them seriously. But now, having witnessed the strength of 100 and Mars firsthand, he had no desire whatsoever to fight falloon. King Dorson did not know the Demon King, but if one existed, he thought it would be someone like Mars. He knew not to engage with him directly. Section. When I returned to the VIP section after my duty, "Lord Mars, that was an impressive fight." King Dorson greeted me with a broad smile. His attitude was different from before. He must have thought I looked cool while fighting. It was embarrassing, like a gladiator slave, for a king to fight in the arena, but if it made King Dorson happy, it was worth it. As I took my seat, the magical loudspeakers announced the main event of the day, and the excitement in the arena grew even more. Today, challenging for the title of Queen of Falloon, is the third seat of the 5 Heavenly King of Dorson, known as the Mad Princess, Magic Swordswoman Carmela. With the announcement, Carmela appeared in the arena from the entrance. This time, she was wearing a black dress and holding something like a black parasol, walking gracefully to the center of the arena. She looked like a noble lady enjoying a stroll in her garden. It was hard to believe she was about to fight. The audience murmured at her out-of-place attire and Carmela's beauty. "That outfit looks suspicious," I said to Yamato, who was standing by my side. Yamato had sustained significant injuries in the second match but was fully healed by Rueda's recovery magic. "It's definitely equipment for fighting magicians. That parasol is particularly interesting. It's probably covered in magic inscriptions. Dorson's magical tool technology is impressive." Yamato said that the black dress must have anti-magic properties as well. King Dorson looked pleased at the praise for his country's technology. And now, the woman who loves magic and is loved by magic, who annihilates her opponents with lightning, and who has supported His Majesty the King with her magic rather than love, the current Queen of Falloon, Frau, the Lightning Emperor. From the other entrance appeared Frau, dressed in her usual magical robe and holding a large staff. She walked slowly, as usual, with an expressionless face. She was so small she could be mistaken for a child, but the people of Falloon recognized her and cheered, "Go, Queen, do your best." When Carmela and Frau took their positions, another announcement came. "Now, we will begin the match for the title of Queen of Falloon between Frau and Carmela. The match ends when one party is incapacitated or admits defeat. Are you ready?" Both nodded lightly. "Then, begin." At the start signal, Carmela snapped her fingers and launched a sonic blade. Frau deployed a barrier without chanting to block it and flew into the air with flight magic, starting a chant. While simple spells could be cast without chanting, higher-level magic required it. In response, Carmela pulled a dagger from her sleeve like a concealed weapon and slashed the air, releasing a much larger and more powerful sonic blade. Frau judged that her barrier couldn't block it and dodged with flight magic. That sonic blade is quite powerful. The dagger she's using must be a strong magic sword. The fan she used last time was for close combat against knights, but she brought the dagger for long-range combat against magicians. As Yamato explained, the sonic blade from the dagger maintained its power over distance, slicing through magical barriers. Frau avoided direct hits but sustained minor injuries from glancing blows. She didn't seem bothered. During this time, she finished her chant and began her counterattack. Countless balls of light floated around Frau, bursting into arrows of light that rained down on Carmela. Lightning. Frau's specialty spell, honed to the extreme in both precision and power. Carmela used her black parasol as a shield. Patterns emerged on the parasol, revealing the embedded magic inscriptions. The clash of lightning and magic inscriptions echoed with a loud explosion and cloud of dust. "Interesting technique," muttered Frau. Carmela seemed unscathed, having completely blocked the lightning. "Interesting? You seem confident." "This technique is my own creation, and it's not for defense." Carmela pointed the tip of her parasol at Frau and smiled seductively. "This isn't a defensive technique but an absorption technique. It absorbs the spell and reflects it back, like this." As the parasol's inscriptions activated again, its tip glowed with magic power, and the absorbed lightning was fired back at Frau. Frau, who wasn't as skilled in defensive magic as she was in offensive, couldn't block her own lightning with a barrier and took several direct hits, falling from the sky. Chapter 6. The Merciless Woman. As Frau fell, the crowd screamed. Carmela, showing no mercy, struck her with another bolt of lightning. True to her title, the Mad Princess, she was relentless. Just before hitting the ground, Frau spun and landed gracefully. Carmela, after absorbing the spells, closed her parasol and gripped it like a sword, charging toward Frau. The parasol, charged with magic, likely doubled as a weapon. Frau pulled several white fang-like objects from her sleeve and tossed them to the ground. They expanded, forming into skeletal knights, dragon fang soldiers. Created from dragon teeth with magic, stronger than most knights and favored by high-ranking mages for protection. 5 dragon fang soldiers armed with swords and shields appeared, blocking Carmilla's path to Frau. Carmela swung her parasol over her head. "Crush them," and slammed it into one of the dragon fang soldiers. The dragon fang soldier tried to defend himself with his shield with the smooth movement of a skilled warrior, but the parasol shattered the dragon fang soldier and his shield as well. It was an extraordinary destructive force. What mechanism powers that parasol? Magic increasing its mass to act like a massive club? Fascinating. Are such magical tools common in Dorson? Yamato was intrigued by Carmilla's weapon. Does that mean fans and parasols are used as weapons in Dorson? It might be a more dangerous place than I thought. That's just her eccentricity. She's always making weird magical tools, but only she can use them, so they're useless. The Dorson king answered. "I see. Still, it's an impressive talent." The Dorson king grimaced, likely regretting not being able to utilize his sister's talent for the kingdom. Carmela elegantly swung her parasol, defeating the remaining 4 dragonfang soldiers. Meanwhile, Frau took to the air again, casting a barrier spell and launching weaker lightning strikes in quick succession, not giving Carmela a chance to open her parasol. Bolts of lightning hit Carmela, but she remained unshaken. Carmela did not move at all. On the contrary, she is smiling with a smile on her face. This black dress is dyed with dragon's blood, making it resistant to magic, with anti-magic spells woven into it. Your magic is futile. Dragon's blood is expensive, and using it to dye a dress is extravagant. Typical of Dorson's troublemaker, wasting money like this. There's no point in continuing this fight. I prepared this anti-mage equipment specifically for this battle. Don't take it personally. The battle is decided before it begins. Preparation determines victory. Carmela laughed elegantly, assured of her victory. Preparation is important. I agree. Frau muttered from the air. Regretting it now? Admitting defeat? Frau shook her head lightly. I prepared too. Preparation? You mean the Dragonfang soldiers? They were merely shields. Last night, I buried it. The Dragonfang soldiers were the catalyst. Frau began chanting a spell. A magic circle appeared over the entire arena, gathering the remains of the shattered soldiers into its center. A magic circle, this large. Carmela was stunned by the glowing circle beneath her feet. The ground rose, and a skeletal dragon emerged from the gathered remains. What is that? The Dorson king leaned forward, staring at the skeletal dragon. The audience also panicked at the appearance of the huge bone dragon. That's a skeletal dragon. A reanimated dragon's remains, often stronger than the original and highly dangerous. Seamund explained, also surprised. A skeletal dragon, a powerful monster in necromancy. Rarely encountered, even I haven't fought one. I recognized those bones. I had given them to Frau after defeating it in the beast forest, never expecting her to use them this way. Ignoring the chaos, Frau mounted the skeletal dragon. Take her down. She pointed her staff at Carmela. The skeletal dragon reared its head, opening its maw to unleash a blue breath. Instead of burning, it decayed whatever it touched. Carmela leapt, avoiding the breath. I didn't prepare for this. Carmela complains as she runs around the skeleton dragon. If she stops, she will be the target of his breath. She then charged during an opening. Break. She struck its hind leg with her parasol, shattering bones. But the dragon counterattacked with its forelegs and tail. The attack is so powerful that it seems gouging the ground with powerful strikes. Carmela retreated, and the shattered bones regenerated. Do undead regenerate that easily? I asked Yamato. Likely Frau Sama is channeling her magic to regenerate it. I see. The strength of undead varies with the necromancer. Meanwhile, King Dorson and Simund watched the battle with pale faces. Take this. Carmela activated her mystic eyes. She stopped the skeletal dragon's movements and swung her parasol horizontally with both hands, unleashing a massive, sonic blade. Wow, even I can't do that. My sonic blade isn't nearly that large. That's practically magic. It's a feat impossible for someone with low mana. Yamato said, clearly impressed. The enormous, sonic blade split the immobilized skeletal dragon in two. Unable to maintain its form, the dragon crumbled with a loud crash. If given time, it might have regenerated, but Carmela leaped forward, smashing the dragon's head with her parasol. Interesting. The head must have been acting as a catalyst. Destroying it prevents regeneration. A smart tactic. Yamato praised Carmela's strategy. The crowd cheered wildly for Carmela, chanting her name. Even King Dorson was smiling with joy. Hey, where's Frau? The Frau who had been riding the dragon was nowhere to be seen. Look, up there. Someone in the audience pointed high into the sky. There was Frau, casting multiple magic circles in the void. Is she going to use Thunder Judgment? Not good. Tell the mages to reinforce the barrier. I ordered. For my match, we used a physical barrier, but for this one, the mages had set up an anti-magic barrier. However, the current level wouldn't withstand Thunder Judgment. Is she crazy, using a military-grade spell on a single opponent? Carmela's face was tense as she spread her parasol, preparing a counterspell. I wonder if she can deflect this too. Frau said, her expression unchanging, as she cast her spell. Thunder roared, and countless bolts of lightning struck down towards Carmela. Lightning clashed with the barrier, filling the arena with thunderous sounds and blinding flashes. Screams echoed from the audience. But the barrier seemed to hold. The mages had done a good job. When the magic ceased, Carmela stood in the center of the arena, holding the remains of her parasol. It couldn't fully absorb the magic, and the canopy had vanished, leaving only a broken handle. Her black dress was charred and tattered. Nearby, the skeletal dragon's bones had turned to ash and collapsed. I remember now. I always wanted an older sister. So, I'll call you Big Sister, Carmela said, coughing up black smoke before collapsing. It seemed her lungs were damaged. Such defiance, even in defeat. The winner is Frau, the announcer declared, recognizing Carmela's inability to continue. However, the audience remained silent, uneasy with the outcome. That was a bit much, don't you think? First the skeleton monster, now this? Frau went too far. Winning isn't everything. Carmela fought well, were some of the murmurs I heard. King Mars, wasn't that overkill? King Dorson complained to me, echoing the crowd's sentiment. Well, she won't die, so it's fine, I replied, watching as Ruedar led the healers to Carmela's side. Frau never knows when to hold back. Section. After the battle, King Dorson, having ensured Carmela's recovery, spoke to Simund in the carriage heading to their lodging. Simund, everyone from Falloon is crazy. Summoning such monsters in a match, using spells that could obliterate everything around them. It's insane. And their people watch it all with smiles. What kind of nerve do they have? You're right, Your Majesty. The people of Falloon are not normal. They are all highly skilled. Individually, we wouldn't fall behind, but there are too many of them. Sadly, the Knights of Dorson cannot handle them. I thought so. King Dorson sighed in resignation. Yes. Especially leaders like Ogma, Warren, and Crom. I can barely match them. Even Yamato, who was present today, is formidable. But the most terrifying is King Mars himself. I can't beat him. Even you, Seamund, the Dragon Slayer, can't? No, I can't. Marrying the Thunder Emperor shows he has unparalleled courage. King Dorson had hoped Seamund, whom he believed to be the strongest, might offer some reassurance, but his hopes were swiftly dashed. You're right. King Dorson recalled today's match. He could never imagine taking such a monstrous woman as a wife. But in any case, it's best not to antagonize Falloon. I agree. The 100 are stronger than rumored, comparable to the Central Continent's knights, if not stronger. And their king and queen are heroes. We cannot defeat them. In that sense, this marriage was a success. However, King Dorson looked out the carriage window. For such a country full of monsters, perhaps it's the right place for Carmela. He pondered about his troublesome sister, who had caused him so much trouble over the years. Chapter 7. Carmela's Banquet. After losing the battle for the Queen's throne, I decided to influence this country in another field. I never want to fight a woman who commands a skeletal dragon and uses magic that can turn an entire arena into ash again. While I am also known as the Mad Princess, behind the scenes, I am more than happy to let her claim the Mad title. As the king's wives, competing in such a savage area like combat was a mistake from the start. If she thinks a little extra magic power puts her above me, she's sorely mistaken. A person's worth is not determined by swordsmanship or magical ability. Trying to solve everything with brute force is what barbarians do. What I must bring to the backward country of Falloon is culture. This country has few nobles and shockingly unsophisticated culture. For someone raised amidst the splendor of central culture like me, this is intolerable. Even the royal castle is a stark, practical structure lacking any elegance. Speaking of which, during my fight with Yamato, some walls, ceilings, and pillars of the castle got damaged. The Chancellor, Gamaras, whined incessantly about repair costs. I should have just demolished the whole castle and forced a rebuild. Well, what's done is done. Anyway, as a noble, I must introduce a new cultural wind to Falloon. When it comes to culture, showing them paintings or sculptures right away would be pointless. These people wear prisoner bracelets as accessories. Teaching them to appreciate art is too advanced. I'd have better luck getting a monkey to write poetry. The starting point for teaching culture to these crude, uneducated people is through food. By introducing them to the sophisticated cuisine of Dorson, they'll realize how culturally backward they are. To achieve this, I must first thoroughly disparage Falloon's cuisine. Even if it's somewhat tasty, I will find faults and summon the cooks to berate them, driving them out if necessary. Then, I will install the top chefs I brought from Dorson as the royal cooks. This is not tyranny, it's a necessary process for Falloon's cultural development. And so, here I am, sitting with King Mars for our first private dinner. I can't wait to see what humble fare they serve. The servants brought in dishes on silver trays. What's on the menu? There's just a piece of raw meat on the plate. What is this? Are they trying to mock a queen from another country? I looked over at King Mars, who was eating a larger piece of raw meat without hesitation. Is this country stuck in a prehistoric era? Well, no matter. The worse the situation, the smoother my plans will go. I called for the chef at once. What is this? Do you think I'm an orc, serving me raw meat like this? Get the cook here, now. A cook? Ah, this wasn't prepared by a cook. Just as I suspected, the servants were trembling. I must establish who the mistress of this castle is from today. Anyone responsible for this dish, bring them here now. The servants hurried out of the room. King Mars continued eating his raw meat silently. The fact that he has no complaints about such a crude meal shows his strong but lax spirit. Taking control of this country might be easier than I thought. While I was smirking inwardly, a man barged into the room. It was Ogma, ranked number 1 of the 100. He symbolizes falloon with his muscle-bound body and mind. During the Battle of Bricks, he took over 50 knights' heads, making him feared even in Dorson. Are you the one complaining about the monster meat we offered? Excuse me. Monster meat. Not beef or venison. Is this monster meat? How dare you serve that to the king and his queen? This is outrageous. It's not outrageous. This meat is essential for building the strong bodies and minds of us 100, and it's part of the great King Zeros legacy. It's poisonous, but it increases strength and magic. Eat it quietly. Poisonous. And you're serving it knowingly? What on earth? Ogma sighed wearily. What you're eating is the most palatable of monster meats, killer rabbit. Even a 16-year-old new recruit can eat it. Though it might kill those under 16 or not yet fully developed. Kill? Did you just say it could kill? Shut up. You're over 18, right? You won't die. Look at His Majesty. He's eating the behemoth meat we all worked together to defeat. Eating that meat would easily kill an adult. Even I struggle to eat it. The only one who can eat it calmly is His Majesty. And here you are, whining about a little killer rabbit meat. If you are to be His Majesty's queen, you must show that you're up to the task. Behemoth. Behemoth is a colossal monster, on par with high-level dragons. It's also known as a walking disaster. The king of this country is eating its meat. When I looked over, King Mars was eating the meat silently and with intense focus, as if he couldn't hear any of our conversation. Behemoth is a monster that rarely appears, but because it's so huge, it has a lot of meat. However, in this country, only King Zeros can eat it without any trouble. The meat is preserved with magic and His Majesty eats it for every meal. Yes, behemoth meat is the proof of King Zeros' supremacy. His Majesty is always in a world far above ours. Ogma's gaze at King Mars shone with the innocence of a child. I couldn't understand it at all. Is the social rank in this country determined by resistance to poison? Ridiculous. I came from Dorson. I don't have to follow the barbaric customs of falloon. That's not gonna fly. You're already a member of the 100. You have an obligation to eat that meat. If you don't eat it, I'll shove it down your throat. Don't arbitrarily make me a member of the Berserkers. Ogma ignored my protest and stepped forward. Insolent. His intimidation made me instinctively snap my fingers and release a sonic blade. No, this was an act of self-defense. It's not my fault. Oh. However, Ogma effortlessly caught it with his palm. The room echoed with a loud noise as if something had burst, but King Mars continued eating in silence. That was dangerous. If it wasn't me, they'd have lost a finger. No, that should have had the power to take off a head, not just a finger. How could he catch it bare-handed? A sonic blade of that level won't even touch His Majesty. Didn't you come to this country to challenge His Majesty? Then you have to eat monster meat even more. If you don't have the courage to eat it, I'll make you eat it. I was terrified as Ogma slowly approached. I'll eat. So don't come any closer. I quickly turned to the raw meat on the plate, cut a small piece with a knife, and put it in my mouth. I almost lost consciousness. It's not a matter of taste. My body was rejecting it. It's clearly something that shouldn't be eaten. Holding back nausea, I somehow managed to chew and swallow it. The discomfort was so great that I drank the entire glass of water in one gulp. Still, it felt like the meat was writhing in my stomach. It was as if I had swallowed a bug in the shape of meat. See, you can do it if you try, Ogma said, praising me like a poorly behaved child. Do you really eat this kind of stuff? Just one bite was this bad. I couldn't believe they ate it every meal. We eat it. We start with weaker monsters' meat and gradually increase the level. Increasing the poison level? Do the people of this country have a death wish? I can't do it. It's impossible for me. Now it was time to beg. Ignoring Ogma, who seemed like a half-demon, half-ogre, I had no choice but to plead with King Mars. He had just finished eating his meat. With teary eyes, I looked at King Mars. "Your Majesty, I cannot eat monster meat. Please, have mercy. The trick is to shed a single tear here. As the most beautiful woman in the world, no man should be able to refuse such a request. Carmela." King Mars smiled warmly and called my name. "Yes, this is a success. I expect great things from you. Do your best." Saying that, the king swiftly left the room. Ha! Did he abandon me? Ogma placed his hand on my shoulder as I stood there in a daze. "His Majesty expects great things from you. You can't let him down." "No, even if God forgives you, I won't." Thus, Ogma watched over me until I finished eating all the meat. With tears streaming down my face, I took an hour to finish the meat, occasionally sobbing from the terrible taste and sadness. Needless to say, I had a severe stomachache that night. Section. Behemoth meat is still as awful as ever. I have to concentrate my mind and activate my body's poison resistance to its maximum, or I'll be poisoned while eating. Today, I had my first meal with Carmela, but because of this behemoth meat, we couldn't talk much. Just when I thought I had finally finished eating, Carmela and Ogma were having a conversation. Then, Carmela pleaded with me, "I don't want to eat monster meat." Yeah, I don't think she should have to eat such disgusting meat either. It's definitely better to eat like a human being. Also, I wish someone would do something about Ogma, who keeps bringing monster meat without being asked. So, I told her, "I expect great things from you. Do your best." Since Carmela came from another country, I hope she can abolish this horrible custom of monster eating that plagues this country. However, I can't say that myself, so I quickly left the room. Good luck, Carmela. Chapter 8. Carmela's life. From the day Carmela officially married into Falloon, her hell began. 3 meals a day, all consisting of monster meat. At first, she ate separate meals prepared by the cooks she brought from her home country, but it became too difficult to eat the monster meat without being extremely hungry. Moreover, eating the monster meat made her feel sick, and she couldn't stomach other food, leading to a vicious cycle. So, she stopped. Every meal, she regretted her past actions. Back in Dorson, Carmela would complain about the food, saying things like, "This isn't what I'm in the mood for, do you intend to feed me this? Or there's nothing here that I want to eat." She troubled the cooks and servants and wasted a lot of food. How extravagant I was. Now, I could eat all the food I wasted back then with pleasure. No, I'll never be picky about food again, as long as it's not monster meat. Despite this repentance, the monster meat in front of her didn't disappear, and with Ogma's watchful eyes on her, she had no choice but to force it down. And then came the night. As Mars's wife, she had to fulfill her duties at night as well. Moreover, since Queen Frau announced her pregnancy right when Carmela married, Carmela had to attend to the king alone for the time being. When Carmela's marriage was decided, one of Frau's attendants asked her, "Your Majesty, are you okay with this? His Majesty taking a new wife?" The attendant knew how close Mars and Frau were and worried that Frau might be hurt by Mars taking a new wife. "It's fine. I won't be able to move for a while." Frau had sensed she was pregnant at that time. Besides, handling everything alone is tough for me. The attendant didn't understand what Frau meant but assumed it referred to her duties as queen. There's another story. The capital city had many brothels, bustling with customers from the arena, including members of the 100. However, their reputation was dreadful. Not because they were bad customers, in fact, they paid well, making them top customers. But the higher-ranked members of the 100 were dreaded by the prostitutes. After one night of dealing with them, they would be exhausted both mentally and physically, so exhausted that they could not move for a few days. Even with good pay, it hurt business. Refusing them was not an option, so the members of the 100 were disliked by the brothels, though they didn't care. Monster meat increased not only their physical strength and magical power but also had significant effects on their stamina in other areas. Mars, the leader of the 100, was no exception. He was the most affected. Even Frau, who had little emotional fluctuation from eating monster meat, found it somewhat disturbing. But neither Mars nor Frau knew any other partner, so they accepted it as normal. Carmela, on the other hand, though inexperienced herself, knew many examples of queens who had manipulated kings through their nighttime activities. She aimed to do the same. While disappointed that Frau conceived first, Carmela believed that once she bore a child, she, as dorson royalty, would be favored, so she was eager to fulfill her nighttime duties. On the first night, her spirit was crushed. Exhausted and drained, she watched Mars wake up energetically, astonishing her. This is not a human, but a monster. If this continues, I will die. Carmela felt her life was at risk. And then she thought, if I do this, I will die someday. She thought that if her health deteriorated, she could return to dorson. However, her body quickly adapted, becoming healthy and fit despite initially falling ill. Even feigning illness was futile as Ogma would disperse the servants, drag her out, and force her to eat. And her misfortunes continued. One morning, about a month later, after her torturous breakfast, Yamato appeared. Lady Carmela, Ogma reported that your body has adapted to the food, so we will begin your training today. Her body adapted. Though her stomach no longer revolted, her taste had not adjusted. Did that count as adapted? And what training? Why did the king's wife need to train? Do I have the right to refuse this training? Having resigned to her fate, Carmela still asked. What are you saying, Lady Carmela? You possess extraordinary talent. Neglecting it would be blasphemy to the gods. The very existence of falloon is a blasphemy to the gods, Carmela thought, hoping for divine retribution soon. What does this training entail? Simple. You just need to return alive from the beast forest. Ah, she recalled that conversation when she was bound. They were serious. Left in the beast forest? That's not training, but a sacrificial ritual. But Carmela had an idea. What if she didn't return? What if she escaped to dorson? Fine. I will undergo this training. With a glimmer of hope, Carmela headed to the beast forest. Impossible. She would die. Deep in the beast forest, Carmela was in mortal danger. Despite being told only manageable monsters were there, the creatures were gigantic and strong. Logs for snakes, hill-sized boars, insects 100 times their normal size, plant monsters, spirits, undead, almost everything was a monster. They appeared endlessly, making continuous combat unavoidable. Her only choice was to fight while fleeing toward Falloon's castle visible from the forest. There was no other choice but to go there. Using all her power, she fought desperately through the night and finally reached the castle gates. Carmela wept. The city lights were dear, seeing people again was joyous, and above all, being alive was wonderful. Grateful for everything, understanding the meaning of life, she saw Yamato appear. He smiled. You still have strength. Shall we go a bit deeper next time? You have no heart. Enraged, Carmela snapped her fingers, sending wind blades at Yamato. Stronger and faster than before. Excellent. You've significantly improved since our last fight. Yamato drew his long sword, slicing through the wind blades. But some he dodged by twisting his body, unlike their previous battle where he only used his sword. Indeed, Carmela had grown. Having never put in real effort before, Carmela's growth was rapid. I can do it. Defeat this decrepit man and return to dorson. Her eyes turned crimson, activating her magical eyes, putting immense pressure on Yamato. Ah, your magic has improved too. Magical eyes are convenient. To counter with the evil eye, Yamato removed his gravity bracelet, calmly analyzing. This time, the magical eye's power exceeded the bracelet's effect, slowing him visibly. Go to the afterlife with your smug attitude. Carmela took out a fan, sending a powerful shockwave. Naturally, the power of this shockwave was also increasing. It gouged the ground, heading for Yamato. He leaped high to evade, but wind blades followed. You can't dodge this. Certain of her enemy's death, Carmela's crimson eyes gleamed with a cruel smile, beautiful yet menacing, like a demon. Not yet. Suddenly, Yamato's sword multiplied. No, his swift swordplay left after images, cutting through all wind blades. Mirage sword. Mateus technique? Carmela was shocked by her former colleague's move. She had once laughed at it as a small trick, but Yamato's technique was more sophisticated than the original, and seemed to manifest countless slashes in a single action. Moreover, Yamato created a foothold in the air with his magic power, and then he was heading toward Carmela at a furious pace. He maintained his movement, which had been increased by the mirage sword, and reflected it in his movement speed. Impossible. Carmela panicked at the sudden speed. She transformed her fan into a magic sword to counter, but Yamato disappeared before she could strike. What? It was the move Yamato used against Ogma, instantly taking the opponent's back. Too late to react, she was struck on the neck, her vision warping. Carmela's vision was distorted by a powerful blow to her neck from behind. But in her fading consciousness, Carmela also felt that she had indeed become stronger. Chapter 9. Let's enjoy delicious food. Ever since Carmela arrived, Falloon seems to have become a bit more lively. Despite her title as the Mad Princess, Carmela, being a member of the royal family of Dorson, is surprisingly sensible. Or perhaps it's just that the rest of our people is extraordinarily unconventional. Regardless, she offers various constructive suggestions. One of her proposals was to improve our meals. Monster meat tastes horrible. We're humans, not beasts. We should cook and eat properly. Eating it raw without using fire or seasoning is a barbaric act that tramples on human effort. That was Carmela's argument. She's absolutely right. That meat is nothing but poison. Being forced to eat it at every meal is like losing half of your life. In other words, half of my life is currently being wasted. However, there were objections to this sensible proposal. The main opponent, of course, was Ogma. Monster meat is best eaten raw. That way, you can become stronger. It's a sacred and inviolable iron rule of the 100. Sacred and inviolable. The 100 isn't that kind of organization. Who the hell made such an unnecessary rule? Well, it was me. No, it's not what it seems. I just didn't want to be the only one eating disgusting raw meat. So when Ogma and the others initially tried to cook the raw meat properly, I said, "No, you have to eat it raw. You won't get stronger otherwise." That's all I said. Of course, it's definitely better to cook it with fire or sprinkle some salt on it. I did that at first, too. But ever since my master forced me to eat it raw, it became a habit. Besides, there's no proof that eating it raw makes you stronger. My master probably thought that eating disgusting food was part of the training. So naturally, I thought it was only fair to increase the number of victims. I mean, companions. I never imagined it would become an iron rule. Anyway, the members of the 100 were vehemently opposed to Carmela's proposal to improve the meals. Why would they reject the natural human desire to eat delicious food? The opinion of Lady Carmela is perfectly reasonable. I support it. The only one who sided with Carmela was Rueda, the priestess. Feared and respected by the members of the 100, she is one of the few people in this country who can voice their opinions to them. Humans aren't beasts, you know? That kind of food is an insult to the gods who created humans. You should have more human-like meals. When Rueda, who usually takes care of them, said this, even Ogma and the others were weak. Seeing the hesitant executives, I decided to speak up. What's important is to try everything. If you dismiss others' opinions outright, you'll be trapped by preconceived notions. You all claim that eating raw meat is better, but isn't that just parroting what I said? Question even my words. Believe what you have verified yourselves. Got it? Yes. Ogma and the others knelt down simultaneously. It seemed they understood. So, we'll allow Carmela's experiment. Show us how you can cook monster meat. Thank you. Carmela elegantly bowed. She looks so princess-like and beautiful in moments like this. Wait a minute. Could it be that Carmela is the only sane princess left in this country? If the only princess we have is the Mad Princess, our country must be really short on people. Section. A few months later, Carmela reported that a new dish using monster meat had been completed. Apparently, it was created by a top-notch chef from Dorson who struggled quite a bit. Sorry for making you cook such poisonous meat. On the dining table were an array of dishes that didn't look like they were made from monster meat at all. There was a steak with a perfectly seared surface. The aroma of tender meat wafted through the air, the inside a rosy pink, with juices about to burst out. It's a mystery how they managed to cook that toxic meat so well. Slow cooked over a charcoal fire, the ribs emitted a smoky aroma. The surface bore the marks of the charcoal grill, slathered in a special sauce. The smell was irresistible. A soup simmered with aromatic herbs and spices along with the meat. It had a beautiful golden color. Apparently, the long simmering process with vegetables had infused the soup with the meat's umami. Who knew that meat had umami instead of poison? There was also a unique dish where thinly grilled bread-like stuff wrapped around char-grilled meat and fresh vegetables. It's a traditional dish from Dorson called doris. It was flavored with a tangy sauce and looked like it would sell like hotcakes at a food store. Even without monster meat, it's rare to find such delicious-looking dishes in Falloon. After all, our country is pretty rural. To prepare the monster meat, we soaked it in milk for a long time to remove the odor and make it tender. Zabro, the chef Carmela brought, explained nervously. He was an older man with a beard and white streaks in his hair, looking every bit the skilled craftsman. Using milk just to remove the odor, what a luxurious way to cook. It's not a method anyone in Falloon would think of. However, even though the odor was removed, we couldn't eliminate the toxicity. So, I haven't tasted it myself. Lady Carmela and Lady Rueda confirmed the taste. The chef said apologetically, "Of course, you'd die if you ate it. I guarantee the taste," Carmela said, placing her hand on her ample chest. "This is Dorson cuisine. It's a pity that we had to limit it to meat dishes, but no other chef could make that demonic meat so delicious. Indeed. It looks very tasty. I helped with the cooking too, but this is the kind of food humans should eat." Rueda, who supported Carmela, seemed confident in the dishes as well. "Well then, let's have His Majesty taste it first." Carmela served a plate of the food for me. Her wifely gesture made me happy. I'll gratefully accept it. Wait. Ogma stood in front of Carmela as she brought the plate to me. "You can't let His Majesty eat that." "Ha! Why? What are you implying? Do you think I'm poisoning His Majesty?" Carmela glared at Ogma with sharp eyes. "Don't mock His Majesty. If he were someone who could be harmed by mere poison, he would have long been dead from the monster meat's poison in his meals." Ogma shouted. "What are you getting mad about? Shouldn't you be questioning the fact that the king is constantly eating poisonous food?" "Indeed, Lady Carmela. If it could be killed by poison, I would have done so long ago." Gamaras chimed in. "So, what's the problem then?" Carmela, deflated by Ogma and Gamara's words, seemed to regain her composure. "King Zeros is a seeker of power. We can't let him eat meat with weak effects, even for one meal. His Majesty must always be without flaw. Can you not define my existence for me? I just want to eat the delicious-looking food in front of me. Then what do you suggest? We'll taste it. It's enough for us to make the sacrifice." With that, Ogma took a big bite of the steak. Delicious. As expected of a top-notch chef from Dorson. It's tasty. At some point, Frau had started nibbling on the doris like a squirrel. "This rib is exquisite. The sauce is amazing." Yamato was enjoying the rib as well. "This soup has quite a deep flavor. The meat, vegetables, and spices create a perfect harmony." Crom praised the soup. All my retainers, except for Gamaras, who couldn't eat monster meat, were enjoying the food. Meanwhile, Ogma was standing in front of me, blocking my reach to the food. "Is this harassment? Are you doing this on purpose?" "Ogma, I told you to verify it yourselves, didn't I? Why are you assuming this food has weak effects?" I rebuked Ogma with the authority of a king. "Just move aside, I want to eat the food too." "Yes. Of course, we verified it." "What? Come in." Ogma called out from beyond the door. Two young men entered the room. They still had the innocent look of youth on their faces, likely around 16, just old enough to join the 100. Though they looked very similar in the face, their bodies were completely different. One was slim but reasonably well built for his age. The other was more muscular, appearing larger even next to his brother. He could easily be mistaken for an adult. "Who are they?" New recruits for the 100. Ogma replied, pointing at the two. And twins. Twins. They looked similar, but their bodies were completely different. How so? Carmela asked, voicing my thoughts. I had one of them eat raw monster meat and the other cooked meat. For several months now. Before they started, their physiques were identical. Now, you can see the difference. Ogma spoke proudly. Isn't that human experimentation? Abel, tell us how you felt eating raw meat. Ogma called to the more muscular twin. Yes. At first, eating raw meat was tough, and I envied Cain for eating cooked meat. But as my muscles grew and I became stronger, I started to enjoy eating raw meat. Now, I wouldn't eat anything else. Abel answered firmly. And Cain, what about you? Yes. Initially, I thought eating cooked meat was easier and felt fortunate. But as Abel and I grew differently, and he became stronger, I've come to regret it. Now I wish I could eat raw meat too. Cain replied with frustration. This proves what His Majesty said is correct. This dish may be delicious, but it is unnecessary for the mighty King Zeros. No, that's not right. I thought. I see. In Falloon, where strength is everything, raw monster meat is ideal. Carmela said, sounding disappointed. Wait, why was she admitting defeat? I hadn't even tried the dish yet. For God's sake, please, argue back. Indeed. For His Majesty and the 100, raw meat seems most suitable. Ruedar added, also looking downcast. Wait. Are they telling me I should live off raw monster meat forever? I want to eat like a normal person. Looking around for support, I saw Zabro, the chef from Dorson, muttering sadly. So all my efforts were for nothing. This is my chance. Zabro, your efforts will not be in vain. I won't allow it. Your cooking will benefit all of Falloon. No one would stop me from eating the dish now. After all, it was for Falloon's sake. As I reached for the plate, Gamaras shouted. I see, Your Majesty. See what? What do you see, Gamaras? Crom asked. His Majesty intends for Zabro to experiment with monster meat to develop new cooking methods and create a unique culinary culture for Falloon. What? A new culinary culture? Crom tilted his head. Our cuisine has been lacking distinction. Visitors for the arena have often found our food lacking. But this dish, if we can make monster meat delicious, we can surely do the same with regular meat, creating a unique Falloon cuisine. His Majesty was aiming for this all along, Gamaras proclaimed, grasping Zabro's hand. No, I wasn't. I thought. Indeed, as expected of His Majesty. There is no waste in his actions. Crom agreed. Ogma, Yamato, and Carmela looked at me with admiration. No, that's not what I meant. What about my cooking? Zabro's face brightened. It will spread throughout Falloon, and you will be remembered as the pioneer of our culinary culture. Gamaras answered firmly. What an honor. I will dedicate myself to this. Zabro exclaimed, gripping Gamaras's hand. That's great, but can I eat now? Ogma noticed my expression and spoke. Your Majesty, sorry for the wait. You must be starving. Finally, I thought I could eat. I have prepared some fresh monster meat for you. Please enjoy. A piece of raw, poisonous-looking meat was placed in front of me. The difference between this and Zabro's steak was striking. They didn't even seem like the same thing. In the end, I ate the raw meat. My vision blurred, making it hard to see the meat clearly. All I remember is that it tasted awful. Afterwards, Zabro's dishes, promoted by Gamaras, spread across Falloon, becoming famous as Falloon's cuisine. Meanwhile, I still haven't tried those dishes. Section. It's been about a year since Carmela became my second queen. With Ogma managing her diet, Yamato overseeing her training, and Frau teaching her magic, Carmela has grown remarkably strong. Initially, she often cried, both at meals and in her bedroom, seemingly homesick. But now, she has adjusted quite well. According to her attendants, she has become kinder and more dignified. I believe Falloon's simple environment has changed her for the better. Recently, Carmela announced her pregnancy. With Frau having already given birth to a boy, this will be our second child. The 100 has also seen changes. Not only knights and warriors, but also maids and women have begun joining the 100. Apparently, seeing Frau and Carmela fight in the arena inspired others to believe maids could fight alongside knights, and that women could be as strong as them. According to Ogma, the 100 values strength above all, regardless of whether one is a mage or a woman. Well, that's all well and good, but there is a problem. There's a troubling rumor that strong women can challenge for the queen's position or become my wife. This rumor seems to have spread from tales of Frau and Carmela's fight, but it doesn't mean I prefer strong women. It just so happened that the queen is the Thunder Empress, and the second queen is the Mad Princess. Why do both my queens have such titles? Regardless, I don't want a muscular woman like an ogre vying to be my wife, so I planned to quash this rumor. However, unexpected opposition came. From Frau and Carmela. You should have more wives. Frau spoke with her usual emotionless voice, so I couldn't understand what she was thinking. Yes, as my sister says, a king should have more wives. For some reason, Carmela agrees with Frau. No, I love Frau and Carmela. I don't need more wives. If there's something I lack, tell me. I'll do my best to love you both, I protested. We don't need love anymore. Carmela rejected my sincere words coldly. Both my sister and I want you to more wives rather than love. Please, at least 3 more, she insisted. Why so many? I'm pregnant, and my sister is raising a child. We can't attend to you, Carmela declared firmly. Having fewer wives is better. It costs less and avoids future conflicts. Thinking this, I asked others for their opinions. Gamaras, having spoken with Frau and Carmela, said, Indeed. The queen's duties are demanding. Sharing the burden might be wise. He affirmed their argument as if he had something stuck in his back teeth. What duties? What are they doing? Then I asked the 100s. We should increase the number of them. The 100 members unanimously agreed, citing strengthening our forces. Thus, a selection event for new queen candidates will be held in the arena. Chapter 10. The conditions for a bride. Come forth, new queen of Falloon. Status, background, or criminal record doesn't matter. No etiquette required, no money necessary. We seek only strength. The king of Falloon awaits your application. This is the content of the bride candidate selection distributed domestically and abroad. Doesn't it look more like a mercenary recruitment ad? What exactly am I supposed to marry? Even if it's not the main queen, as a bride of the nation, we should at least check for criminal records. At the very least, I would appreciate an age or appearance restriction. I am seriously worried about what kind of women will gather. Though I'm not keen on this, if possible, I'd prefer a cute woman. If another absurd character like the Thunder Emperor or the Mad Princess shows up, what will become of this country's future? Despite my worries, a few months after the recruitment, a report came from Gamaras. Your Majesty, bride candidates have been gathered smoothly from home and abroad. Therefore, we plan to hold a martial arts tournament under the title of Bride Candidate Selection. We hope for your approval. Budokai, dance ball? A Budokai, martial arts tournament, Your Majesty. Oh my, it's quite an elegant selection process to sift through. Gamaras must have had some thoughts on this. Surely, he realized that a bride candidate needs some noble qualities. Of course, I have no objections. It's a good idea to select through such an event. Thank you. We plan to use the Colosseum as the venue. The Colosseum? How appropriate is it to have a dance ball in a Colosseum? Well, this castle isn't that big, and a Colosseum might be more suitable to introduce new bride candidates to the public. Very well. Let's hold the selection event at the Colosseum. Understood. I will proceed with the preparations. Thus, Gamaras prepared steadily, and the day of the bride candidate selection arrived. I, Frau, and Carmela watched from the VIP seats, with Gamaras, Ogma, and Yamato among other retainers by our side. It would be nice if there's a lively one, sister. In high spirits, Carmela spoke to Frau. Carmela's belly had grown, but it wasn't very noticeable due to her loose clothing. I'm looking forward to it. Frau was playing with our less than 1-year-old son, Arthur. Floating in midair. Frau was using levitation magic on our child as part of her post-pregnancy rehabilitation. It's scary, but Arthur was giggling with joy, so I had to silently approve. Several layers of magical barriers surrounded Arthur, making it quite safe, apparently. Gamara's, what kind of bride candidates are there? I wasn't informed in detail about the bride candidates. Yes. We've gathered the best from all over the continent for your new bride, Your Majesty. The best. Could it be that there are incredibly beautiful maidens among them? Despite the odd recruitment notice, choosing a nation's bride might attract high-level women. They're just entering. Please have a look. From the entrance of the Colosseum that Gamara's pointed out, dozens of women entered. Almost all were fully armed. Why are they armed for a dance ball? Leading the group is Minerva, who led the Dawn Thieves in the Casper Mountains. Known as Scarface, she has fought against various countries' subjugation armies and is highly skilled. Leading confidently was a large woman with a huge scar on her face. With long, reddish hair and a fearless smile, she was beautiful but looked undoubtedly wicked. A thief gang. Is that safe? She has a bounty of 1,000 gold coins, so there's no doubt about her strength. She reportedly boasts about coming to steal the nation, so she's mentally tough and should be fine. How is that fine at all? With a bounty of 1,000 gold coins, adventurers would flood the castle for her. Claiming to steal the nation sounds like a mere dangerous individual. Behind her, carrying 2 swords on her back, is Sheila, an S-rank adventurer known as Twin Swords. She's the favorite to win and the most popular. Behind Minerva was a woman who fit that description. Typically, A rank is the highest for adventurers, but S rank is a special rank given to those at the pinnacle, and there are very few of them. Wait, is Sheila staring at Minerva? Is she aiming for the bounty as an adventurer? Wait, what do you mean by the most popular? Yes, by most popular, I mean the odds. Besides the usual match bets, there's also betting on who will win overall. Thanks to Your Majesty, this event is also a big hit, with significant amounts of money already in play. This will enrich the treasury again. Gamara's said happily. Matches. Winning. Betting. A Budokai, dance ball, right? A Budokai, martial arts tournament, Your Majesty. Oh. Could it be that the characters are different? Wait, which country decides its marriage partner by having bride candidates fight? Are we some barbaric tribe from an unexplored land? This is why King Dorson says we lack common sense. Other notable candidates include Leia, the leader of the Flame Fox mercenaries, and Shirley, a renowned assassin. Gamara's listed more bride candidates. A mercenary and an assassin? No wonder those types gathered with such recruitment content. Your Majesty. Ogma called out. This time, we selected a representative from the 100. You might know her, Karen. Pointed out by Ogma, I saw a familiar face. Karen, who has been rising through the ranks in the 100 since she joined at 16, had recently become a ranker, albeit in the lower tiers. My acquaintance with Karen goes back a long way. When she was still little, she got lost in the monster forest and was attacked by monsters, and I rescued her. Karen's family was poor, and she had come to the forest searching for food. Feeling sorry for her due to our similar circumstances, I gave her some nuts and fruits I had gathered. I was curious if the forest's nuts and fruits were edible, but since I and the 100 members had poison resistance, we couldn't judge. Karen ate them, confirming they were edible, which was useful when we later developed the forest. Since then, Karen has clung to me. Calling me Big Brother was endearing, but after I became king, she started calling me Lord Mars. For some reason, Karen joined the 100 afterward, leading to the present. She was eager to fight Your Majesty, so she wanted to participate and not miss this chance. Why would she want to fight me to become my wife? Is she planning a marital spat? As I held my head in confusion, one of the candidates caught my eye. A red-haired woman wearing a plain white mask with a small white lizard-like creature on her shoulder. The moment I saw her, a chill ran down my spine. Hey, who's that masked woman? I asked Gamara's. The masked woman? She gave her name as Cassandra, but we don't have much information on her. Isn't that my master? I hadn't heard any rumors in the last 10 years, and she was missing, so why is she here? Having been out of the public eye for so long, Gamara's probably didn't realize she was the sword saint. The masked woman noticed me and lightly raised her hand. Yep, it's definitely my master. No doubt about it. I reluctantly raised my hand back. Your Majesty, do you know her? Gamara's looked at me in surprise. Gamara's, regarding the betting on the winner, I'm wagering my entire fortune on that masked woman. Section. The bride candidates gathered in the Colosseum exuded a fierce atmosphere. Now, we'll begin the bride candidate selection. Hold on. A voice interrupted the announcement to start the selection. It was Minerva. Becoming a bride is fine, but can we challenge for the main queen's position afterward? Like the Mad Princess did last year. I don't like playing second fiddle. I want that clarified. Typical thief, making such blunt statements and freezing the atmosphere. But since most participants seemed to agree, no one objected. Only Karen from the 100 looked flustered. Lively ones are welcome, but it's important to mind the place. Carmela stood up from her seat. You're going to be a queen, so you should start by kneeling before His Majesty. Though I thought to myself, you've never knelt either. Carmilla's blue eyes changed to a crimson hue. It was the magic eyes of gravity. Its power had significantly increased compared to a year ago. Not only had her magic and physical abilities improved, but the power of her magic eyes had also grown. The candidates who looked into her eyes began to kneel one by one. Minerva and Sheila, who were among the top contenders, managed to resist, but they were visibly struggling. As for Master, she watched Carmela with interest, remaining completely unfazed. You're doing quite well. Very well. The match will continue with those who are still standing. The rest are disqualified. If you can't withstand this level of power, you are unfit to be His Majesty's partner. If you want to be queen, win this tournament first, then challenge me. You're not ready to face my sister yet. Minerva couldn't retort to Carmilla's words. She must have realized the difference in their abilities after seeing the magic eyes. There were about 30 queen candidates, but only 8 were still standing. Minerva, Sheila, Leia, Shirley, Karen, and of course, Master were among those who remained. Gamara's, the organizer of the tournament, called the staff to make adjustments due to the significant changes caused by Carmela. He was quite adept at adapting to unexpected situations. After a while, an announcement echoed through the arena. We will now proceed with a martial arts tournament among the 8 remaining candidates. After drawing lots to determine the matchups, there will be a break, and the matches will start in the afternoon. The organizers were probably having a hard time dealing with the odds and other betting issues. They decided to take a short break before starting the matches. The candidates drew lots, and the tournament bracket was created. Honestly, I wasn't interested in the matchups. The winner was already decided in my mind. Master drew her lot and left the arena without even checking the bracket. I also stood up from the VIP seat, saying, I'll be away for a while. Section. Just as I thought, you're here. At the beast forest behind the castle, I found Master. It was the place we always met. The forest was quite a distance from the arena, but it was no big deal for Master or me. You've grown, Mars. Master removed her mask. Her face hadn't changed at all in the past 10 years. No, hasn't it changed too little? Master, you don't look like you've aged at all. Oh, I was frozen for about 10 years. My physical state hasn't changed. Master answered nonchalantly. Frozen for 10 years. Why? After leaving this country, I headed north to defeat the White Dragon on a distant island. The Northern White Dragon. Said to have lived since the Age of Gods, it appeared in fairy tales and was almost considered a deity. It was known for its breath that could freeze everything. So, you were frozen because you lost? No, I won. We fought for 3 days and nights, and I defeated it. But just before it fell, the White Dragon cast a powerful freezing curse. That's why I was frozen. If you were frozen for 10 years, can you really say you won? I thought, but I didn't voice it, fearing to upset her. So, is the White Dragon dead? The Northern White Dragon wasn't an evil entity. If anything, it was considered benevolent. Was it okay to kill such a being? No, it's alive. It's sitting on my shoulder. A white lizard on Master's shoulder chirped. Is this the white dragon? Yes. It seems it reincarnated while I was frozen. When I revived, it was in its infant form. It wanted to go somewhere while its body was still small, so it came with me. How did you revive? Normally, being frozen would mean death. I just kept up my willpower for 10 years. Only someone like her could do that. She should apologize to those who died from freezing. Can you communicate with that lizard? Yes. We can talk through telepathy. Nice to meet you. A voice reached my mind directly. It was a bit halting. This was the white dragon's telepathy. I see. Understood. So, why did you come to Falloon this time? Well, it took 10 years to thaw that cursed ice, and during that time, I did a lot of thinking. At first, I was considering my next target. Maybe a god, or a demon lord. I hoped she wouldn't do that, as it would be a global nuisance. But the long freezing made me think about the future. I realized I couldn't stay young forever, and I couldn't keep fighting all the time. Oh, the 10 years had made this battle junkie regain some humanity. So, I thought I'd have a child. Since I was born a woman, I wanted to raise the strongest child. Her educational plan was the worst. It seemed she never had humanity in the first place. A child? With whom? A dragon? A demon god? Only beings like those could keep up with her. What do you think I am? I'm known as a beauty, you know? Indeed, Master could be considered a beauty. Her personality was highly problematic, though. Have you ever dated a man? No. I never wanted to date someone weaker than me. With that condition, it's impossible for you to date a human, isn't it? The title of Sword Saint is given to the strongest human. There's no one who could surpass that. Yes. I decided to compromise on that point. I thought about who would be suitable. And I thought of you. Me? Yes. You had talent. I figured you'd have grown stronger in 10 years. Also, you'd be the right age now. She stared intently at my body. As I thought, you've been eating monster meat every day. You're wearing proper accessories, and you haven't neglected your training. There's no problem. It seemed she didn't see me as having slacked off. I was relieved I wouldn't be killed. But I didn't want to marry her. Why would I marry the person who put me through hellish training? The memories of that suffering flashed back, and I had no confidence I could love her. Master, the world is vast. Surely, there's someone more suitable for you. What are you talking about? It's perfect. You're looking for a new queen, aren't you? Didn't you say you seek only strength? I'm perfect for that. Yes, you are. Section. After parting with Master, I returned to the arena. However, I didn't go back to the VIP seat where my retainers were waiting. Although I left my seat naturally, this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If I stayed with them, I'd never be able to eat anything but monster meat. The area around the arena was filled with food stalls. Naturally, Zabro's meat dishes were being sold. They were highly praised by many, with people saying, "I've never tasted such delicious meat dishes." Yet, as king, I had never tasted them. But that ends today. I can buy and eat from the stalls. It's simple. Usually, I'm surrounded by retainers and can't move freely, but now I can. I ran to the stalls. I had plenty of money with me. No worries there. Gripping my gold coins, imagining the taste of the delicious meat I had dreamt of, my mouth watered. The area around the arena was lined with stalls draped in colorful curtains, emanating the enticing aroma of grilled meat and sweet and savory sauces. No one could resist this temptation. Before the afternoon matches, all the stalls were bustling. However, as I approached the stalls, I noticed a commotion. A group of 5 or 6 ruffians surrounded a female stall worker. They looked like a mix between mercenaries and bandits, dressed in filthy clothing and looking rough. "Please pay for what you ate." The stall worker bravely confronted the rough-looking men. "We know, don't we? In Falloon, as long as you have strength, you can do anything, right? Don't make a fuss over a piece or two of meat. Didn't King Zeros take over the country by force? This is nothing compared to that." The leader, a skinny man with a fox-like face and sly eyes, mocked her. He wore dirty armor and carried a curved sword at his waist. What a terrible misunderstanding. Do they think Falloon is some kind of lawless land? This is a proper nation governed by law, you know? His Majesty is strong enough to conquer a nation, so he is allowed. In Falloon, merely being a thief is not tolerated. The female shopkeeper retorted. No, that's not what I meant. I want you to reject the idea that being strong makes it okay. Strength alone isn't everything, you know? Then it's not a problem. Our boss will become the Queen of Falloon. When that happens, we'll be under King Zeros' command. Got it? Oh, so they're Minerva's subordinates. The Dawn Thieves, if I remember correctly. No wonder they're so unruly, they're a band of thieves. I'd rather avoid trouble and just eat my meat, but if someone recognized me, they'd probably say, His Majesty was eating meat while abandoning his subject. Then Ogma and the others would find out I snuck out for a bite. I guess I have no choice but to step in. You need to pay for what you take. I approached the members of the Dawn Thieves and spoke gently. Using violence right away is not an option. Falloon is a country of order. Although I'm not wearing anything flashy for the sake of mobility, my attire is of high quality. It should be clear that I hold a certain status. What do you want? A fox-like man snarled at me. He didn't recognize my face, typical outsider. I'm the Zeros you mentioned. I revealed my identity as the king. I've always wanted to do this. Like in those stories where everyone trembles and goes, Oh, mighty king, Zeros, the king? The foxman sneered. There's no way a spoiled noble like you could be King Zeros. King Zeros devours monster meat and drinks their blood. They say he has a demon's face and an ogre's body. If you're going to impersonate him, look in a mirror first. A demon's face and an ogre's body? That's not even remotely human. Yes, that's right. The shopkeeper added, looking worried. King Zeros wears cursed armor that he can never remove, always searching for an opponent to satisfy his bloodlust. I appreciate you trying to help, but impersonating him will get you killed by the 100. It seems even the common folk don't recognize my face, thinking their king is just the black armor. Well, since I always wear black armor in the arena and my face is hidden by my helmet, it's no wonder they don't recognize me. Next time, maybe I should mint some coins with my face on them. No, I really am him. Anyway, you need to pay. Falloon is a lawful nation. We don't solve things with brute force. Ha. As if we need to hear that from someone pretending to be Zeros. If you're really Zeros, prove your strength. The other members of the Dawn Thieves jeered, mocking me. I'm telling you, violence isn't the answer. We're humans. We can communicate, right? You don't have to act like a fox. What? A fox, you say? Apparently, he didn't appreciate being called that. A vein throbbed on his forehead. He called our boss a fox. That's forbidden. The other thugs were riled up. It can't be that bad if it's that accurate. I thought you were trying to look like one. You're dead, you hear me? The foxman drew a curved sword, a scimitar. A weapon favored by thieves, effective against unarmored opponents but less so against those in armor. Ah! The shopkeeper screamed as the gathered onlookers stepped back. A country where no one recognizes their king's face. What a place. Wait, let's talk. Put down your weapon, fox. Violence isn't good. I tried to reason with him. Using force is easy, but as a king, I must be a role model for my people. I want to resolve this with words. Don't call me a fox. Ignoring my plea, the foxman attacked. He had good form, clearly experienced. I caught his strike with my index and middle fingers. Cool, right? What? The foxman was shocked. I applied a bit more pressure, and the scimitar's blade shattered with a crisp sound, falling to the ground. What the hell are you? What did you do? Didn't he find my cool move impressive? It's a skill that requires a significant difference in ability. Can you please apologize already? Get him, everyone. At the foxman's command, the other 5 thieves rushed at me with various weapons. Wait, let's talk. I tried to stop the first man with a scimitar, lightly touching his chest, but he flew backward dramatically. Stop the violence. The next man came at me with an axe, so I kicked it away, breaking his arm. He screamed in pain. Fighting solves nothing. The third man attacked from behind with a sword. I grabbed his arm and threw him, causing the ground to crack. He coughed up some blood but should be alive. Relying on strength is barbaric. The fourth man hesitated, so I tried to reason with him, but I accidentally crushed his shoulder. He exaggerated his pain, but he clearly wasn't tough enough. Listen to me. I grabbed the helmet of the fifth man from behind, but it shattered, and I ended up holding his head directly. Something cracked unpleasantly, and he collapsed. Sigh. I wanted to resolve this with words, but it didn't work out. I decided to lecture the trembling foxman instead. Hey, I told you to stop the violence, didn't I? Why yes. His voice was weak like a frightened girl's. Why do you rely on force so quickly? You have a mouth, don't you? Violence solves nothing. The foxman nodded shakily. Finally, he seemed to understand. Words are important. Are you willing to pay now? Tears streamed down the foxman's face as he nodded vigorously. Good, that's settled. King Zeros. I noticed that everyone around had knelt. Your merciless strength is just as we see in the arena. We are convinced you are King Zeros. The shopkeeper said respectfully. I felt a bit misunderstood. Oh, no need to be so formal. I didn't come here to flaunt my status as king. I was just hungry and wanted something to eat. I'll pay, of course. This smooth remark should have improved my standing among the people. But the gathered crowd looked tense. No, Your Majesty, we have nothing worthy to offer you. We apologize. The shopkeeper pressed her head to the ground. What? Why? Everyone knows King Zeros lives on monster meat and blood. We only have regular meat here, unfit for you. What kind of reputation is that? Who lives like that? Oh, wait, I do. If word got out that we served ordinary meat to King Zeros, the 100 would be furious. They boast that King Zeros has eaten monster meat since birth. If we served anything else, they'd never forgive us. I haven't eaten monster meat since birth, but thinking about it, Ogma and the others might indeed take it out on the shop. They're basically thugs. That wouldn't be fair to the shop. I see. Sorry for the trouble. I left the shop quickly. The feel of the coin in my hand was hollow. I really wanted that meat. What am I going to do? As long as I'm in this country, it seems I can't eat regular food. Chapter 11. Selection for the Queen candidate. As the start time of the tournament approached, I returned to the VIP seats. The tournament brackets were already posted everywhere. Even the names of Minerva, the leader of the Dawn Thieves, and my master were listed, despite the trouble they caused earlier. The thought of my master becoming my spouse was unsettling. She had been my mentor, was about 10 years older, and frankly, it felt awkward. Is there anyone among the other 7 participants who could defeat my master? But then again, having a monster capable of defeating my master marry into the falloon royal family would be problematic in its own right. My only hope is the white mask my master is wearing. It's a cursed mask that, once worn, completely blocks her vision. My master wears it for training, claiming it helps her perceive enemies by their presence alone. I find it hard to understand why she puts herself through such an ordeal. Why not just use her eyes? She chose the white mask because it was cursed and difficult to remove. Did she think the curse was an added feature? Eventually, she developed a resistance to the curse and can now take it off easily. I also asked my master not to use any weapons. If you use your sword, you'll kill your opponent. Please fight unarmed, I said. Understood. She readily agreed. With her vision impaired and without weapons, her opponents should have a fighting chance. All I can do now is pray for the other candidate's success. As I returned to my seat, Gamaras approached me. Your Majesty, will you be participating in the betting this time? Yes. I'll bet everything I can on Cassandra. Prayer and reality are separate things. Section. Finally, the tournament to select the princess candidate began. The arena was packed, as the fight would determine the new bride for Falloon. It's frightening that the people have no objections to choosing a woman for the royal family in this manner. The first match was Minerva versus Leia, a battle between the leader of the thieves and the head of a mercenary group, both fierce women. Minerva wielded a long battle axe like a spear, while Leia took a more traditional approach with a sword and shield. Personally, I hoped for Leia to win. With her short, neatly cut blonde hair and masculine charm, she seemed more appealing than the scarred, larger Minerva. Purely a matter of appearance, of course. The match unfolded with Minerva swinging her battle axe like a whip, while Leia defended and waited for an opening. Both were seasoned fighters. They managed their groups well and had considerable skill. They were about 50th in strength within the 100, give or take. The fight reached a stalemate until Minerva, showing signs of fatigue, made a wide swing with her axe. Leia seized the moment and stepped in. However, it was a trap. Minerva swiftly switched her grip on the axe and used the blunt end to knock Leia's sword away, then immediately pressed her attack. Disarmed and cornered, Leia admitted defeat. Handling such a long battle axe with ease requires significant strength and skill. Using the blunt end so effectively is impressive. Yamato praised Minerva. Her boastful strength appeared genuine. But she's only slightly less undesirable than my master. Section. The second match was my master versus Noah. Noah was a mage, robed and carrying a staff. Her magic is decent, Frau assessed. That meant Noah was quite capable. Her long, flowing brown hair was beautiful, and she had a cute face. If possible, I'd prefer someone like her to win. I sincerely hoped she would. As promised, my master was unarmed. Cassandra, where is your weapon? The announcer asked. Unnecessary. My master replied curtly. All right, go, Noah. You can do it. I silently cheered for Noah. Before the match started, Noah had prepared a spell and launched a fireball at the outset. Fast, Frau noted. Noah's casting speed impressed her. Although it's not chantless, the power and speed of that spell are impressive. Even Carmela, who rarely praised others, acknowledged Noah's skill. The fireball grew large enough to engulf a person and flew towards my master. Quite powerful. Frau murmured. Could this be it? But my master caught the impressive fireball with her bare hand. What? Noah gasped. Then, my master crushed the fireball with just her grip. The sight of the huge fireball being physically crushed seemed like magic. But it was the fireball that was magical. The audience was stunned. You use magic, but do you have any other spells? My master seems to be planning to fight other magic as well. Taking it as a provocation, Noah began chanting another spell. Breath of the White Dragon, Spirit of the Far North, Frozen Shackles, Eternal Throne of Ice. It was likely a powerful ice spell. However, the white dragon mentioned in the spell was currently perched on my master's shoulder. Glacial Prison. A white crystal mist manifested from the spell, enveloping my master like a cocoon and instantly freezing her completely. My master now looked like an ice sculpture. I overdid it, Noah said, her cute face contorting. She must have thought she killed her opponent. But then, a cracking sound echoed. The ice encasing my master began to crack. I knew this would happen. My master had once shattered the ice of a white dragon with sheer force. The ice shattered back into white crystals, revealing my master, unmoved from her original stance. Anything else? She asked, unscathed and still wanting more spells. Please stop. Are you trying to break her spirit? It's impossible. I surrender. Noah, her spirit broken, admitted defeat with tears in her eyes. It was a pity because even her tearful expression was adorable. The audience buzzed at the spectacle of my master catching and crushing a fireball, breaking free from being frozen solid. Who is this Cassandra? Does she possess some special power against magic? Yamato asked, astonished. No, it's not a special power. It's sheer determination. That's the kind of person my master is. Section. The third match was Sheila versus Shirley. A battle between an S-rank adventurer and a master assassin. What was this fight supposed to decide again? The world's strongest woman? Sheila, with her striking silver hair and dignified face, is honestly a beauty. In contrast, Shirley's face is hidden by a veil, but I believe she's beautiful too. Sheila, clad in silver armor and wielding a sword in each hand, faces off against Shirley, who is dressed in a long, black cloak and veil, holding daggers in both hands. As soon as the match begins, Shirley throws her daggers, but Sheila easily deflects them with her sword. Shirley pulls out more daggers and throws them, but Sheila handles these just as effortlessly. However, the deflected daggers float in the air and fly back towards Sheila. For daggers float, moving as if they have a will of their own. Looking closely, nearly 10 more daggers are floating around Shirley. That's a rare skill for an assassin, remarks Carmela. Well, you also use some pretty unusual techniques, like snapping your fingers to create a sonic blade or waving your fan to send out shockwaves. Sheila, an S-rank adventurer, handles the more than 10 daggers skillfully, dodging those that come from behind as if she has eyes on the back of her head, earning applause from the audience. Sheila then charges towards Shirley to go on the offensive. Shirley draws 2 more daggers, ready to intercept. Both move at lightning speed, swinging their weapons deftly. Shirley has no time to control her other daggers. Dual wielding is difficult, but they're both doing a fine job. I might ask for some pointers. Yamato comments, impressed. Indeed, dual wielding is tough. The body tends to open up, making it hard to apply force properly. While it might not be as difficult with daggers like Shirley's, Sheila's skill in wielding 2 regular swords is exceptional. Her core strength is impressive. Sheila gradually corners Shirley, closing the distance between them. Suddenly, Shirley's veil comes off, revealing her tanned face. Good, she's pretty enough. Did something just come out of her mouth? Sheila quickly dodges and resets. In that moment, Shirley uses her floating daggers to counterattack. Poison darts, mutters Yamato. Just as I thought. It seems Shirley spat poison darts at Sheila. Sheila reacted swiftly. Having a wife who can spit poison darts is a bit unsettling. But the poison darts were Shirley's last resort. Despite recovering momentarily, the difference in their abilities was clear. Sheila calmly handles Shirley's counterattack and finally places her blade at Shirley's neck, deciding the match. Section. The 4th match, Karen vs. Sasha. Sasha is the daughter of a knight and is now an adventurer. Unusually for this tournament, she follows knightly etiquette with a traditional sword and shield stance. She has a bit of elegance about her, with blonde hair and blue eyes, a beautiful young lady. Why did she enter this tournament filled with monsters? Poor thing. Given her background and manners, Sasha is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for a queen. Karen, who belongs to the 100, is a familiar face in the arena, receiving lots of support from the audience. With short brown hair and eyes, her trademark headband gives her an energetic look. She's charming and cute, so it's no surprise she gets cheered on. She wields a long sword with both hands. As the match starts, Karen charges in. This bold style is part of Karen's appeal. With her explosive power, it's tough to counter her. Sasha blocks Karen's initial strike with her shield, but before she can counterattack, Karen swiftly circles around and continues her assault. Karen's agility is reminiscent of a killer rabbit. While Karen has the upper hand in basic strength and speed, Sasha is well trained, effectively blocking Karen's attacks. That's some good swordsmanship. You can see the results of her training. No gaps, no waste. She knows how to fight strong opponents. Yamato praises Sasha's performance. Sasha conserves her energy by minimizing her movements, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Karen, on the other hand, seemed to be a little exhausted and her breath was getting short. Seeing this, Sasha seizes the chance to counterattack, methodically and cautiously, like she's hunting a monster. As Karen gets cornered, the crowd's support grows louder. Buoyed by their cheers, Karen raises her long sword with both hands. Her stance is full of openings, but Sasha stepped in right away, but Karen swung her sword with all her strength, aiming to slam it down. Sasha tried to block the attack with her shield, but the force was much stronger than she expected, knocking her down. Karen kept attacking with the same intensity, spinning like a whirlwind. Sasha quickly tried to catch her with her sword, but the powerful attack knocked her sword out of her hands, leaving her defenseless. Admitting defeat gracefully, Sasha acknowledges her loss. After the match, they promise a rematch and shake hands. A bit too forceful. That reckless attack is typical of the 100. She should learn more proper swordsmanship, like Sasha. Yamato says with a complex expression. He loves swordsmanship, so he preferred Sasha's style. I preferred Sasha too. Her face, that is. Section. Semifinal Match 1, Minerva vs Master. You use an unusual technique to hold back magic with your hands. What a rare skill, but how will it fare against my axe? Minerva says with a confident smile. Same thing. It won't change. Master replies. It looks like she's responding to provocation with provocation, but Master is just stating a fact. She doesn't distinguish between physical and magical attacks. She believes everything can be overcome with willpower. God, please give Minerva the strength to win. I pray for Minerva's victory. As the match starts, Minerva quickly swings her battle axe at Master. But, although Master is supposedly blind, she avoids it with minimal movement and grabs the axe's handle with one hand. Is that mask really blocking vision? Even if she could see, those movements are incredible. What? Minerva tries to shake Master's grip off by putting more strength into her arms, but he doesn't budge. Instead, Master lifts both Minerva and her axe with one hand. Her strength is ridiculous. Well, she's been like that since I met her. Master swung the war axe with full force, sending Minerva flying towards the arena wall. She crashed into the wall at a tremendous speed, causing it to crack. Could you go a bit easier? The wall didn't deserve that. Minerva barely managed to stand up, but then the war axe flew past her face and embedded itself in the wall. Master had thrown it. Eek. A pathetic sound escaped from the usually confident Minerva. That was close. Throwing things while being blind is dangerous. Her face nearly got smashed. Pick it up. Once more. Master started walking towards Minerva slowly. Is it just me, or does it feel like she's radiating killing intent? Meanwhile, Minerva looked at the war axe stuck in the wall beside her in a daze, then turned her gaze back to Master. She was trembling like a newborn fawn. Please, spare my life. Help me. Sensing the danger instinctively, she began to plead for her life, rendering her unable to fight. Master was declared the winner. I don't blame her. Who'd want to fight that? The overwhelming difference in power caused a stir in the arena again. Who is that Cassandra woman? She seems to know you, my king. Gamaras asked. She is my master, Cassandra the Sword Saint. I finally confessed something I'd been meaning to say but hadn't. There was no point in hiding it anymore. What, the red demon Cassandra? I haven't heard anything about her for a long time. She was in hibernation for about 10 years. It would have been better if she'd stayed asleep forever. Don't mention her title, though. It might cause trouble. I watched my master's back as she left the arena. Section. The second match of the semifinals was Sheila versus Karen. Once again, Karen charged in full of energy. Think about your opponent, will you? You're going to get yourself killed. Sheila, who wielded dual swords skillfully, deflected Karen's attacks with one sword and counterattacked with the other. Karen frantically backed away. The difference in their skill was obvious. Maybe she learned a bit, as Karen switched to hit-and-run tactics using her quick reflexes, but Sheila left no openings. The more Karen moved, the more she exhausted herself. Finally, Karen tried to break through with a reckless spinning attack, like she did against Sasha, but Sheila easily dodged it. If it doesn't hit, it's meaningless. After that, Sheila's brilliant swordplay overwhelmed Karen, and the match was over in no time. Her opponent was too strong. That Sheila woman is quite skilled. She'd rank high among the 100. Still, Karen did well. She has improved enough to even fight her. Ogma praised Karen's efforts. The audience gave Karen a warm round of applause as she cried after her defeat. Is it really something to be that upset about? Do you want to be a queen that badly? I don't mean to brag, but all my queen are monsters like Frau and Carmela. You'd be happier living an ordinary life. Section. And so, the final match of the queen candidate selection began. It was Master versus Sheila. Both had shown overwhelming strength to get this far, but the betting odds favored Master. Naturally, I bet on Master too. But my heart was cheering for Sheila. Please, defeat Master. I'd sacrifice my bet for that. She's a beautiful, cool, silver-haired woman after all. Master's expression was hidden behind a mask, but Sheila looked tense. At the start of the match, Sheila's dual swords began to shine. One emitted a red glow, the other a blue one. Are those magic swords? Or do they have magical enchantments? Yamato muttered with interest. Both, actually. That sword is the type that can't demonstrate its true value without magical power. Carmela answered Yamato's question. They get along surprisingly well. Sheila, with her glowing swords, closed in on Master and began swinging them at an incredible speed. Even Master couldn't block such powerful magic swords with her bare hands, so she avoided them with swift movements. Sheila's sword movements created multiple light trails, making for a fantastic sight. That's Mirage Sword. Using it with dual wield is impressive. As an S-rank adventurer, Sheila's skills were indeed remarkable. I wondered why she even volunteered as a queen candidate. But even so, her swords couldn't reach Master. Continuously using Mirage Sword had its limits. Gradually, Sheila began to tire, and her movements slowed. Master took advantage of this. Closing the distance in one step, she landed a powerful palm strike on Sheila's jaw in a counterattack. Sheila flew through the air, bounced once on the ground, and lay still. That looked painful. It reminded me of my tough training days with Master. After a moment, Sheila used her swords to support herself as she struggled to stand. Her valiant effort drew cheers from the audience. What irresponsible people. She'd be better off staying down. Ignoring the crowd, Master slowly approached Sheila and delivered a strong kick to her stomach. Gah! With a sound like she was about to vomit her organs, Sheila was kicked into the air and landed motionless on the ground. The winner is Cassandra. The announcement echoed through the arena, declaring Master's victory, as Sheila was clearly unable to continue. But the arena was silent. Everyone was probably stunned. It felt like witnessing an unpleasant act of violence. It was painful to watch. I've experienced it many times myself. Thus, it was decided that my master, Cassandra, would become my third queen. For now, I vowed to myself not to oppose her. A marital spat could be a matter of life and death. Chapter 12. Cassandra. After the selection for the queen candidates, the selection committee, composed of Frau, Carmela, Gamaras, Ogma, and Yamato, decided to accept Sheila, the runner-up, as the fourth queen. Why didn't anyone ask for my opinion, the one getting married? As for the other 30 or so candidates, except for Karen from the 100, most were taken under Carmilla's wing. According to Carmela, it's unfair that my sister has a direct mage corps, but I don't. Well, the mage corps is a legitimate falloon unit, but it has become completely Frau's private army. Surprisingly, there were no objections to Carmilla's seemingly selfish proposal. The consensus was that with the number of queens increasing, it would be beneficial to have more women capable of both guarding and fighting. Where do queens with titles like Thunder Emperor, Mad Princess, Sword Saint, and Dual Swords need protection anyway? Nonetheless, a direct unit under Carmela was formed, named the Palace Knights. Despite being pregnant, Carmela was dedicated to the training of the Palace Knights. She wanted to subject them to the same rigorous training she received in Falloon. Carmela personally fed her new subordinates monster meat and guided them deep into the beast forest. She showed an unexpectedly nurturing side. As for my master, she was enjoying her status as Falloon's queen. Occasionally, she trained me or sparred with the top members of the 100, like Ogma, Yamato, Crom, and Warren, though it was mostly one-sided beatings. Ogma and the others seemed to enjoy it, which made me question their sanity. My master was almost always in my bedroom at night. I felt a bit guilty toward Frau and Carmilla, so I invited them as well, but their responses were dismissive. Child-rearing is difficult, and I'm pregnant, so I can't join you. Maybe they dislike me. Your subordinates are quite formidable. No other nation has gathered such strong individuals. Master said, lying beside me in bed. but to spread the consumption of monster meat to so many people. I thought only a few could eat it. You organized those seeking strength and used them for your training. That's something I never thought of. Although it happened by chance, I'll take the compliment. By the way, Master, why did you come to Falloon 10 years ago? Back then, I was barely surviving Master's training, so I never asked much about her. Didn't I tell you? To explore the Beast Forest. The Beast Forest. The Beast Forest is vast, covering most of the southern part of the Ars continent. Falloon and Culinary are located at the small part where the north and south of the continent are connected. Yes, the Beast Forest is full of strong monsters. I intended to conquer it over several years, but it was too vast. I made Falloon my base and explored as far as I could, but the forest is unfathomable. I trained you every 7 days because I couldn't stay in the forest longer than that. Even Master could only endure the forest for 7 days. Currently, Falloon is expanding into the Beast Forest, but it's only a small part of its entirety. The deeper we go, the stronger the monsters, so there will be a limit. I've ventured deep into the Beast Forest myself. The monsters keep getting stronger. According to legend, a demon king is sealed in the forest's depths. There's a legend that my ancestor, a hero, sealed the demon king deep in the forest. I would have loved to fight the demon king, but I never saw any demons there. The forest only has primitive monsters, not human-like demons. It's great for getting monster meat, though. Demons look similar to humans but have long lifespans, high magical power, and superior physical abilities. The demon king is their ruler. It's debatable whether demons are monsters, but they command many monsters. Is it hard to get monster meat in the central regions? Well, it's not common. You can find it if you don't mind the quality, but it's not like in Falloon where killer rabbit meat is always available. Even in Falloon, killer rabbits almost went extinct. We've now succeeded in domesticating them and have established a system to supply monster meat efficiently. While we don't need a huge amount of monster meat, the system ensures that it's used effectively. In the past, the people who caught the monsters ate a little of their meat and discarded the rest, but now a system is in place to divide the meat of one monster into appropriate portions for an appropriate number of people so that the meat can be distributed without waste. That's something unique to Falloon. Other countries likely couldn't domesticate monsters. In the central regions, monsters are clearly enemies of humanity. Falloon's proximity to the Beast Forest means people are less averse to monsters and don't mind breeding them. In the central regions, eating monster meat is unthinkable. Master Cassandra was unexpectedly practical. Since sharing a bedroom with her, I realized that she wasn't just obsessed with fighting. She had a calm and rational perspective on things. That's why only Falloon can use monster meat to enhance military power around here. Other nations might be investigating, but they can't replicate it. I don't intend to boost military power. The Hand-Red is just a group of people who purely want to become stronger. I desire peace. Then what about that monster army? Isn't that military power? Master Cassandra looked at me, not with a harsh gaze, but one that wasn't accusing either. Well, it's true that they're a force, but I think it's fine. The monster army came about by chance, but it means we won't have to turn civilians into soldiers in times of war. If monsters can fight instead of civilians, isn't that a good thing? In wars, it's common to conscript civilians as soldiers, who are usually unmotivated and weak in combat. In contrast, monsters are aggressive and strong. Using them as a substitute for militia seems like a perfect fit. Isn't forming a wyvern army an overkill? Master Cassandra teased me with a mischievous expression. Wyverns were the second candidate after war wolves for a monster army. I chose them simply because dragons are cool. Though it was a superficial reason, Kiri suggested that dragons are intelligent, so communicating with them shouldn't be too difficult. While higher-tier dragons prefer solitude, lower-tier wyverns form packs. By capturing the pack leader, we could potentially control the entire group. Currently, we're training a pack of about 10 wyverns. If we're forming an army, why not use dragons? They're cool. Indeed, dragons are nice. Master Cassandra glanced at the baby white dragon sleeping in a basket lined with cloth. Oh right, This little one is a dragon too. What will you do with that white dragon? Once it grows up, I want to travel with it. A sword saint riding a legendary white dragon would be terrifying. Wouldn't towns and countries panic at their arrival? How long until it grows up? Who knows? It's only this big after being frozen for 10 years, so it might take a long time to reach a size fit for riding. But I don't plan to travel until our child grows up a bit, so it should be fine. Right now, the central regions aren't conducive to travel anyway. According to the information gathered from the concubine candidates, the central regions are tense, with nations fervently building up their forces. Recruitment of talented individuals has become aggressive, leading some concubine candidates to seek refuge in Falloon. Sheila, now the 4th concubine, is a prime example. Isn't that your fault? Master Cassandra smirked. The central region's tension increased significantly after the Dorson kingdom weakened. They lost 10,000 soldiers and 3 of the top 5 warriors. Neighboring countries saw this as an opportunity to invade Dorson. I was defending myself. It was justified. If you hadn't annexed Cadonia, Dorson wouldn't have acted. It was a consequence. I didn't want territory. I just wanted to live peacefully in Falloon. Becoming king was a consequence, and so was taking Cadonia. That might be your destiny. Master Cassandra narrowed her eyes, saying something cryptic. What do you mean, Master? She gently placed a finger on my lips. Don't call me Master. I'm your wife now. Call me Cassandra. Cassandra, what do you mean? Calling her by name felt incredibly embarrassing. You'll understand eventually. People around you must feel it too. You're that kind of man. Cassandra, known as the Red Demon, blushed a bit. Section. Sheila, now part of the Falloon royal family, was bewildered. She had joined the Queen selection tournament due to certain circumstances but wasn't serious about it. She intended to lose at some point, but her pride as a top-tier warrior prevented her from holding back, leading her to the finals. Her final opponent was Cassandra, who had won the tournament unarmed. Beating her will be tough. Sheila, having survived countless battles, could accurately gauge an opponent's strength. Cassandra was extraordinary. Although she fought unarmed, she didn't seem like a martial artist. It meant she wasn't even using her full power. Sheila couldn't make Cassandra use a weapon, and was defeated with a palm strike to the jaw and a kick to the stomach. The impact was physical and psychological. It didn't feel like being hit or kicked. It felt like being struck by a century-old thick log. To tell the truth, Sheila had been afraid that she might accidentally become a candidate for the queen, but she realized that she had been too proud. Only a monster could become Falloon King's bride. She was relieved internally, but to her surprise, she was chosen as the 4th concubine. This was her miscalculation. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 13. Sheila. I was born in the country of Vulcan. My father, Garari, was one of the strongest among the 7-star swordsmen of Vulcan. Although the title of 7-star swordsman signifies strength, it is a hereditary position passed down to the eldest son of each family, and children are trained rigorously from a young age to maintain that title. Growing up in such an environment, I also practiced swordsmanship from an early age, often receiving instruction from my father. The technique of dual-wielding swords has been passed down in our family along with its nickname, and I somehow learned it while sparring with my father. Currently, I am known as Sheila the Dual Sword, but in the past, the name Dual Sword referred to my father, Garari. If only you were a boy. These were words my father often muttered. Vulcan is a male-dominated society where a woman inheriting the family name was unthinkable. I had a younger brother who would inherit the family, but he wasn't as skilled with the sword as I was. Of course, my brother made tremendous efforts, as the idea of a weak person claiming the title of 7-star swordsman was unacceptable. It would bring shame to the nation of Vulcan. Some families of the 7-star swordsmen maintained their family name by marrying off their daughters to talented men. Our family took pride in having the eldest son inherit the 7-star swordsman title for generations, and taking a son-in-law from another family was unthinkable. This put significant pressure on my brother. While my brother might become a respectable knight, I knew he could never be as strong as I was. He also gradually realized this, and the relationship between us siblings grew cold. Unhappy with the deteriorating atmosphere at home because of me, I left at the age of 14. Staying home would only result in me being married off to another family of the 7-star swordsman, and I did not want to marry a man weaker than myself. After leaving home, I relied on connections to join an adventurers' guild in a distant town, and quickly made a name for myself. I formed a party, defeated powerful monsters, explored dungeons and ancient ruins, and my adventurer rank rose rapidly. The life of an adventurer was far from easy, but I enjoyed it. I was free, and being strong meant that, even as a woman, I could gain status and fame. I never lacked for money either. A turning point came about 6 months ago, during my fulfilling days. Simund, the head of the 5 heavenly kings of the Dorson kingdom, visited me. Simund was originally an S-rank adventurer, and he had helped me a lot when I was a rookie. He was also one of the few people I acknowledged as stronger than myself. "I want you to join the 5 heavenly kings," he said bluntly. "Dorson is currently lacking in military strength. The 5 heavenly kings have been short-staffed for some time. If this continues, it could invite invasions from other countries. That would lead to war. To prevent that, we need your strength." I knew about this situation. It was widely rumored that Dorson, having lost a battle to Falloon, was rapidly losing power, and other countries were eyeing the opportunity. "You want me in the 5 heavenly kings? But I'm a woman." While Carmela, the Mad Princess, held a position among the 5 heavenly kings due to her royal status, typically, like the 7-star swordsman, only men held these positions. This is no time to worry about gender. If you have the necessary strength, that's all that matters. You have that strength. His Majesty also approves. I was drawn to these words. No matter how renowned an adventurer I was still seen as a rogue in society. However, as one of the 5 heavenly kings, I would become a public figure recognized by the Dorson kingdom. A position I couldn't achieve as a 7-star swordsman. But I had a significant concern. Currently, Dorson's enemy is my homeland, Vulcan. "You want me to fight against them?" Dorson and Vulcan had long been at odds over the mining rights near their border. If a war were to break out, it would likely be between Dorson and Vulcan. "I will handle the border with Vulcan. I want you to take charge of another area. I also swear that Dorson will not invade Vulcan. On my honor." Simund valued honor above all else. If he swore on his honor, he would not break his word. I enjoy my life as an adventurer. Besides, my brother is set to inherit the family, and my becoming one of the 5 heavenly kings might cause complications. My becoming one of the 5 heavenly kings could be seen as a slight against Vulcan. Though I had partially severed ties with my family, they were still my family, and I didn't want to cause them any harm. "I understand. But please don't make a hasty decision. Dorson needs your strength. I promise to treat you as a noble." "A noble?" I was surprised. It was almost impossible to change one's social class. Born a commoner, you died a commoner. Born a noble, you died a noble. Even though I was once a noble, becoming a noble again after becoming an adventurer was unheard of. Yes, we are moving into an era where merit matters more than inherited status. The war with Falloon made us realize this. In that country, even the Queen's position is decided by strength. I witnessed the epic battle between Lady Carmela and the Thunder Emperor Frau. Strength is not something to be underestimated just because you are a woman. In fact, even if you're a man, without strength, you're worthless. Please, consider it. With that, Simund bowed his head to me. "Can I have some time to think?" I postponed my decision. Honestly, I was tempted by the idea of becoming one of the 5 heavenly kings. Simund was someone I owed a debt to and trusted. However, I had no complaints about my life as an adventurer, and I was also concerned about my family. I wanted some time to think it over calmly. A while later, I received a letter from my family. It said, "Come back to Vulcan and inherit the family." What is going on? I couldn't help but shout after reading the letter. It didn't say my brother was dead or injured. Suddenly, it was decided that I would inherit the family. What had happened at home? I decided to consult my party members. My party consisted of people from Vulcan, and they might know what's going on back home. I gathered my party members in a room at the Adventurers Guild. Isn't it great? Let's go back together. The response was unexpected. It turned out they had also received similar letters from their families and close associates, offering them good positions in Vulcan. We had formed a party because we were all in similar circumstances. Despite being skilled, we couldn't make it in our homeland and shared a common goal of proving ourselves to our families and country. Considering this, it wasn't a bad offer to gain status in Vulcan. But why now? You're going back too, right, Sheila? You're not planning to go to Dorson, are you? One of my party members pressed me. Oh, I see. I understood the situation from their attitude. They had informed our families in Vulcan about my contact with Seamund. Given the current political climate, they could guess the content of the offer I received. This prompted Vulcan's higher-ups to make this offer to prevent me from going to Dorson. But what about my brother? After all his efforts to inherit the 7-star swordsman title, he was suddenly being displaced through no fault of his own. I still cared for my brother. My brother will inherit the family. I am not returning to Vulcan. I declared firmly. Are you planning to betray Vulcan? Are you going to Dorson? My party members confronted me. Wasn't it them who betrayed me first? Tension filled the room. However, in a physical confrontation, I, as a frontline knight, would have the advantage over my party members who were a mage, a priest, and a thief. Even if it was 3 against 1, I wouldn't lose. Weren't you aiming to become one of the 7-star swords? One of my comrades spoke, their tone softened a bit after cooling their head. Yes, at first, I admired them purely and wanted to become one. But now, it's different. I don't want to achieve that by taking my brother's place. I looked at each of my comrades. They all had expressions of confusion. They wanted recognition from their families and our country, and they've worked hard to get to this point. I understood why they didn't want to miss this opportunity now that they were finally recognized. Let's disband the party. You all should return to Vulcan. I will continue as an adventurer. And so, I lost my comrades. Section. After disbanding the party, I was contemplating what to do next when one day, someone came to visit me again. It was my father. We sat facing each other in a room we rented from the Adventurers Guild. You look well. I've heard about your exploits. I'm proud of you. My father's face, which I hadn't seen in years, looked a bit older, with a somewhat embarrassed expression. You seem to be in good health too, father. I'm sorry for leaving home so suddenly. I was a bit nervous. I knew he came to bring me back to Vulcan. I didn't know how to refuse. I read your letter. You don't plan to return to Vulcan? I had written in my letter that I was relinquishing my inheritance. Yes. I think my brother should inherit. I see. That's fine. But I'd still like you to return to Vulcan. The situation around Vulcan is unstable. We need as many capable people as possible. The higher-ups have assured me they'll provide you with a good position. My father wasn't forceful, as always, speaking gently, but this made it harder to refuse. Well, what's the matter? Do you have someone special? My father asked something strange. No, it wasn't strange. Considering my age, it was natural for a parent to be curious. Incidentally, I didn't have anyone special. My policy of only dating someone stronger than me had led me to reach S rank, and there was no one stronger around me anymore. However, my eyes caught a piece of paper on the bulletin board in the room. The paper announced that Falloon was recruiting new candidates for the Queen. I want to become the Queen of King Falloon. Before I knew it, I had said something outrageous. Queen of King Falloon? My father looked puzzled. Yes. There's a selection process for a new queen in Falloon's capital soon, and I have applied. Of course, I hadn't applied. I just learned about it now. I know about that. But why King Falloon? My father seemed aware of the queen selection process. A deep frown appeared on his face. Because he's stronger than me. King Falloon inherited the throne with his own strength, subdued the Stampede, annexed Cadonia, and even defeated the Dorson Kingdom. Considering he defeated 2 of Dorson's 5 heavenly kings simultaneously, there's no doubt about his power. I always wanted to marry a man stronger than me, and King Falloon is ideal. This was also a lie. No matter how strong he was, I had no intention of being with a man known as the Mad King. He eats monster meat, torments his subordinates in the arena, and makes queens fight each other for the title. Are you sure? Hearing it again, King Falloon really sounded like a terrible man. Making women fight each other was excessively cruel. However, I didn't want to return to Vulcan. Going back meant being dragged into wars. Going to Dorson would label me a traitor. Continuing as an adventurer would make it hard to escape from these entanglements. So, Falloon seemed like a good place to escape. They had a famous arena, and living by fighting there didn't seem too bad. I wanted to go to Falloon and wait for things to settle down. I had no interest in becoming the queen. Even so, I want to be with someone who matches my strength. Although I'm an S-rank adventurer, there are no men who can match me even among high-rank adventurers. If I don't find someone, I'll never get married. But King Falloon is a suitable match for me. My father tilted his head. Were you always like this? Of course not. I didn't think I'd marry just anyone strong. What are you saying, father? I've always said I wanted to be with a man stronger than me. Well, you did say that. But I didn't think you were this unreasonable. As expected of father, he understands me. But now, that doesn't matter. I just want to avoid the complications of Vulcan or Dorson. I used to be interested in the 5 heavenly kings, but now I don't care. I take pride in being the strongest woman. I want to challenge the Lightning Emperor and the Mad Princess, who are King Falloon's queens. I didn't even know what I was saying anymore, but I wanted father to accept and leave. I wanted him to believe the story that his daughter was in love with strength and heading to Falloon. All right, I understand. My father nodded heavily. Really? Did he accept such a story? Even I was surprised. I'll go to Falloon with you. I want to witness your way of life with my own eyes. I've also been interested in the country of Falloon. What? Together? No way. It's a lie. I don't want to be queen. Of course, I couldn't say that, so I ended up traveling to Falloon with my father. In the end, I had to go to Falloon with my father. But traveling with him for the first time wasn't bad. After a few weeks, we arrived at Falloon's capital, a bustling city. The originally small fortress city had grown, surrounded by arenas and large entertainment houses, with new inns, restaurants, and shops. There were 2 arenas, large and small. In the main stadium with large tiered stands, the top 100 members of the 100 were fighting ranking battles. In the smaller substadium with fewer seats, the so-called Rookie League for non-ranking members was held. Those who won in the substadium could challenge the main stadium members. First, we entered the substadium, which was less crowded. The fighters there were strong enough to be the ace of a night order in any other country. Falloon's warriors are this strong. My father was speechless watching the matches. Despite being unranked, the fighters were formidable. They'd probably be B-rank adventurers. They lacked some technical skills but had extraordinary physical strength. My father, likely also scouting, watched the matches intently. After a while, we moved to the main stadium. It was packed with spectators and bettors, unlike anything we'd seen. It was hard to get in, but we managed to push through. What is this? My father's exclamation was understandable. The matches featured warriors using high-level swordsmanship and magic, sometimes fighting dragons alone. The strength was on a different level from the Rookie League. Adventurers would be at least A rank. Even I might struggle against the top-ranking warriors. The top 10, in particular, were monsters. They embodied the phrase one-man army. Finally, King Mars of Falloon, also known as Zeros, appeared. Clad in black armor and wielding a long black blade, he looked just like the Grim Reaper. Zeros faced all the victors of that day's arena matches, taking them on single-handedly. It was utter madness. Yet, Zeros' strength was on a different level. One swing of his sword seemed to slice through the air itself. When he stepped forward, the ground trembled. He was no longer human. Facing this superhuman man, it was clear that only the top-ranked fighters could even hope to survive. His power was utterly overwhelming. What is that man? Is he really human? Or is he some kind of demon lord? We must never go to war with Falloon. Absolutely never. My father murmured to himself. Of course, even if we outnumber them, the strength of a single warrior is too overwhelming. Even if we had 10 times their number, they would easily overturn that advantage. Especially Zeros. His strength alone could match an entire army. If victory in war depended on defeating the king, Falloon would be practically invincible. I was also quite shocked. I had never thought of myself as the strongest S-rank adventurer, but I believed I was close to that level. My confidence was completely shattered. Dorson was destined to lose. I now understood why Seamund was so desperate to gather strength. While the situation around Dorson was tense, it was even more frightening to be neighboring Falloon. Having such a powerful nation so close would make anyone uneasy. Dorson has offered their princess and established friendly relations with Falloon. If we go to war with Dorson, we might end up facing Falloon as well. My father mused, considering the ongoing hostilities with Vulcan. While Dorson's decision to offer their princess as the second queen to the king of Falloon was mocked as weak diplomacy, it seemed the Dorson king had made the right choice. However, even Dorson would be hesitant to easily ask Falloon for reinforcements. Inviting a dragon to fend off wolves could backfire spectacularly. That's how formidable the 100 were. Section. The next day, we entered a gigantic facility that was more like a small town than a sideshow tent. The entrance fee was quite high, but it was bustling with families and other visitors. Inside was a monster exhibition. The monsters were contained in various ways. Some were caged, while others had large moats separating them from the visitors. There were killer rabbits, great basilisks, red bones, blood bears, white tigers, war wolves, earth dragons, wyverns, and more. It was impressive how many different kinds they had gathered. Father seemed intrigued as he looked around at the monsters. Although he had some experience in monster hunting, it wasn't frequent, and he knew of only a few types. Somehow, the monsters didn't seem hostile. There were likely strong guards from the 100 in case of an emergency, but the monsters were surprisingly docile. Why are they so tame? I accidentally voiced my thoughts. That's because they're well fed, answered a short, black-haired woman. She looked like a young girl, but her eyes shone with an unusual brilliance, indicating otherwise. And more importantly, I hadn't sensed her presence at all. Who is she? As my hand moved towards the hilt of my sword, Father reacted to her words. Do they become docile if you feed them? Father seemed unaware of her peculiar nature, likely dismissing her as just a girl. Yes. If they are given appropriate food and a suitable environment, monsters can be satisfied and won't attack people. No, that can't be right. Monsters are not like animals. They can't be tamed just by feeding them. I kept my guard up, hand on the hilt of my sword. But then I felt many eyes on me. Not just one, but numerous. Looking around, I saw that all the monsters were staring at me. Just moments ago, they had shown no interest in the humans around them, but now they were all focused on me. Are they trying to protect this woman? As I slowly removed my hand from the sword's hilt, the monsters lost interest and looked away. I felt a cold sweat run down my back. Who is this woman? The black-haired woman continued explaining the facility to my father without noticing my suspicion. May I ask your name? I inquired after she finished her explanation. My name is Kiri. I have been entrusted with managing this facility by His Majesty. Kiri answered with a smile. And you are Garari and Sheila, correct? How do you know our names? Both of you are carrying 2 swords. When one thinks of dual wielders, they think of the Vulcan 7-star sword Garari and S-rank adventurer Sheila. You're quite famous. Ah, so you know my name too. I had recently let my daughter take over that name. Father seemed pleased, smiling at Kiri, who knew of our reputation. But I couldn't drop my guard. Kiri must have approached us knowing who we were. It's been a popular topic lately, you know? That the famous Sheila is participating in the Queen candidate selection. Many consider you the top contender. So, It's a hot topic. I wish it wasn't. I lost my strength immediately. I didn't want it to be talked about too much. Father was delighted to hear I was considered a top contender. After exchanging a few more words with Kiri, we slowly left the facility. It was quite a sight to see. After spending half a day there, Father was satisfied. At first, I thought it was a great opportunity to observe the monsters closely, but I started to feel uneasy. If they can tame monsters to this extent, couldn't they use them as a military force? Falloon, adjacent to the forest of magical beasts, has an endless supply of monsters. If a country like that could freely control monsters, they would become an immense force. This would mean that Falloon had both the 100 and a powerful monster army at their disposal. Kiri's presence was also unsettling. She must be the one orchestrating the control of the monsters. What is Falloon planning to become in the future? I couldn't shake off that thought. Section. The next day, the Queen candidate selection began. The venue was the arena, the main stadium. With Father watching from the audience, I entered the arena with the other candidates, unable to escape. In front of me walked Minerva the Scarface, a notorious bounty. Why is a wanted criminal running for queen? If I captured her here, I could get 1,000 gold coins. I had stared at her intently, but then I remembered that the selection criteria included no criminal record or past is questioned. This was extreme meritocracy. Looking around, I saw prominent figures like Leia of the Flame Fox Mercenaries and Shirley of the Dagger. Rumor had it that Minerva and the others had also been recruited by various countries. They must have fled to Falloon to escape and were now aiming to become queens. How audacious. Though I can't talk. As expected, the selection was a tournament where candidates fought each other, with the victor moving up. Choosing a queen through such a format was unprecedented. This country's sole criterion seemed to be strength. The approach was more orc-like than human. I wanted to lose quickly, but if I did, I'd be taken back to Vulcan by my father, so I gave it my all. I made it to the finals, where I was utterly defeated by a woman in a white mask. I had never been beaten so badly in my life. I later found out she was Cassandra the Red Devil, the Sword Saint. The legendary berserker. There was no way I could win. However, finishing second was enough to prove my strength, and I was chosen as the fourth queen. My feelings were complicated. Unexpectedly, Father was pleased. If you marry the King of Falloon, it might foster friendly relations between Vulcan and Falloon. Having learned of Falloon's threat, Father seemed determined to establish ties between Vulcan and Falloon. No, I don't want that responsibility. But, well, I'll do my best. Vulcan is still my homeland. As for the King of Falloon, Mars, I knew of his strength from the arena, but he was terrifying in his private as well. I'll leave it at that. Fortunately, Cassandra, now the third queen, would handle him for a while. By the way, all meals here consist of monster meat. I wish I hadn't come to this country. Chapter 14. The coup in Dorson. About a year has passed since the queen candidate selection contest. Soon after that, Carmela safely gave birth to a baby boy, and Cassandra also became pregnant. I am now the father of 2 children, and a third will be born soon. That's fine. Since I had a tough childhood, I plan to raise my children with all the love I can give. However, this is also an opportunity. An opportunity to eat delicious meat. In Falloon, no matter where I go, I can't eat meat dishes anymore. The citizens are united in trying to make me eat only raw monster meat. What do they think of their king? But, thinking about it, Zabro, who made the meat dishes, is from Dorson. Which means Dorson is the real home of the meat dishes popular in Falloon. So, why not go to the source and eat there? Dorson is a different country. Even if they find out I'm the king of Falloon, they wouldn't dare refuse to serve me food. Cassandra, who is nearing the end of her pregnancy, can't move freely now, so she won't come chasing after me. Frau has been too occupied with the baby since giving birth. Apparently, Arthur has even more potential for magic than Frau herself. She doesn't have time to worry about me, so there shouldn't be any problem. Carmela is even more devoted to her child than Frau. She admires Frau but also sees her as a rival. She's lost interest in me. It's a bit lonely. So, there's no one to come after me if I go to Dorson. If Ogma and the others try, I can easily brush them off. There's some movement in the central area, so I'm going to check it out. I decided to go to Dorson, leaving a note saying, there seems to be movement in the center, so I'm going to check it out. The reason I left the word the center out is that I was vague about my destination, so no one would come after me. Besides, staying in Falloon would only mean being forced to fight in the arena, and Gamara's handles the politics, so my absence won't cause any problems. Although, as a king, that might be a problem. Like before, I used the secret passage in my room and sneaked out to the monster forest late at night. However, the forest near the castle is currently being developed, so I could see the monster show from where I emerged. Feeling a bit nostalgic about the changes, I started running. I can run much faster than a horse now, but I didn't want to be seen, so I moved as much as possible while it was still dark. If I hurry, I should reach Dorson by noon. Section. Thanks to running along the highway, I reached Dorson's royal capital, Burse, around noon as planned. However, something seemed off. The gates were closed, and I couldn't get in. A significant number of people were also stopped at the gate, and a merchant-looking man was explaining. There's a commotion in Burse, so we can't get in. A commotion? That's fine. I can easily jump over these walls. However, entering through the gate is illegal, so I need to find a less conspicuous spot to slip in. I walked around the outer wall and noticed that the area near the west gate was a bit deserted. With no guards in sight, I jumped over the wall and entered Burse. My expectations for meat were high. However, the city was quiet. The buildings were more diverse and colorful than in Falloon, reflecting the refined culture of the central area, but no one was outside. I expected the central city to be more bustling, so it was surprising. I visited once for a diplomatic event when I was a child, and it seemed much livelier then. Despite it being midday, no restaurants were open. Even the ones with signs featuring meat were tightly shut. What is this? Are they playing a prank on me? Having run all night since yesterday without eating, I was hungry and irritable. If that's how it is, I have an idea. I know the king of Dorson, and he's my brother-in-law. If he knows his cute brother-in-law has come to visit, he'll surely provide a meal. After the competition for the title of the main queen a few years ago, he became very friendly, so my impression should be good. Unlike Falloon's castle, which only serves raw monster meat, Dorson's castle must offer fine cuisine. And it would be free. With that thought, I looked toward the castle. Smoke was rising, likely from cooking meat for lunch. With growing anticipation, I ran toward the castle. As I got closer, the castle seemed quite lively. The clashing of swords and the loud explosions of magic spells filled the air. In other words, a large-scale battle was underway. What? Seriously? I came all this way and there's a war. What should I do? Maybe I should pretend I didn't see anything and go back. It was clear the attacking side had the upper hand, and the king of Dorson's side was losing. He is my brother-in-law, and if I abandon him, Carmela would be angry. I guess I have to help. Just in case, I put on my armor. Thanks to a new magic engraving on my body, I can summon my favorite black armor anytime. This engraving was created by a mage Frau recruited. Typically, engravings are used to enhance the performance of weapons or armor, but a foolish mage tried to apply them to humans. That mage was promptly banished from his country and ended up in Falloon, where I became his test subject. The reason was simple. I seemed the most durable. What do they think of their king? I considered making Cassandra, known for her toughness, the test subject, but she refused. I don't need that. So I became the guinea pig. The foolish mage eagerly engraved matching magical engravings on my black armor and body. The engraving was excruciatingly painful, but it turned out to be convenient. I can now equip and remove my armor at will. So, I activated the engraving by channeling magic into it. My body was enveloped in white light as the teleportation spell took effect. When the light faded, I was fully armored. I can also return the armor to its original place this way. The only drawback is the unbearable pain of the engraving. Most people would probably die from it. With my preparations complete, I headed for the castle. As I approached the gate, I was surrounded by soldiers. The rebels wore red armbands, making them easy to identify. Ignoring the "Who are you?" shouts, I used a wave of energy to blast the rebel soldiers away as I advanced. It's more of a physical technique than swordsmanship. By channeling magic into my palm and releasing it as a wave, it becomes a powerful strike. It's like using Earthbreak with my hand instead of a sword. But they're weak. Not just the soldiers, but even the knights are lacking. Compared to the fighters in the arena, the rebels are nothing. The rebels were no more than weeds in my path. The king should be in the throne room, but it seems the rebels have already breached that far. The grand doors at the entrance had been forced open. I pushed aside the two knights blocking the entrance and entered the room. There, I saw the king of Dorson fighting with a sword, clutching his side, bleeding heavily. This is bad. The situation is more dire than I thought. Who are you? The rebel knights in the room attacked all at once. They seemed somewhat skilled. At least they were more annoying than weeds. I drew my sword and stepped forward lightly, as if taking a gentle step. That was enough. Flying low, I closed the distance with the enemy knight in an instant and swung my sword. The knight, who tried to deflect my attack but couldn't and had his sword destroyed, stood in shock as I cut him down. I quickly moved behind a heavily armored knight who tried to block with his shield and stabbed him from behind. I then slashed the knight who raised his sword to strike back, cutting through his torso. I closed the gap faster than the enemy could retreat, beheading him as he showed a face of despair. Finally, I stood in the way of an opponent trying to escape, taking a quick glance at his bewildered face before slashing down from his head. I repeated this a few times. 10 opponents slowed me down for about 10 seconds. Considering each of them managed to make me use a second, they did well for enemies. But I can't understand why they thought they could fight with such mediocre skills. If they were that weak, they should have enjoyed peace. Why did they desire more? They didn't realize how luxurious their lives were. They could have eaten delicious food as much as they wanted. They could have lived happily with their family and friends. I envy such a normal life. I can't understand why people with no significant power abandon such lives to fight. When I noticed, the eyes in the hall were all on me. King Dorson and the man he was fighting had stopped and were looking my way. Maybe I went a bit too far. Even though I still had my poison ring and gravity bracelet on, the number of standing enemies was probably less than half of what it was when I entered the hall. I had come to help, but it seems I got carried away in my first real battle in a while. King Zeros, did you come to save me? King Dorson groaned. It wasn't the atmosphere to say, actually, I came for some meat dishes, so I just nodded for now. King Zeros, why is the king of Falloon here? The knight who had been fighting King Dorson was astonished to learn my identity. I have no intention of saying. I sighed. I had to do something I wasn't very enthusiastic about. Unfortunately, my presence here is a secret. Section. After defeating all the enemies in the hall, I carried King Dorson and escaped the castle. We were now moving through the forest. King Dorson was bleeding from his side, but I hoped he wouldn't die from such a wound. The folks in 100 could naturally heal from such injuries. Besides, I couldn't use healing magic, and I had no idea where in the nearly rebel-occupied Burse I could take him to get his wounds treated. We had to return to Falloon and have Ruedar heal him. Stop. King Dorson said weakly. I checked our surroundings to ensure there were no enemies and then stopped. I gently laid him down on the ground. I'm done for. His face was pale. Either way, being saved by the king of another country means I'm already dead as a king. You came to claim Dorson, didn't you? I shook my head. I really just came for the food, but it wasn't the time to say that. You're a strange man. With weak movements, King Dorson pulled a ring with a large gemstone from his finger. Take this. It's the proof of the king of Dorson. The blue gemstone glowed with magic power. It was probably a magic stone, and with this size and purity, it must be quite valuable. It's a gift for Carmela's childbirth. If it's her child, they have the right to succeed Dorson. My children are likely dead, and I won't give it to Alan. Alan? I think that was the name of Carmela's brother. Take care of Carmela. She was once a cute little sister. King Dorson's pupils dilated, staring into the void. It seems he's completely dead. Even Ruedar's healing wouldn't make it in time. I felt something indescribable. I didn't like or dislike him, but it was the first time I saw someone who wasn't an enemy die right in front of me. I struck the ground with Earthbreak, creating a large dent, placed King Dorson's body in it, and covered it with the surrounding soil. This should be fine. King Dorson would probably prefer to rest in his homeland's soil rather than be buried in Falloon. When humans die, it's the end. It might be a simple grave for a king, but making it grand wouldn't change anything. If I had been assassinated as a prince, a decent grave would have been prepared for me too, but it wouldn't have meant anything. I left the place and returned to Falloon. Section. When I returned to the castle late at night, everyone was somehow still awake. Your Majesty, where have you been until this hour? Gamaras, with a pale face, approached me. It's serious. There's been a coup in Dorson. I know. I saw it firsthand today. Prince Alan has allied with Lord Randolph, the second seat of the 5 Heavenly Kings, and with the backing of Iris, his mother's country, has launched a coup. So, Alan was the one who led the rebellion. No wonder King Dorson didn't want to give him the ring. Many nobles, who lost confidence in King Dorson after Falloon's defeat, sided with Prince Alan. Ha! Is this coup my fault? I felt a bit uneasy. Lord Seamund, the head of the 5 Heavenly Kings, couldn't send reinforcements as he was fighting the Vulcan army, which seemed to have supported this rebellion too. It appears the royal capital fell by this afternoon, but King Dorson's whereabouts are unknown. I just buried him, so I couldn't say that. We cannot overlook this situation. In the presence of all the retainers, Carmela declared firmly, even though I married into Falloon, I once swore allegiance to King Dorson. Such barbarity cannot be forgiven. Despite her words, Carmela didn't seem angry. If anything, she looked pleased. I and the palace knights will head to Dorson to rescue my brother. Your Majesty, do I have your permission? No, you don't. He's already dead. But I couldn't dismiss her wish to save her brother. So, I decided to give her the keepsake ring. I took the ring King Dorson had given me from my pocket and handed it to Carmela. Your Majesty, this is the ring signifying the King of Dorson. Where did you get it? Sorry. I was too late. I really just went for the food, but I kept that to myself. Since we now knew his fate, please give up on going to Dorson. No way. So, you went to Dorson while you were away. The movement in the center was about Dorson. Crom was shocked. It was slightly different, but I nodded anyway. No way. As expected of His Majesty. To foresee this much, truly. The retainers were murmuring. Carmela was staring at me with wide eyes. Now I really couldn't tell the truth. Thank you, Your Majesty. Carmilla's lips twisted. It was a smile that reminded me of a carnivorous beast. Now it's clear we have the rightful cause. Since my brother handed you the ring, he has appointed Leon as the next king of Dorson. What? Didn't he say it was a childbirth gift? For Falloon to take Dorson. This is a rightful battle. Carmela looked around at the retainers and raised her right hand. Oh. The likes of Ogma roared. Ha! Since we don't need to go to rescue him anymore, shouldn't we avoid the battle? Isn't it enough that the pretext has changed? Do we still need to fight? I don't really want Dorson. Not only the bloodthirsty ones like Ogma, but even the moderate ones like Gamaras seemed positive about this. In short, all the retainers were on board with this plan. Is the palace knights alone going to be enough? The palace knights consist of about 30 women, primarily selected from the queen candidate selection. Under them are the Minerva the thieves, Leia the Firefox mercenaries, and the assassins brought by Shirley, making the total force over 100. But even then, it's only 100. That's far too few to wage a war. No matter how weak the enemy might be, there are limits. So, could you give up on this idea? Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. In that case, I would like to borrow people from the 100 as well. That's not what I meant. I'll gather volunteers on my end. Ogma immediately responded. He likely intended to go himself. If Ogma and his group join, There would be no issue with our military strength. Could war be unavoidable? Your Majesty, hypothetically speaking. Carmela smiled cruelly. If we were to defeat my brother Alan, I would like to make my son Leon the next king of Dorson. What do you think? A murmur spread among the assembled vassals. But it was a positive one. They likely thought that governance would go more smoothly if Leon, who has Dorson blood, became king rather than me annexing and ruling directly. It seemed that everyone gathered here wished for this outcome. Everyone was looking at me with expectant eyes. Very well. As a child, no one had expectations for him, so I couldn't go against their wishes. Section. Have you still not found the former king? Alan, the new king of Dorson, was frustrated. His coup had succeeded. Most of the nobles had joined his side. He had the support of the Iris Kingdom and the Vulcan Kingdom. His position seemed unshakable, but the whereabouts of his older brother, the former king, remained unknown. Apparently, they had cornered him in the hall where Alan now stood, but the elite knights he sent in were annihilated, allowing his brother to escape. Though Alan didn't know how, his brother must have had powerful warriors other than Simund in his ranks. In fact, during the battle at the castle, a mysterious Black Knight had been confirmed by both allies and enemies. In recent years, his brother had been recruiting skilled adventurers, so it's likely that these were his trump card. However, such disregard for noble bloodlines had been a major source of discontent among many nobles. Dorson was a country with traditions. Simply gathering strength without regard for means was not the way. In the end, his brother wasn't fit to be king. Only Alan was suitable to be the king of Dorson. Though the former king's existence was no longer a threat, Alan desperately wanted to obtain the king's ring as proof of his legitimacy. That was the traditional way. Randolph entered then, second in the rank of the 5 heavenly kings. A man of true noble blood as the second son of a duke's house, and the strongest knight Dorson could boast of. Simund was merely an outsider. Alan Sama, Falloon has raised an army. The enemy commander is Carmela Sama. Their numbers seem to be around 200. Randolph reported with a sneer. The number was laughably small. He was mocking their audacity. The term elite few was an understatement. Humph, so Carmilla's trying to take Dorson by deceiving the king of Falloon? Alan, seated on the throne, toyed with his hair. His hair was not the purple characteristic of the Dorson royal family but the blonde of the Iris royal family. Alan believed that his hair color was the reason he couldn't become king. Both his brother, the former king, and Carmela, who had raised an army, had purple hair. 2,000 should be enough, Randolph. Yes, there will be no problems. They had 10 times the enemy's numbers. Among them were Randolph's own elite troops. Their quality was impeccable, and defeat was inconceivable. Then go. Kill Carmela. She's too troublesome to capture alive. Carmela was a former member of the 5 heavenly kings. Her power was not to be underestimated. Understood. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. Section. Carmela, aiming for the Dorson capital, easily broke through the border. The border troops were already few, and since the border commander hadn't sided with the coup leader Alan, they chose to let Carmela pass when she declared her intention to punish the traitor. Well, forcing our way through might have been quicker, but it's better to avoid bad reputations if my child is to become the king of Dorson. In Carmilla's mind, it was already certain that her child would become the king of Dorson. She had the power now, or rather, Falloon did. Her husband Mars was unremarkable in private life and didn't seem to have the ambition rumored in the streets, but he steadily amassed power. The 100, my sister's mage corps, the monster army, and the sword saint. With all this, there's no way he would just sit idly by. Carmela didn't dislike Mars. In fact, she now thought that a man with such a gentle temperament might suit her well. But her husband was exceptionally strong, and powerful people gathered around him. They were all drawn by his power. What they sought was clear from the beginning. You aim to conquer the world. That's your destiny. Carmela confirmed the sight of the enemy forces deployed in the distance. This battle is the first step. Carmela was elated. She had become stronger. Much stronger than when she first came to Falloon. Now was the time to wield that power. It was impossible not to be excited. In the end, strength seeks battle. Section. Randolph stood before his 2,000 soldiers. As a member of the 5 Heavenly Kings, he believed it was crucial to lead from the front. Carmela stepped forward from the opposing falloon army. Did you think you could become the head of the 5 Heavenly Kings by betraying us? You're still as petty as ever. Carmela wore her usual white dress. It was an unusual sight on the battlefield, and combined with her beauty, she stood out. She opened her fan and covered her face. The fan was dyed a blood-like red-black, and its pattern depicted a dragon. When she was in Dorson, she used more elegant and ornate fans. How her tastes have changed. Feeling a slight unease, Randolph responded to Carmela. The 5 Heavenly Kings should be composed of Dorson's heroes. It was absurd to fill the seats with outsiders like Seamund and you. Randolph took pride in representing Dorson's knights as a member of the 5 Heavenly Kings. He despised adventurers like Seamund and the Imperial Princess Carmela. The former king? Oh, is Brother Alan already considering himself king? Does he have the royal ring? Carmela smiled seductively. She had always been a beautiful princess, but with age, she had become even more enchanting. Though he had heard she had given birth, she looked as beautiful as ever. If I said he did, would you turn back? In truth, Alan did not have the ring, but it was a minor detail for Randolph. Stop lying. Carmilla's smile deepened. The ring is right here. She raised her left hand, revealing the ring on her ring finger. The ring's gemstone responded to Carmilla's magic and glowed a brilliant blue. It was the same glow that the kings of Dorson had emitted for generations, but Carmilla's was particularly intense. Why do you have the ring? Randolph was shaken. The knights and soldiers he brought were also disturbed. Their legitimacy was now in question. No, legitimacy had been lost the moment they rebelled. They only raised the flag of rebellion because they saw the former king's light fading. But the brilliance of the gem Carmela held was so vivid that it evoked the majesty of the Dorson royal family. It's a fake. There's no way Carmilla-sama has the Dorson royal ring. Randolph raised his voice to calm his subordinates. The authenticity of the ring is irrelevant. What matters is whether we win this battle. You couldn't even tell the real royal ring from a fake. That's why you weren't chosen as the head of the 5 Heavenly Kings. Carmela said with a thin smile, closing her fan, which began to glow with magical power. What is she planning? A sonic blade. But that magical energy. Carmela swung her fan horizontally, and a blade of light shot forth. What is that? It's not a sonic blade. Sensing danger, Randolph leaped to avoid the attack. You've grown stronger, Carmela. It seems your time in Falloon has honed your skills, he said, though he didn't truly feel at ease. It hadn't even been 2 years since Carmela had gone to Falloon, and she had spent a year of that time in childbirth. He hadn't expected her to become so powerful. Look behind you, Randolph, Carmela instructed. Turning around, Randolph was stunned by the sight of his own troops in disarray. Most of the soldiers in the front row had been cut down by Carmilla's earlier attack, lying dead and mutilated on the ground. The sudden loss of their comrades left the remaining soldiers in a state of panic. Impossible. How could such a powerful attack reach from that distance? Whether it was magic or swordsmanship, the further the distance, the less effective the attack should be. Randolph had thought there was enough space between them and Carmilla. Randolph, the land of Falloon is a land of wonders. Carmilla laughed. It's a hellhole, you know? This time she opened her fan and fanning herself gracefully. The gentle breeze turned into a shockwave, infused with magical power, and assaulted the Dorson army. Randolph shielded himself as best he could, but nearby soldiers were blown away. The force was comparable to powerful magic. However, magic which typically required incantations that grew longer with the spell's strength. Yet, Carmilla had caused this with a simple flick of her fan. Earlier, her fan had also released a deadly vacuum blade that sliced through soldiers. There's no way to win against a monster like that. This was enough to make the Dorson soldiers think so, and they were already in a state of panic. The Palace Knights launched a ruthless charge against their demoralized enemies. Leading the charge were Minerva the thief, Leia the mercenary, and Sasha the adventurer, Alof whom have the same expression on their faces. In other words, they had a fierce and ferocious look on their faces, as if they were enjoying having an outlet for their power. Once confident in their abilities, they had been humiliated and broken in falloon. After enduring harsh training and inadequate meals, they gained new strength. Given the chance to unleash their power, they were thrilled. Now, they were proud members of the 100. Meanwhile, Randolph, the second seat of the 5 heavenly kings, was showcasing his prowess. Despite the knight's rigorous training, they couldn't match Randolph's innate power. However, Randolph was growing frustrated. Every time he tried to deliver a finishing blow, another opponent would engage him, preventing a decisive victory. His troops were dwindling rapidly. At this rate, sensing the imminent danger, Randolph saw a princess in a white dress appear before him. Despite being in the middle of the battlefield, an aura of serenity surrounded her. It was, of course, Carmela. "Shall we end this?" she asked, smiling gently. "Even if I defeat you, I don't need the second seat of the 5 heavenly kings. I will become the Queen Mother of Dorson." "Shut up, you wench." Randolph readied his sword and shield and charged at Carmela. There was still hope. Just 2 years ago, he had been stronger. Though their skills were close, he had always surpassed her in mental fortitude. He believed that at her core, she hadn't changed. No matter how much power she gained, there had to be a weakness he could exploit. Carmela snapped her fingers, sending sonic blades towards him, but Randolph skillfully deflected them with his shield. The attacks were far more powerful than 2 years ago. A misstep could be fatal. As cold sweat dripped down, he closed in on her. One more step. Half a step. He knew she would use illusions. He calculated his approach, ready to deliver a lethal blow. Got her. But his sword cut through empty air. Another illusion. As he searched for her. Snap. Randolph heard the ominous snapping of her fingers by his ear. Section. Randolph was dead. The news shocked Alan. Randolph had been his only major asset. Though he still had enough troops, he lacked a hero to lead them. He had allied with Iris and Vulcan, promising them land. Vulcan was holding off Seamund, leaving Iris's army as his last hope. In Iris, 3 noble houses, known as the 3 Counts, were renowned for their valor. Count Godwin, one of these houses, had come to support Alan. "Count Godwin, can you defeat the falloon army?" Alan asked, summoning him immediately. "Falloon, you say?" Godwin's response was hesitant. He already knew of Randolph's death. Randolph was no weakling. They had clashed several times in border skirmishes, and Godwin was well aware of Randolph's strength. As one of the 5 heavenly kings, Randolph had been a formidable opponent. Therefore, he did not have the pride to think that he could win the war. If Randolph, leading 10 times the troops, was defeated, then they must be a significant threat. "We should prepare to defend the castle rather than engage them in the field." "Nonsense. Are you one of Iris's vaunted 3 counts, yet you fear those country bumpkins?" Alan underestimated Falloon, which was why he had rebelled against the previous king who had lost to Falloon and offered his sister as a hostage. However, Dorson has already lost twice, once at the Battle of Bricks and now with Randolph's defeat. Underestimating them will only lead to more losses. Godwin argued. Internally, he was frustrated. Alan was clearly a foolish and unfit king, propped up by Iris and Vulcan. Vulcan had warned them to be cautious of Falloon. With Sheila the twin blades married to King Zeros, Vulcan had valuable information on Falloon. It was a fluke. That's all it was. Alan shouted. Godwin inwardly cursed Alan as a fool, but with Randolph gone, Alan was the only one who could command the Dorson troops. As he pondered their next move, a Dorson soldier burst into the room. "We're under attack. The enemy has infiltrated the castle. It's the Falloon army." Chapter 15. The City of Burse. The royal city of Burse in Dorson was shrouded in tension. The city was already in turmoil after the assassination of the former king and the ensuing coup, and now the army of Falloon was approaching. The soldiers stationed on the city walls of Burse were filled with mixed emotions. They hadn't participated in the coup that took place inside the walls, so they hadn't sworn allegiance to Alan, the self-proclaimed new king. However, they didn't have the loyalty to oppose Alan for the sake of the former king either, and for their livelihood, they continued to do their jobs. Leading the falloon army was Carmela, the sister of both Alan and the late king. She claimed to have raised an army for the former king. If that were true, then perhaps the rightful cause lay with Carmela. As the soldiers grappled with these thoughts, they saw a group of horsemen approaching Burse from afar. It was likely the falloon army. Despite the rumors, their numbers were few. The captain of the guard, having confirmed the enemy's approach, raised his voice. "Sound the alarm and notify of the enemy's approach. The rest, ready your bows, goo." Before he could finish, the captain fell. Blood pooled on the cobblestones. In his place stood an unfamiliar man, dressed in commoner's clothes, holding a blood-soaked sword. "I am Juza, ranked 30th in the 100. Juza. The Gale Juza." The soldiers immediately took up their weapons. Since the peace agreement 2 years ago, travel between Dorson and Falloon had increased. Many Dorson citizens had visited the Falloon arena and had become familiar with the tales of the 100. Among them, Juza, known for his wind-like movements, was famous as the Gale. Unlike the noble and knight classes who derided the 100's strength as exaggerated entertainment, the common people, who had seen and heard them firsthand, accurately assessed their power. "I'm honored that my name is known even in Dorson." Juza grinned. "Carmela sends a message, surrender and you will be spared." However, she also said, "Show no mercy to those who resist." "So, what will you do?" "He's just one man. Attack." An older soldier shouted. Several soldiers drew their bows towards Juza. Juza ran towards the soldiers, moving with the grace of a beast. The soldiers hastily released their arrows, but Juza, staying low to the ground, dodged between the arrows' paths and swiftly cut down the archers and the older soldier who had given the order. "So, what's your decision?" Juza, having slain over 5 soldiers in an instant, flicked the blood from his sword and asked again. "You can't win, you know?" At his words, the soldiers threw down their weapons. Their lack of loyalty to Alan and the strength of Juza they had just witnessed made them do so. Juza wasn't the only one who had climbed the walls. Members of the Palace Knights, including Shirley and her assassins, had infiltrated Burse ahead of time. As the Falloon army approached, they seized the watchtowers and disabled the wall's defenses. However, the gates remained closed. From the Falloon army, a single rider broke away, riding a massive, bull-like horse. The rider was a giant, bald man, both tall and broad. It was Wanfu of the 100, holding his bloody rod. Wanfu approached the gate, dismounted, and struck the gate with his bloody rod. The sheer weight of the blow destroyed the bar on the other side, causing the gate to creak open. The soldiers inside the gate, seeing Wanfu's imposing figure, backed away. "Stand aside. I won't kill you if you stay out of the way," Wanfu warned in a low but resonant voice. "That's Bloodstaff Wanfu," a soldier exclaimed. Wanfu, known among the 100, wielded his bloody rod to devastating effect, earning him the moniker Bloodstaff Wanfu. "You monster!" One knight charged at Wanfu. With a casual swing of his bloody rod, Wanfu smashed the knight, armor and all, into a lifeless heap. The soldiers grimaced at the sight of such a gruesome death, thinking, "That's a death I want to avoid." As the soldiers hesitated, the Falloon army passed through the gate. Leading them was Carmela, riding side saddle in a white dress, looking more like she was on vacation than leading an army. She does not hold the reins, and it's a mystery how she controls her horse, but she is riding in a straight line toward the castle. Her long, flowing purple hair and the fan covering her mouth added to her air of elegance, but those following her were fully armed. Glancing at the carnage at the gate, Carmela smiled sardonically. "My homeland's gate was so easily breached." After the Falloon army passed, Juza leapt down from the wall. "Hey, old man, wanna come along?" he asked Wanfu. Wanfu glared at Juza. "Lead the way. That's why you came ahead, isn't it?" Yeah. Let's go." Juza started walking into Burse. One soldier, seeing this, called out, "Wait, where are you going?" Fearing they might harm the townsfolk, the soldier was concerned. "Don't worry. We won't touch the civilians." Juza waved dismissively. Then what are you going to do? Take down the Iris army. Wanfu replied without looking at the soldier, walking off. About 500 Iris soldiers, brought by Count Godwin, were stationed in Burse. They were Juza and Wanfu's target. Thank goodness. We didn't have to fight them. Watching Juza and his men depart, the soldier felt a deep sense of relief. Section. Chaos erupted within the castle. The falloon army, previously reported to be approaching, had already breached the gates and infiltrated the castle. Without saying a word, Godwin left the throne room, intending to join forces with the Iris army stationed in the town. Hurry. We need to act while the Dorson troops buy us time. After instructing his subordinates, Godwin planned to escape from an area far from where the falloon army had invaded. If we can regroup with the others, we can escape through the back gate and join the reinforcements. Upon hearing news of the falloon army's invasion, Godwin had immediately requested reinforcements from the homeland, which were expected to arrive soon. However, when Godwin and his men escaped the castle and reached the Iris army's camp, they found a scene of utter carnage, with soldiers lying dead everywhere. You're late. A man with long black hair tied back spoke to Godwin. His unimpressive appearance was belied by the blood-stained sword in his hand, clearly indicating his role in the massacre. Behind the black-haired man stood about 20 others, armed in various ways. Among them were Juza and Wanfu, who had fought valiantly at the castle gates. You must be Count Godwin, one of the 3 counts of Iris, correct? And if I am, who are you? 5 of Godwin's aides drew their swords. I am Yamato, the 4th rank of the 100. May I have the pleasure of fighting you? Your soldiers were a bit too easy. Yamato spoke casually. Too easy. After killing 500 of my men? An enraged Godwin drew his sword as well. Quality over quantity, as they say. I was expecting more from the famed soldiers of the 3 counts, but they were a bit lacking. How about a duel? I won't let anyone else interfere. It was clear to Godwin that fighting this enigmatic black-haired man was his only chance of survival. Fine, I'll make you regret underestimating the 3 count. As he spoke, a pale blue flame-like aura enveloped Godwin's body. This was the physical enhancement technique passed down in the Godwin family, a skill that dramatically boosted one's strength by channeling magic through the body. The effect extended to his sword as well. Impressive. Though it's not swordsmanship, that technique is remarkable. Yamato's face lit up with excitement. Prepare to die with that smug grin on your face. Godwin charged at Yamato with blinding speed, swinging his sword. Instead of blocking, Yamato deflected the attack with his sword. Wow. Not only speed but also a significant increase in power. Truly the technique of one of the 3 counts. Despite praising his opponent's skill, Yamato deftly parried Godwin's powerful strikes. While Godwin attacked with fierce determination, Yamato countered with the grace and flexibility of a willow. Curse you. Stop dodging. Godwin was growing desperate. The enhancement technique couldn't last long. He knew he could win if he landed a single blow, but Yamato's swordsmanship was too skilled, transitioning smoothly from defense to counterattack. Time passed without a decisive blow. It seems you're reaching your limit. Yamato had gauged the limits of Godwin's enhancement technique. However, this is sufficient. Sufficient. What does he mean? Godwin couldn't understand Yamato's words. Exhausted, Godwin momentarily stepped back. He was near his limit, both physically and magically, breathing heavily. Watching this, Yamato slowly took a new stance. Is this enough? Yamato's body began to emit a pale blue light, similar to Godwin's, though not as bright. It was unmistakably the same enhancement technique. Impossible. The enhancement technique of the Godwin family was supposed to be a closely guarded secret, not something easily mastered. It is indeed difficult. This technique requires the body to harmonize with the magic, leading to significant physical strain. Mimicking it can only achieve so much. It had taken Godwin 3 years to master the enhancement technique, which required both physical training and magical aptitude. Who are you? With such talent, why are you with a small country like Falloon? I used to run a small swordsmanship dojo in the countryside, but now I serve as a sword instructor in Falloon. An instructor. Come to Iris. I'll give you wealth and status, even a title if you wish. As one of the 3 counts, Godwin had considerable authority. He could petition the king to grant Yamato a suitable position in Iris. A title, you say? Yamato smirked. The other members of the 100 behind him also smirked. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in wealth or status. Yamato's stance lowered, gathering strength for a decisive blow. Power is everything. That is the absolute rule of the 100. Everything else is insignificant. We have pledged everything to our emperor in exchange for power. Responding to Yamato's words, the members of the 100 shouted in unison. Our 100 lives for the emperor. The synchronized shout from the disparate group sent a chill down the spines of Godwin and his aides. I don't understand. We are not beasts. Power isn't everything. Godwin mustered his remaining strength, enhancing his entire body with magic once more. The 2 opponents locked eyes and then crossed swords. After a brief pause, Godwin slowly collapsed, blood spreading across the ground. Beast or man, power is everything. Noticing a wound on his shoulder, Yamato added. Impressive, as expected from one of the 3 counts. Godwin's aides attempted to avenge their fallen lord but were swiftly cut down by the remaining members of the 100. Chapter 16. 16. The Assault on Dorson. The 1,000 knights of the Iris reinforcements summoned by Count Godwin were closing in on the capital, Burs. The Iris general leading the troops had sent out a reconnaissance unit ahead. The intel they returned with was alarming. The falloon army had already breached Burs gates. They fell too quickly. What were the Dorson forces doing? The general cursed the incompetence of the Dorson army from the depths of his heart. Normally, in a siege, the defenders have a significant advantage. A fortified city like Burs should have been able to hold out for months. The only explanation for allowing the falloon army to breach so quickly was the negligence of the Dorson forces. There's no choice. We'll charge into Burs and join up with Count Godwin. The general gave his command to his subordinates. Despite the strength of the falloon army, their numbers were only around 200. If they could coordinate well with the soldiers inside the city, they could use their superior numbers to flank the enemy. The general's plan was sound. If only no one stood in their way. Just as they were about to reach the capital, 5 men appeared, blocking the road. What is that? After a brief moment of hesitation, the general made his decision. If they're allies, they'll move aside. If they're enemies, we'll trample them. Keep going. Ensuring Count Godwin's safety was the top priority, and they couldn't afford to waste time on 5 unknown men. There was no need to stop their horses. They would simply crush them underfoot. The 1,000 knights charged forward without slowing down. As they were about to collide with the men, one of them stepped forward and readied his sword. He twisted his body to gather strength in his waist and pulled his sword back. Does he think he can stop cavalry with a sword on foot? A foot soldier couldn't reach a cavalryman with a sword. It was pure folly. Yet, the man's sword began to glow with magical energy. He's a sword master. Everyone, evade. The general's order coincided with the man swinging his sword. A torrent of wind burst forth from the sword, slamming into the Iris troops. The leading knights were blown away with their horses. The horses behind them panicked, throwing their riders. The Iris army fell into chaos and came to a complete halt. There's no way forward from here. The man who swung the sword declared. If you insist, we'll take you on. He had short, cropped blonde hair and a rugged face. You're 100, aren't you? State your name. The Iris general, who had quickly regained his composure, demanded. He figured that such an extraordinary display of swordsmanship must belong to a high-ranking 100. I'm Ogma, the top-ranked 100. Ogma pointed to the 4 men behind him. These guys are also 100, Aaron, Barry, Bill, and Bruno. The original 5, right? The Iris general had thoroughly researched their enemy, the 100. Among the 100, Ogma, Aaron, Barry, Bill, and Bruno were listed as the original 5, the founding members. Even apart from Ogma, who was always ranked first, the other 4 were also powerful enough to consistently rank in the top tier. Don't think of them as humans. They're monsters. Use your numbers. Surround and overwhelm them." Following the general's command, the Iris Knights quickly formed a perimeter. They were experienced in monster hunts and swiftly understood the general's intent. "Good command. This should be interesting." Ogma grinned widely. "Do you really think 5 men can take on 1,000? In your last battle with Dorson, you supposedly took down 50 knights by yourself, but even if each of you takes down 50, it won't be enough this time." The Iris general raised his voice, trying to shake the enemy's morale. "How long ago was that? We train to the brink of death every day. Don't compare the old me to the me now." Ogma patted his shoulder with his great sword held in one hand, then readied himself. "You'll see when we fight. Let's go." Ogma infused his great sword with magic and swung it. This wasn't the sonic blade that created a blade of wind, but his unique technique, Storm Burst, which disrupted the atmosphere and unleashed a storm that tore everything apart. Its power was so immense that it was banned in the arena. The torrent of energy from Storm Burst sent dozens of Iris Knights flying through the air. No, it wasn't just flying. The knights who took the full brunt of it had their limbs torn off. The Iris general shuddered at the sight of losing dozens of his men in a single blow. "This is like facing a dragon. Get behind him. Attack from the rear." He quickly gave orders, but the 4 men behind Ogma blocked the knight's path, preventing them from circling around. Though not as flashy as Ogma, each of them could take on 5 knights at once. They were faster. They were stronger. The Iris Knights fell like flies. The knights the general had brought were no ordinary soldiers. They were elite knights, well trained. What are these guys? Are they even human? Watching his men being cut down so swiftly, the Iris general trembled. "Magic Knights, forward." He called in the 100 Magic Knights he had held in reserve. The Magic Knights were a special force created by the current king's initiative, formed by training those with insufficient aptitude for pure magic as knights, and those who were lacking as knights but excelled in academics as mages. Though they couldn't use powerful magic, they could fight both in close combat with swords and at a distance with magic. The drawback was their limited numbers, but they were still feared by other nations. Bringing 100 of them was a measure against falloon. Attack from a distance with magic. Everyone else, shield the Magic Knights. The Magic Knights, preparing their spells while mounted, unleashed a barrage of fireballs, lightning bolts, and wind blades. Individually, the spells were weak, but when cast by 100 knights, the effect was devastating. They circled Ogma and his men on horseback, continuously firing magic. Ogma and his men could do nothing but defend themselves, covering their faces with their arms. Magic Knights, keep firing until you're exhausted. Everyone else, prepare to charge. We'll strike when their magic is depleted. The Iris Knights, having recovered from their earlier confusion, surrounded Ogma and his men, readying their spears and swords. There was no fear on their faces, only a determined resolve to finish Ogma and his men. They held their breath and waited. The magical barrage gradually thinned, and the tension grew like a taut string. The knights gripped their weapons tightly. Just as the Magic Knights were about to unleash their final spells, Ogma and his men charged all at once. Their magic wasn't exhausted yet, but Ogma and his men ignored it. The spells hit them squarely, but they pressed on, barely flinching as if they were being pelted by rain. The Magic Knights hastily drew their swords, but it was too late. No running away. Aaron leaped into the fray from a long distance. He was small but renowned for his speed. Gah! The targeted Magic Knight was cut down before he could react. Aaron then used the fallen knight's horse as a springboard to attack the next knight. Jumping from horse to horse, he cut down knights one after another, moving like a mythical beast. Bruno cleaved through knights and horses alike with his great sword. Though his face showed a hint of sadness for the horses, there was no hesitation in his actions. Both men and horses were split in two without distinction. Not even an ogre possessed such immense strength. Barry targeted the Magic Knights with Sonic Blade. Some tried to defend with magical barriers, but the barriers were sliced through like paper. Low-level barriers were utterly useless. Bill walked up and slashed, seemingly with ease. However, his skill was extraordinary, and his strikes couldn't be dodged or blocked. Whether they tried to attack or defend, the magic knights found themselves cut down as if by magic. For knights who were only half-trained mages, it felt like facing an actual mage. Ogma ignored even the magic knights, charging directly into the midst of the surrounding knights. With a ferocious expression, he seemed to be hungrily searching for stronger opponents, taking down knights as he went. He was like the berserkers of legend, who sought endless battle. The Knights of Iris were completely demoralized. The general wanted to send the other knights to aid the magic knights, but Ogma's presence made that impossible. Surround him and take him down. It was a straightforward but unremarkable order. The fighting spirit the Knights of Iris had regained was lost, and their chance of victory was gone. In fact, there had never been any chance of victory. The general should have retreated when he saw the 5 at the beginning. Magic knights were no match for such formidable foes. Now, the price for that mistake was about to be paid. Ogma appeared before the general, his eyes filled with the joy of wielding power. His mad. The general finally realized the abnormality of the 100. But it was too late. Without understanding that his opponent was the enemy general, Ogma swung his greatsword carelessly. Section. Alan was in a state of panic. While he was flustered by the news of the falloon army's invasion, Count Godwin had disappeared. Did he flee? Abandoning me? Alan's guess was correct, but Count Godwin was only a collaborator, not a subordinate. Even if called back, he wouldn't return. The falloon army had already infiltrated the castle. Should I flee too? No, I should face them like a king. After thinking it over, Alan gathered the knights and mages in the throne room. The nobles who sided with Alan also sought refuge there. Let's face them for now. If it gets dangerous, I'll escape. The throne room had an escape route for emergencies. If his subordinates could buy him time, escaping wouldn't be too difficult. When that door opens, unleash your magic. Ignoring the possibility that their own allies might still be fleeing in, Alan gave the order. After a brief silence, the door, still scarred from the coup, began to slowly open. The prepared mages simultaneously cast their spells, and with a deafening explosion, the door was blown away. What a grand entrance, even for this country, opening the door with magic. Standing beyond the destroyed door was Carmela, holding a fan. She had apparently blocked the earlier magic with just her fan, showing no signs of injury. Carmela confidently stepped into the throne room, followed by the palace knights, Minerva and Leia. Haha, you have quite a few allies, even for you, brother. So many nobles. Carmilla's lips curled up into a smile that hinted at death. Gamara's will be delighted. He's always eager to reduce the number of nobles. Nobles are utterly useless, Minerva said with a ferocious grin, glancing at the gathered nobles. You've come to seize the throne, Carmela, Alan accused from his seat on the throne, his voice theatrically filled with attempted authority. Oh my, brother, have you forgotten? Wasn't it you who usurped the throne? No. This is the will of Dorson. No one would recognize a king who bowed to falloon. This is a rightful succession. Will of Dorson, you say? How amusing. Carmela genuinely seemed entertained. Will, talent, legitimacy, they're all unnecessary. If you want it, take it by force. Isn't it simple? You became king because you had the power to defeat the previous king, and I didn't because I lacked power. But now, how about it? I've become quite strong too. Even if you kill me, our elder brother is still alive. If you win, he will simply reclaim the throne. What's the point? Alan revealed a hidden truth, hoping to dampen Carmilla's resolve. Oh, you didn't know? Our elder brother, the former king, is already dead. He entrusted the future to my husband. Carmela flaunted her ring, the blue light of the magic stone illuminating the hall. Why do you have that? Your husband, the king of falloon. There's no way our elder brother would give his ring to a country bumpkin from falloon. The king of falloon must have killed him and stolen the ring, Alan shouted, trying to shift all blame onto Mars, as if denying his own rebellion. It doesn't matter how it happened. Carmela closed her fan slowly. Whether given or taken, the result is all that matters. The victor chooses the version that suits them. Despite saying this, Carmela didn't believe Mars had forcibly taken the ring. She knew her husband wasn't that kind of person. Fool. How can a country exist without legitimacy? Alan, forgetting his own coup, criticized Carmela. Legitimacy? It's unnecessary. The world operates on a simple principle: the strong are right. It's a cruel truth. Carmilla's smile turned mocking, but Alan didn't understand. Now, are you ready? Have you offered your last prayer to the gods? Had your last meal? Especially the meal, it's very important. Since marrying into falloon, I've been reminded daily of the value of good food. How wonderful it is to eat what you like whenever you like. Thinking back, those were the brightest days of my life. Carmilla's sudden talk about food made the palace knights nod in agreement. What are you talking about? What have you been eating in falloon? What? Monster meat, brother. Simply put, it's a vile poison. Vile poison? Then just don't eat it. Carmela snorted at Alan's words. We don't have a choice. In that country, it's a necessity. If you don't eat, the weak remain weak. My pride won't allow that. The same goes for the palace knights. For those who seek power, falloon is both an ideal and a hell. Carmilla's expression turned cold. Enough talk. Shall we begin? Let's start with my brother, who seems likely to flee. You've always had others fight while you planned to escape through the hidden passage when things got dangerous, right? That's why father deemed you unfit for kingship. What? What do you know about me? Just because you were a bit talented, you've always been spoiled. What do you understand about me? Nothing, really. Nor do I care. Carmela imbued her closed fan with magic and swung it lightly. Despite the distance between them, the wind blade from the fan sliced through the guards and cleanly split Alan and his throne in two. Your Majesty! The nobles and knights of Dorson screamed. Seeing their former leader bisected neatly, their faces turned as pale as death. Princess, I swear absolute loyalty to you. I will give you everything. Please, spare my life. One noble stepped forward, kneeling and begging for his life. Loyalty? Didn't you say the same thing during the previous king's coronation? I heard it. And yet you sided with Alan in his rebellion. What value does such loyalty have? No, it was for the sake of Dorson. Unnecessary. Carmela snapped her fingers, and a wind blade decapitated the noble. Take care of the rest. She ordered the palace knights and left the throne room. Only the screams of Dorson's nobles remained. Chapter 17. The Meeting. In the northeast of the Kingdom of Iris, there lies the smallest country on the Ars continent. The holy state of Marv. This nation is the heart and holy land of the largest religion on the continent, the Marv Church. Though small in size, the nation wields immense influence, as the Marv god is worshipped by a vast number of followers across the continent. The healing magic used by its priests is said to be granted by the Marv god. The holy state oversees churches throughout the continent and receives a constant flow of devout pilgrims. It also commands a formidable force of knights who can use healing magic, making it a military power not to be underestimated. The authority of the ruler of this nation, the Pope of the Marv Church, is said to surpass that of any king. In religious matters, the influence of the holy state extends over almost the entire continent. Today, 2 visitors had come to see the Marv Pope, the kings of Iris and Vulcan. Your Holiness, this is a global crisis, said the king of Iris. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, a dignified face, and a determined look in his eyes. Iris shares a border with the holy state and has deep historical ties with it. Many of its nobles and commoners are fervent followers of the Marv god, making the Pope's influence significant in matters of royal succession. The current king of Iris, in his 40s and known for his ambition, had invaded the kingdom of Dorson to expand his nation's power. A global crisis, you say? Replied the Marv Pope, an elderly man in his 60s with white hair and a long beard, appearing even older than his years. The Pope often appeared before his followers, embodying both authority and compassion, even if only in appearance. I have heard rumors about the kingdom of Falloon. It is indeed a peculiar nation, not particularly devoted to the Marv faith. While we do not favor them, I fail to see how they pose a global crisis. Could this not just be an excuse for Iris's defeat? The Pope's sleepy eyes bore into the King of Iris. Yes, our nation was defeated. One of our 3 counts was killed. It would be a lie to say I have no personal grudge. However, the power of that country is extraordinary. In the end, Dorson fell under Falloon's control. A few years ago, Falloon was a small frontier nation. Now, it has annexed Cadonia and even subdued the vastly more powerful Dorson. This is abnormal. The King of Iris clenched his fist in emphasis. Indeed, Your Holiness. That nation is not ordinary. Someone from our country married the King of Falloon and reported that they are forced to eat monster meat at every meal. This meat, which can only be described as poison, suggests that some malevolent force, possibly a cult, is influencing that nation. Added the King of Vulcan, a solidly built man in his 50s who was known as a formidable general in his youth. Falloon's 4th queen, Sheila, hailed from Vulcan, and her letters to her family had informed the King of Vulcan of the situation. Is it true that they are eating monster meat? It is inedible. People in the past who tried it out of curiosity needed the church's help afterward. Recently, with the rumors about Falloon, more people have tried eating it, but none have succeeded. It's nothing but poison. Moreover, we have received no reports of healing from Falloon's church regarding monster meat consumption, said the Pope, confirming that the Holy State had also been gathering information on monster meat, but found it peculiar that no adverse reports had come from Falloon. Eating monster meat alone is not prohibited. The Marv Church has no intention of intervening for that reason alone. The Pope added, showing reluctance to impose any sanctions on Falloon. The Holy State maintained a policy of neutrality and avoided entanglement in international conflicts to preserve its own position, a strategy passed down for generations. It's not just about eating monster meat. The King of Iris lowered his voice dramatically. Falloon is reportedly using monsters in significant numbers. They have a large-scale menagerie, I am aware. We have received reports of this as well, replied the Pope, aware that Falloon was famous for its grand exhibitions of monsters. It's not a menagerie. They are organizing and militarizing monsters. What? That's absurd. I have never heard of such a thing. Has Iris fought these monster battalions? The Pope's expression grew stern, realizing the gravity of the claim. No, we haven't fought them, but we have solid evidence. Evidence? What kind? Please, take a look at this. The King of Iris said, taking a scroll from his sleeve and spreading it out on the table. It was inscribed with a magic circle. What is this? It's from Matu, the Grand Mage of the Keel Mage Nation. Matu, you say? The magic circle on the scroll began to glow, and a small, translucent figure appeared above it, clearly a projection. It was a form of magical communication. Greetings, Your Holiness. I am Matu from the Keel Mage Nation, said the figure, a man wearing a deep hood and leaning on a staff. Can you hear us, Master Matu? The Pope asked, addressing the projection of Matu. Of course. Forgive me for the intrusion in this manner. I am a rather elusive person. Now, let's get straight to it. Since you've unrolled the scroll, I assume the King of Iris has told you about Falloon using monsters. That is true. How can you be so sure? Because a researcher from our country, who specialized in monsters, has defected to Falloon. It wasn't known until recently when we heard about a large-scale circus. Our mages visited Falloon to investigate, and it became clear it was that person's work. I know about the circus. That doesn't seem like a big deal. That person wasn't researching for entertainment purposes. That person's goal was to weaponize monsters. That person conducted dangerous experiments in our country, causing significant damage. That's why we exiled that person. Why didn't you dispose of such a dangerous person? That's quite irresponsible. The Pope looked troubled. Our country is a country in name only. We merely provide an ideal environment for mages. However, we expel those who conduct research that endangers the world. That's all. Moreover, magical research is costly. Depending on the research, live monsters are needed. Capturing monsters alive is difficult, and their upkeep is extremely expensive. It's not something one can manage alone. It was hard to read Matu's expression from the small illusion, but he seemed somewhat remorseful. So, Falloon supported this person? The Pope pressed for details. Yes. Specifically, he was sheltered by Frau, the Queen of Falloon. Frau has taken in many exiled mages from our country. She seems to pursue magic without considering its implications. She is a dangerous mage. Frau the Thunder Emperor. Known as a prodigy since childhood. Indeed, Frau was a prodigy. However, I believed she would hit a magical ceiling soon due to her early development. But her magic might still be growing. The current magical barrier around Falloon is so strong that even I can't break it. Thus, we know little about Falloon's internal affairs. But according to reports from those who saw the monster circus, the monsters seemed quite obedient. Not only lower-tier monsters but also powerful ones like earth dragons. This indicates Falloon has likely succeeded in forming a monster army. The Pope seemed indecisive. There was no concrete proof, but what Master Matu was saying was probably true. If so, Falloon could pose a threat to humanity. Your Holiness, you seem to be hesitating, but Falloon is dangerous in every sense. It was King Vulcan who spoke up. That country denies nobility. When King Zeros ascended to the throne, most nobles in Falloon were purged. In Cadonia, most nobles except those related to Queen Rubies were removed. The same happened in Dorson, which recently joined Falloon. Nobles who sided with King Alan were killed, and the power of the nobility was drastically reduced. By lowering taxes due to the reduced number of nobles, they have gained the support of the common people. In our country, there are even commoners hoping for Falloon's rule. It's infuriating. If this continues, the order our ancestors built will collapse. Even the Marv Church will suffer, won't it? Marv Church preaches no discrimination by social status, but most of its clergy are of noble birth. The higher the rank, the higher the pre-clerical status. The current pope is also of Irish royal blood. The church's operations largely rely on donations from royal and noble families, with income from the general populace being minimal. Indeed, Falloon is not a beneficial entity for the Marv Church. But what can we do? As things stand, our church cannot immediately condemn the King of Falloon. We already have a plan. King Iris smiled. We would like the Marv Church to announce 3 prohibitions. First, the prohibition of consuming monster meat. Only monsters eat monster meat, not humans. Second, the prohibition of large-scale use of monsters. While existing tamers who use monsters can be protected, armies of monsters should be banned. Third, the protection of noble status. This would prohibit the unjust abolition of nobility and seek to stabilize order. What do you think? Not bad. The Pope stroked his white beard. The proposal seemed acceptable for the Church. And what if these prohibitions are broken? They should be excommunicated. Of course, minor violations could warrant a warning, but breaking all 3 should lead to excommunication. It would be akin to disgracing the authority of the Marv Church. Furthermore, we should declare that the King of Falloon is suspected of being a demon king. A demon king? That's a bit much. The royal family of Falloon descends from a hero who defeated a demon king. That hero's lineage is now bearing its fangs at the world. If we do not act quickly, we may be doomed. What do you think, King Vulcan and Master Matu? The Pope looked at King Vulcan and the illusion of Matu. I agree with King Iris. King Vulcan responded immediately. I agree as well. Using monsters as weapons is too dangerous. It's a power that's beyond human control. Matu expressed his agreement. Understood. So, what do you plan to do after accusing the Demon King? We should form an alliance with all the nations and raise a crusade. King Iris declared firmly. Epilogue. At last, we could enter the city of Burst through the main gate. But, just like the day I came to eat meat, the city was desolate. The ones who came to greet us were Carmela and the palace knights. Welcome, Your Majesty, to our country. Carmela wore a broad smile. She was likely happy to have become the de facto ruler of Dorson. The Iris and Vulcan armies had already begun their retreat from Dorson. Simund, who had been fighting alone against the Vulcan army, had shown his allegiance to Carmela. The deceased king of Dorson had apparently told Simund, in case of emergency, follow Carmela when Alan's rebellion occurred. Did the king foresee this situation even back then? It's a complex feeling. Carmela accepted Simund and planned to keep him as the leader of the 5 heavenly kings. The remaining seats would be filled by Minerva, Shirley, Leia, and Sasha, who were among the top 8 candidates in the queen consort selection. Well, I think they have the skills to match those I defeated, so it should be fine. As expected, there was no welcome from the citizens. Every building had its doors firmly shut. While there were no civilian casualties, the nobles and knights of Dorson who participated in the rebellion were eradicated, and the Iris garrison was wiped out. Considering such violent and bloodthirsty people had come, it's no wonder the residents didn't feel like welcoming us. I thought maybe we went a bit too far, but I had done similar things in Falloon, so I couldn't say much. Though it wasn't me, it was Ogma and the others who did it. Whether Dorson would accept Falloon's rule would be up to the bureaucrats led by Gamaras who accompanied me. In the end, what the people judge as good or bad is politics, not the rule of power. In Falloon, due to the disappearance of most of the knowledgeable aristocrats, we recruited anyone who seemed capable, regardless of their social standing. As a result, we have many young, talented bureaucrats who are very motivated and passionate. Dorson will likely follow the same path, appointing people based on their abilities regardless of status. It's important that the people work for their own country. Well, the 100 will naturally establish a branch here too. Besides Gamaras, Crom and his Black Knights, and Warren and his Red Knights also came with me. Since some of the 100 participants wanted to join the knightly orders, each order, which previously had about 500 members, now has around 1,000. Together, they number around 2,000. It's a small force for a nation, but the quality is exceptional. The Dorson army has been significantly weakened by the civil war, and Carmela's palace knights, numbering around 100, are not nearly enough. Meanwhile, since Falloon and Cadonia only share a border with Dorson, we could transfer some forces to Dorson without issue, hence bringing Crom and the others. There will likely be more rebellions and skirmishes with other nations in Dorson, giving them plenty of opportunities to shine. Or rather, they've already started causing trouble on their own. Crom and Warren felt frustrated from not being able to fight in the recent Dorson conflict. Warren declared as soon as we entered Dorson territory, "Your Majesty, I will head to the Iris border and drive out the enemy. If they're not there, I'll cross the border and drive them out." Wouldn't that be an invasion? But Warren's face was so filled with murderous intent that I couldn't stop him, and he went off with the Red Knights towards Iris. Seeing this, Crom said, "Your Majesty, then I will go to the Vulcan border. I'll remind the Vulcan of Falloon's might. If they're not there, I'll cross the border and show them." Why then? Why? Please don't start a war just because you feel like it. But having failed to stop Warren, I couldn't say no to Crom, so the Black Knights headed towards the Vulcan border. It turned out the Iris and Vulcan armies had violated the borders with Dorson, and it seems Warren and Crom gave them a hard time. I'm glad they didn't start an invasion. I was genuinely grateful to the Iris and Vulcan armies. The main reason I came was to showcase the power of the King of Falloon, but more importantly, to bring Leon, my child, with Carmela. Even Carmela wouldn't bring Leon to the battlefield. However, Leon is to be the next king of Dorson, so he needed to be brought here for the coronation. I was his caretaker. Your Majesty, you must personally bring Leon to Dorson. Do not take your eyes off him. Carmela had sternly instructed me. I don't dislike children. Having had an unfortunate childhood myself, I didn't want my children to feel the same, so I always gave them proper attention. However, my eldest son Arthur is very attached to his mother, Frau. Frau also dotes on him, saying, "He's so cute, just like Mars." Being told that didn't make me feel bad, but it did make me feel like my child had been taken away. Frau always uses magic to entertain Arthur, making him float gently in the air. Since I can only hold one kid, Immy arm is not enough, so Arthur always goes to Frau. That made me a bit sad. It's unfair that she can use magic. Leon, on the other hand, is quite attached to me. During our journey to Dorson, he clung to me tightly, never letting go, and shared my meals and bed. Even now, I'm holding him with one hand. He's adorable. But Leon will be staying in Dorson from now on. It can't be helped since he's going to be the king, but it makes me lonely. I have to return to Falloon. In Falloon, there are 3 queens, Frau, Cassandra, and Sheila. While Frau and Sheila are manageable, leaving Cassandra unattended could spell disaster for Falloon. After all, she warned me, be nearby when I give birth. Even I can't handle an attack during that time. I need you to protect me. If I don't stay by her side, who knows what kind of trouble I'd face. I'd rather face a dragon than deal with Cassandra, but even the sword saint feels uneasy about childbirth. Carmela took Leon from my arms. Not recognizing his mother after so long, Leon turned to me with a worried expression and started to cry. However, Carmela didn't get upset. She gently smiled and soothed him against her chest. I had worried about how someone of royal blood would handle her child, but she took care of him surprisingly well. Without that, I wouldn't be able to leave Leon in Dorson. Carmela removed the ring from her finger and handed it to Leon. The magic stone in the ring started to glow, making Leon happy and laugh with delight. Did it react to Leon's magic? Even though he's still a baby, the retainers and palace knights who came with us were also surprised. Carmela watched Leon play with the glowing ring with a satisfied look. The light from the magic stone was soft and gentle. Surely, this child will become a great king of Dorson. I will protect this country for him, no matter who I have to face. But, it looks like I won't be able to eat regular meat in Dorson anymore. End of Volume 2.